The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. To the world of enchantment, spells, bewitchery. These are all words from our childhood. Pleasant memories of nursery stories before bedtime. The dark side of magic we knew nothing of. And when we grew old enough to learn, dismissed as ignorance and superstition. But once again in our times, incantation, exorcism, and the haunting belief in demonic possession are alive and abroad. They are what this strange tale is about.
I tell you, Doctor, it's the God's honest truth. They brought the young man in on the rolling stretcher to the emergency room, and he had this big sort of dent in his head. Oh, he didn't look like he was breathing at all. There was me with me bucket and me pail trying to clean up. Just me and the young man on the stretcher and the old wino repeater we called PJ they brought in earlier, snoring and dribbling. And that's when it happened. Came right out of old PJ's mouth and across the room and right up the young man's nose like that. With a burny, cindery smell like the old scissor grinder stone wheel used to make. Oh, a great black cloud with red eyes in the middle and a long forked tail. Oh, I'd take an oath of it on me mother's grave. It was the devil himself.
Our mystery drama, Possessed by the Devil, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Donald Buca. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you take a look at the new 1975 cars, it doesn't take long to notice the European influence is strong. And to be sure, there are some new American cars that rival the Europeans, one being Buick's new Skylark SR. But don't consider a Skylark SR because of its touring car interior or its rather rakish profile. Consider it because it's a Buick, possessing many of Buick's nicer innovations, like the new Buick V6, a peppery little engine that spits out a plentiful amount of torque while sipping a surprisingly small amount of gasoline. And if you wish, Skylark SR can abound with creature comforts seldom found on cars this size, with available items like Cruise Master speed control, AM/FM stereo. But you've heard enough. Now you need to see and drive a Skylark SR. And try to remember, it's not a European touring car. It's a Buick.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
Oh, dear. All of this furniture is so beautiful. Look at this beautiful leather chair and this gorgeous oak table. And the prices are so low, I don't know which one to buy first.
I'll help you, madam.
But who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. Listen carefully. New federal regulations require that furniture be properly labeled, describing what it's made of, plastic, wood, veneer, and so forth. Be sure to read the labels on the furniture. They'll help you.
Oh, I see. Why, look, the label on this marble table says made of marble dust. No wonder it's cheaper. Oh, thank you for telling me.
Think nothing of it, little lady. Just passing along another consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
From the beginnings of history, it is there in some form. Possession. The incubus who ravishes maidens while asleep. The succubus who tempts man into seduction in his dreams. The Dybbuk, that lost soul who dies before his time and is compelled to wander in space till he can steal a body to live out his allotted years. Fact? Superstition? Hallucination? Here is such a modern legend. You be the judge.
Okay, Doctor, an IV set up for old Wally Wino here, glucose, and start it right away.
Yes, Dr. Daniels.
He don't look like he's long for this world.
He hasn't got a cell he hasn't drowned in alcohol. His liver is like a washboard. But I'm not sure I concur with your diagnosis, Mrs. Gideon. Still, I don't know this time. Oh, another emergency. And this is supposed to be the quiet hour.
Do you want me to get out for a while, Doctor? I'm near finished.
No, go ahead with your cleaning. Just don't get run over by the stretcher. Put him over here, boys. Now, what have you brought me this time?
Oh, you poor old souse. Dead to the world's the word for you, all right. You've got me sympathy. With my arthritis, many's the time I've been tempted to have a go at the hard stuff myself. Oh, but thanks to sweet Mary, she's held me back. A little sacramental wine to ease me bones keeps me going. I had a few tonight, I can tell you. Oh, but there's always them breath sweeteners to take it away, I hope.
Well, how's your patient, Mrs. Gideon?
Oh, Doctor, I hope he's not a Catholic. The father might never make it in time. How's yours?
Oh, mine's out of my league. What I need is a brain surgeon. Speak of the devil, Considine just walked past the door. Dr. Considine. Dr. Considine, sir, I've got an emergency here.
Mother of heaven. And me here alone with two near corpses. I didn't see it. I couldn't have. Oh, but I did. I seen it. Oh, the good saints preserve me.
Hey there, Mother. Well, where am I?
Oh, in the Mercy Hospital. Oh, you shouldn't be getting up.
Oh, ma'am, you're sure a different kind of nurse.
Oh, I'm no nurse. I'm the cleaning woman.
Oh.
And you hadn't oughtn't to be sitting up, not with that clout on the head someone's after giving you.
What clout on the head?
Why, that great big dent as big as a soap plate they brought you in with.
What are you talking about? I'm late for the operating room already.
Dr. Considine, he has a depressed skull fracture. I don't even know if he's still alive. Good Lord, what are you doing on your feet? Dr. Considine, will you help me get him back on the...
Hey, hold up. Wait a minute. Look, there's nothing wrong with me.
Mister, an ambulance just brought you in here with a skull fracture. You were out cold in deep shock.
But there's nothing wrong. There's nothing the matter with my head. Look.
Holy mother.
Excuse me, Mr. Mike. Michael Damon. Oh, well, I'm Dr. Considine, Chief of Neurological Surgery here at the hospital. Would you mind sitting down on this chair for a second and letting me check you out? Oh, sure, Doc. Look, I've got to admit I don't remember how I got here to the hospital, so maybe you ought to have a look at me.
Mrs. Gideon, what's the matter with you? You look like you just saw a ghost.
It wasn't no ghost, sir.
Dr. Daniels, get over here.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind casting your eagle eye over the back of this young man's head and show me one scintilla of evidence of skull fracture or concussion?
Doctor, all I know is Jake Bronstein brought him in on the wagon and he had a decompressed area you could have laid your hand in.
That's right, sir. I saw it myself.
Someone here has been drinking. Daniels, look. If this is your idea of a joke, No, never mind. We'll discuss this later. Mr. Damon? Yes, Doctor? For your own protection as well as the hospital's, may I suggest that we take some x-rays of your head? Oh, nurse.
Yes?
You can let Dr. Daniels take over on the IV with the old man. And wheel Mr. Damon straight to x-ray. I want a full set of head plates.
Yes, Doctor.
Now, Mr. Damon, there are a couple of questions I'd like to ask you.
Excuse me, sir. Dad?
Mike, are you all right, son?
Oh, I feel fine, Dad, except for a headache. Oh, Dr. Considine, this is my father, Reverend Damon.
Oh, how do you do? Nurse, can we get going?
Yes, sir. Dad, what happened? How did I get here?
Well, perhaps you can explain, Reverend, as we walk along. I want to get to X-ray.
Well, I wish someone could explain to me what happened.
I can, sir.
Let me check the IV on old PJ. Wait a minute.
What is it, Doctor?
PJ here. He's bought it this time. Oh, this is not my night. We might have pulled him through. Oh, there's going to be the devil to pay around here.
Oh, you can say that again. It's the God's truth, Dr. Considine. Came right out of the old man's mouth and across the room and up the young man's nose like that, with a burning, cindery smell like the old scissor grinder's wheel used to make. A great black cloud with red eyes in the middle and a long forked tail. Oh, I'd taken off on me mother's grave. 'Twas the devil himself.
Yes, Mrs. Gideon. I think you can leave the medical discussion to us, and I'm sure you have important work waiting.
Oh, bless us. I left me pail and mop there. I hope nobody's been after stealing that mop. It had a brand new head on it.
Well, at least I know now where the smell of alcohol came from. I can't blame you for that, Daniels.
Sure.
But I just can't accept it. In an emergency room, you concentrate on a seemingly healthy patient while you lose a really sick old man.
PJ was a repeater, Doc. He's long overdue for uremic poisoning or cardiac arrest. But this young guy, Damon...
Well, complete your sentence.
Yeah. I was just thinking... That magnificent body, physically way above par, and the injury I thought I saw, well, would have left him a vegetable for the rest of a long life if we'd pulled him through.
What injury?
That depressed fracture. Most of the brain should have been injured beyond repair.
You say what you thought you saw. Apparently you didn't see anything.
You heard Mrs. Gideon back me up, Doctor.
Come in.
Oh, it's the wet plates, Doctor, from X-ray.
Light up the viewing fields, Daniels, and let's have a good look. Satisfied?
Well, sir...
Oh, somebody gave him a knock on the head, all right. There's some exterior evidence of that, but of any fracture?
None I can see.
Well, you're the doctor of record. Shall we send him home?
I see no reason not to.
Okay. Now I'd better get up to OR. Coming! Trudy!
Well, don't look so disappointed, Rod.
Good. Come in. Say, sweetheart, what are you doing here at this hour?
Oh, I couldn't sleep after your call, so I drove over. Is Mike back from the hospital?
No, I thought the bell was Dad and Mike. They're on the way home right now.
How come you didn't go to the hospital?
Well, we've been trying to get in touch with Anton Azarak.
Oh?
So Dad thought one of us should be here in case he called back.
Oh.
I mean, to find out what happened. Yeah. All right, Janda. Cool it.
Oh, what a name for a cat.
Why, I see nothing wrong with it. I think a martyr belongs in a minister's family.
Oh, is that my fate as your wife to be?
Of course not. We just called her that because Mike and she never seem to get along.
Oh, it's hard to figure about the cat. Mike is such a kind, gentle sort of a giant. I thought all animals loved him.
Well, it depends what the word includes. Oh, wait a minute. There's a car now. The return of the prodigal son. Now maybe we'll find out just what happened last night.
And that's honestly all I can tell any of you.
You were making a fresh fire in the fireplace at 5:30 in the morning and straightened up too fast and knocked yourself cold on the underside of the mantelpiece?
Well, what other explanation is there, Rod?
Well, it is solid oak, and that big round ornamental sphere is a menace. I've regretted it every time I've bumped my own head on it.
Yeah, but Dad, you never hit your head hard enough to knock yourself cold.
Mike, why were you making a fire at that time in the morning?
Well, I wasn't actually making one. I was replacing one. Professor Azarak was with me last night, coaching me for an exam I have coming up, and, well, he got cold.
Oh, come on. It wasn't cold enough for a fire last night.
Well, maybe when you went to bed, but we were up all night. And the professor's a pretty old man.
What were you doing up at that hour in the morning, Dad?
I really don't know. Something woke me, and I...
Are you all right, Reverend Jays?
Excuse me, Trudy, dear. Yes, I'm fine. I'm just recalling that moment this morning. How vivid it was. I was startled out of the depths of my sleep to wide awakeness. I had a vision of Mike surrounded by flames. It was so real, I even said a little prayer. Then I hopped out of bed, went to the window. It wasn't very dark anymore. And looking across, I could see that all the studio lights were on and the front door open. And I thought I'd better go and have a look.
And when you got there, you found Mike on the floor unconscious?
Yes. Lying on his face, white as a sheet, and deathly cold.
Yeah, but what made you call the hospital? It's not like you to panic.
Well, I realized that, but the back of his head looked as though he'd been felled by some superhuman mailed fist. It was all bent inward.
I thought the hospital said Mike was all right.
Oh, I am, Trudy. A clean bill of health. Nothing to worry about.
My fault. It must have been an illusion, of course.
Well, I think if the Inquisition is over, I'm going to make up on some sleep. Oh, that damn cat! I'd forgotten about her. Will you keep her in there away from me?
What's the matter with her?
Been a very strange night and morning, and I have a hauntingly uneasy feeling.
You mean about Mike?
About Mike. I hope the hospital was right to give him a clean bill of health. He doesn't seem himself at all. Not at all.
Hello. Azarek? Michael, what the hell happened last night? Okay, not on the phone. I'm going to rest now. But you be sure to be here tonight.
So far in our modern legend, we have caught up with superstition, witches, magic, both black and white, enchantment, spells, abracadabra. Well, there are 2 more acts to come. I'll be back very shortly with Act 2.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say Bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. Yeah. When you say Bud, you tell the world you know what makes it all the way. When you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the clean old beer. There is no other one. There's only something less. Because the king of beer is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. You've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Who will cope with tomorrow for a brighter new day? There's one hope for tomorrow, the children of today. Who will live to inherit all we've done? Who will pay? Who will give love and share it? The children of today. We've got to save the children and save the world. Help them to grow to know that life is worth living. Save the children and teach the world to reach out with open arms and spread their love to others. Return to sanity.
You can reach out to help a child. For information, write Save the Children, Box 120, Grand Central Station, New York.
A young man rushed to the hospital with a depressed fracture of the skull, which should have mangled his brain. A chronic drunken repeater back in emergency on the edge of fatal acute alcoholism, and an aging cleaning woman who thought she saw a malign spirit pass from the drunk to the young man. Now, apparently in full health, we'll be able to appraise just how healthy the young man who made his remarkable recovery is.
Be right there. Professor Azarick, please come in.
And must you be so formal?
After last night and today, I'm taking no chances. Maybe with your superior intelligence, you have no worries about our abortive attempt at Satanism. But I have. Look, I was the victim, and since a crack on the head denied me any knowledge of what happened, I'm only hoping you can give me the straight goods.
The straight goods. A peculiarly inept term for what we are engaged in, my brother in Satan.
Damn it, it's not a deal in semantics, Anton. Now, what happened after I summoned up the fiend? I mean, how did you escape, and how could I have been harmed? As long as I was safe in the magic triangle within the circle.
I warned you to keep your feet still. If you touch any part of the circle itself or the triangle within it, you are at the mercy of all the devils in hell.
And if I'd known what I was getting into when I picked your philosophy course, I'd have quit.
You made the mistake of not realizing how vulnerable your soul was as the son of a minister.
All right. I'm not crying over what happened. I just want to know what it was. Now, where was I?
By the fireplace, lying prostrate. The way you fell after he hit you.
Who hit me?
The devil you summoned.
But where did he appear?
Outside the circle here.
The inner or the outer?
Beyond the outer, of course. There was water scattered between the circles, and wolfsbane scattered through it. And within the circle, you had the brazier burning.
Everything as you ordered it and arranged it.
Yes, but...
But what went wrong?
Your ego.
My ego? What does that mean?
You lost your head. Or at least almost did. This was a simple experiment by someone who seemed a true psychic to raise a minor antichrist. The motive was strong enough to create belief. Or at least the hope of belief. You wanted a familiar to procure your brother's woman for you. Beshal, you were to call forth. Why did you call on Ashtaroth, a giantess beyond your control?
I don't know. Look, do I have to explain?
No. Ever since you became my disciple, you told me that you have lusted after the woman your brother brought home as his bride.
The only thing I've never been able to take from Rod whenever I wanted.
When you finished the incantation and summoned Ashtaroth, I thought the house would come down about our ears. The earth rocked like the San Francisco quake. And suddenly she stood without the circle, a huge figure in chainmail and medieval armor. Meddler and slave, she said, how dare you summon me for your petty desires? Learn this lesson once, if not for all. Turn your face from me in shame. And as you turned, she reached out with her mailed glove and struck you on the top and back of your head. You dropped like a stone.
Across the magic circles?
They weren't designed for major devils.
You swore no presence could cross them.
Nothing but her arm and her fist.
But it's 5 feet from that outer circle to the center of the triangle where I was standing.
I told you the circle was for lesser demons.
What happened after she struck me?
The spirit disappeared. The room was clogged with smoke. I opened the door to let it out and came back to you. You had fallen almost into the fireplace. I pulled the rug back, arranged the furniture as best I could, and fled. I thought you were dead.
Oh, I'm alive.
Yes, but it's not possible. When I left you just before sunrise, you were dead.
What witchcraft can do, it can undo. Whoever and whatever I am, I'm alive. Make no mistake about that. Goodbye, Anton. I don't need you anymore. Oh, hi, Trudy. I thought you'd gone with Rod and Dad.
Hello, Mike. I thought you were over in the studio.
We ran out of beer.
Ah, you're out of luck. Rod's bringing some home.
Well, I found something more refreshing.
What?
You.
Oh, if you'd waited just a little longer, you'd have found me anyway. I was going to wander over to the studio and visit you.
Oh, so that's why you stayed home.
Oh, don't be silly. Someone had to wash the dishes. As long as I'm house guest, I thought I ought to do something for my keep.
Well, you're staying here tonight?
1 whole week. Mom went up with Pops to his 35th class reunion. And they figured that with one full-fledged minister and a recent hospital dropout, I was suitably chaperoned.
Safe as a church, huh? Rod and Dad say when they'd be back?
Not till pretty late, I guess.
Mm.
Pretty rough section of town. That's why Rod insisted on going along.
What's the occasion?
That's one of your father's oldest parishioners. I guess the old lady is dying. She asked for the minister.
Well, her loss, my gain.
What?
Oh, nothing. It's just a stupid joke. You said you wanted to see the studio?
Oh, yes. Would you mind?
Mind? Look, I'm out of beer, but I've got some champagne that's begging to be what it is.
Oh, what is it?
A split. Just right for sharing. Shall we go? Well, won't you walk into my parlor, said Beelzebub to the flies.
Oh, no, what's that supposed to mean?
That is the advantage of a classical education.
Uh-huh.
Beelzebub, god of the Philistine city of Ekron. You know, he was known as the Lord of the Flies.
Why?
Well, now there you've got me.
Oh, he sounds horrid.
Well, he wasn't very popular with Christians. In fact, they called him the Prince of Devils.
Lord of the Flies.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, it gives me the creeps.
Here's something to chase your creeps away.
Oh, I don't want that, Mike. It goes right to my head.
Oh, just a sip. A good luck toast to sister and brother-in-law Hood. Our getting to know you party.
Well, far be it from me to be a party pooper. There's nothing more cozy and reassuring than a room full of books. What's this section here?
Oh, that? That's the main reason I needed Dad's particular library since my exam was in metaphysics.
The Black Arts, The World of Witches, Essentials of Demonology, The Satanic Mass. Oh, it's a strange collection for a minister.
Well, it's always good to know your enemy. You know, Dad's quite an authority on the devil and his work.
And you? Are you thinking of becoming a minister, Mike?
Me? No. Perish the thought. No, my philosophy is too easy for that. I long ago decided that if you can't fight 'em, join 'em. I mean, can't you see how evil I am? Tempting you with spirituous beverages, coaxing you here to my lair, and now, having anesthetized my prey, making ready to spring.
I don't think you're being very funny, Mike. Oh, is this where you hit your head?
Oh, yes, so they say. No, I wasn't being altogether funny.
What do you mean?
Trudy, have you any idea how jealous I am of my older brother?
Of Rod? Why?
A month ago, or whenever it was, they turned up with you. My first thought was, why couldn't I find something like that?
That's very flattering, Mike. But you're a little young for the big step.
Not so young as you think. Perhaps. I don't care what you and Rod have been to each other. It was me you wanted. Still want. Only you're afraid of breaking your word.
This is a joke.
It's no joke.
Mike, let go of me.
You wanted me from the moment you laid eyes on me, just as I have you.
Oh, you've been reading too many naughty books.
Don't laugh. There's nothing funny about this.
No, not really. Offensive.
You're afraid of me.
Don't be silly.
Afraid of yourself.
Now that really is the last straw.
Test it. Fasten your mouth to mine. Wind yourself about me. try forbidden love, and it will never let you go.
No, Mike, let me go. You're hurting me. Oh, that's Rod home with your father. If you won't let me go, I'll scream.
What are you going to tell them?
Nothing. Nothing. I wouldn't want them to know what a pig you are. I think that blow on the head must have done more damage than you think. Mike, you better see a psychiatrist. Hi, Rod. Dad. Well, we didn't expect you.
Esther, by Lucifer, I'll have you yet. Cowering at my feet like a slave. To use you once and destroy you. As I shall use your surrogate tonight. Whoever she may be.
Oh, dear. How bestial.
What, Reverend Damon?
Just something that happened to a girl on the other side of town.
Let me see. Raped? Oh, awful.
Well, now you got me going. You too, John? Well, since you can't read, I'll read it to you. The body of Elizabeth Migler, 21, was discovered in Marsden Park today by a passerby. Although it was later determined the girl had been raped, the strange features of the case are that she was not robbed, and as though by some ferocious animal, tooth marks showed that her throat had been literally ripped to pieces. Good Lord.
Where is Marsden Park?
Clear over the other side of town.
When did it happen?
Night before last.
Morning, all. I hope breakfast is all ready. I'm famished. What's wrong with that cat? Oh, it's beginning to bug me.
A lot of things are beginning to bug me.
What'd you say, Holly?
Nothing, Rod. I don't think I'll have any breakfast this morning. I don't feel like eating. No, Rod, please, don't come with me. I'd rather be alone.
Lovers quarrel?
Look, will you just fake out, brother mine? It's none of your business.
For Trudy's sake, for everyone's sake, would that it were. But, unfortunately, we know better. Or do we? The crime happened miles away. And the devil that may possess Mike is there only on the evidence of a tipsy charwoman. Who summons the devil never calls for him in vain. And once met, few are lucky to get rid of him again. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
A common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1? You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Time pills.
Give your cold to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
Shining, why, you'd be so surprised. You'd stare up at the heavens with those big blue eyes, and the wind would carry all of your light up to the skies, and the sun would start shining again. And the sun would start shining.
You can help make the sun start shining again through the United Nations Children's Fund. This is Bill Anderson, asking you to be generous when the neighborhood youngsters come to your door to trick or treat for UNICEF this Halloween. Please drop a few coins in their little orange boxes and help UNICEF bring better food, medical care, and education to millions of needy children.
In the kitchen of the Damon house, Rod glares angrily at his brother, who shrugs it off and goes to the refrigerator for orange juice. A troubled Reverend Damon eyes both his sons as he closes and folds the tabloid in his hands as if it were just as unclean as it is. Rod, unchallenged by Mike, breaks the silence first.
I better go on upstairs and check on Trudy.
Well, she said she wanted to be alone.
Look, will you stay out of this?
Well, I'm not even in it. Just an objective comment.
So keep it to yourself.
Now, come on, Rod. I didn't mean to butt in. Catch me up. What's all the hostility about?
No hostility. Just a reaction to a peculiarly unpleasant crime. I think I'll go up and apologize to Trudy for spoiling everyone's breakfast.
That's a good idea, Dad.
If I can leave you two alone.
Well, I have no quarrel with anyone.
No, forget it, Dad. I just got upset over Trudy. I shouldn't have jumped on Mike.
Well, then, let me see if I can make our future in-law a little happier in our house.
What happened, Rod?
Oh, it all started over this tabloid story about some poor kid who got raped and mangled in Marsden Park.
Oh?
Here, read all about it.
Kind of gruesome, all right. But there's one of these every day.
Yeah, but not in such gory detail. It really got to Trudy. You know, I've never seen her upset like that. I mean, so subjectively involved.
Oh? What do you suppose triggered that?
Oh, I don't know. I just sure wish I did.
Maybe it's better to let sleeping dogs lie.
Who is it?
Your future father-in-law. May I come in for a minute?
Just a sec. The door's locked.
Come on in, Reverend Damon.
Feeling any better?
Oh, not really.
Oh, I should be ashamed of myself reading that yellow sheet. I like to think it helps keep my sense of balance, but maybe I'm just a seeker of vicarious excitement.
Like that rather complete collection on Satanism and the occult that you have in your studio?
Ah, you noticed that, did you?
Night before last, when I was over there with Mike while you and Rod had gone to see your old parishioner who was dying. Did she?
As a matter of fact, no. She made a remarkable recovery.
Oh, really? Well, you looked so sort of worried when you came home. I thought she...
I was worried about you, Trudy. And Mike.
Why?
You, because I knew you were upset about something. Well, you can't be a minister for over 40 years without learning to read something about people.
And Mike?
Mike is an enigma to me since I brought him back from the hospital. A rather terrifying thought to realize I've lost contact with my own son. I'd like to ask your help, Trudy, and I'll lay it right on the line. Why were you at the studio with him? And what happened there?
You won't tell Rod?
Not if you don't want me to.
Then what I'd like more than anything is to tell someone, most of all you. For Mike's sake. Because I think he needs help. And you're the only one who could bring it to him. Or make him go find it.
Well, Reverend Damon, this is a pleasure. I'm on my way to a class. Can we talk as we cross campus?
Yes. Just, what is the name of your course that Mike is taking?
Philosophy. Perhaps more specifically, metaphysics. Rather freewheeling. I mean, it's advanced, and we spend more time on the perimeters than we do on the core subjects.
Just what were you and Mike up to that long night before his injury?
I was coaching him for an examination.
An examination in what? On what subject?
By the class I teach, general philosophy.
And you left before Michael was hurt?
For good Lord, yes. Would I have left the boy if he were injured?
Would you have fled the scene unless you were up to something dark and vile enough to stain your reputation?
I am sorry your boy was hurt. I had no part in it. And I resent your holier-than-thou accusations. If you'll excuse me, I have a class waiting for me.
Now for the rug. There. Does it? Oh, my dear Lord. Just what I was afraid of.
What are you afraid of, Dad?
You, Mike. That you turned away from God to seek the devil. Why, Mike? Why?
Who knows? Now, what shall I tell you, That life's a drag. It has no purpose, no goals, no triumphs that aren't tarnished. That there's no good in man. Nothing but pettiness and meanness and me first and the devil take the hindmost.
That's not what I brought you up to believe.
No one blames you, Dad. That Trudy was the last straw. That Rod could find the woman he wanted, and she could turn out to be the one that I need. So I chose his worship. And here we built my altar.
Don't desecrate that name. The altar belongs to God.
This altar belongs to Satan. See the circle traced in vermilion paint? Exactly 9 feet wide, an 8-foot charcoal one within. Light the votive candles, burn the incense, let the mass begin.
Mike, what are you doing? I won't tolerate this sacrilege.
You can no more move than the woman I desire can resist my power. I am the way. I am the darkness. I am the truth. Lord of the universe, whom the winds fear. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. You answer me. Thee I invoke, the bornless one that did create the darkness and the light. Thee I command to serve me and send me the woman I desire.
Trudy, don't come in here.
But the rain.
What's going on here?
Rod, it's your brother. He's gone mad.
Spawn of the outer world, stay back, or I will smite thee dead where thou standest. Leave except the woman who is mine.
Dad, what's going on?
Look out. He's going for Trudy.
Now, look, Dexter.
Oh, he has a knife.
Would you murder your own brother?
Okay, that's enough fooling around.
Don't you know I could always take you?
Oh, Rod, I hope you haven't hurt him too much.
Oh, don't worry, baby. He always had a glass jaw.
He had something more perishable than that. Call the hospital. And better tell them to bring a straitjacket.
The top of the night to you, Mrs. Gideon. And what's that wee bottle in the paper bag? A little poteen?
Nothing of the sort, Dr. Smart-Aleck. That's a noggin of holy water blessed by me own Monsignor, which I carry with me when I come near this place ever since 3 days ago. What happened to old P.J.? Did anyone ever turn up to claim him?
No. Oh, by the way, while we're on the gossip column, guess who's back in the hospital?
Oh, not the other one.
Mm-hmm, the same. Lying in the emergency room under a deep sedation in a straitjacket.
Oh, what did they bring him back here for?
That's what Dr. Considine and his father, the Reverend Damon, are discussing now in the prep room. Well, if you're going to swab out the emergency, you'd better get at it fast.
Well, I'll tell you something, Doctor. If I'm to be there and alone with that devil, you'll never see emergency this clean again. For I'm adding the Monsignor's holy water to me pail right now, just in case.
Of course, we'll run every neurological test in the book on him under the circumstances, Reverend Damon.
I'm not sure it will do any good. I'm afraid the trouble is psychiatric.
Well, it has to be one or the other unless we're to accept Mrs. Gideon's diagnosis of possession.
Mrs. Gideon? Oh, I remember now. She was one of the people, like the intern, who remembered that they thought they saw a considerable skull compression.
Which never existed, believe me. Just an illusion like Mrs. Gideon's.
What was Mrs. Gideon's illusion?
Well, I'm afraid she'd had a drink or two, and she had some wild story about a black devil streaming out of an old dipsomaniac who was also in the emergency room and being sucked up through your son's nostrils. I'm really even embarrassed to mention such nonsense. Come in.
Excuse me, Dr. Considine, but the patient is coming too.
Mr. Damon?
Yes, sir. He's still in the straitjacket.
I think, Reverend, if you don't mind, until we see what state he's in.
I don't mind. You might as well both know that the police are by now well aware that my son was responsible for the violent death of a young woman the night before last while under the possession of whatever devils or devil owns him. Shall we go?
By Nergal and Tammuz and Belphegor, no one can hem me in. I am Belial, Lord of the Flies, and your bonds cannot hold me.
Good Lord, he's out of the straitjacket. I'll get help.
What's going on here, Mrs. Gideon?
Oh, the Lord preserve us. It's the devil incarnate. Oh, stay away from him, Doctor. He'll burn you to a crisp with his fiery breath.
All of you, stay away from him. Leave him to me. Michael, my son.
Call me not by that filthy angel's name. Stay away, old man, for I carry death in my hand as a sword.
Michael!
I warned you.
Oh, you minister man of the cloth. Get back! Get back!
What happened?
Oh, sure, 'twas the Monsignor's holy water. 'Tis as strong as life.
Michael, no.
All right, boys.
All right, Daniels, you're too late.
What?
Excuse me, Reverend. Let me see. Daniels, come here.
Yes, sir?
Was that the depression you were talking about when this man was first brought in?
Yes, sir. That's what I thought I saw.
Well, at least it's what we all see now.
But how?
I haven't any answers. I only know... I'm sorry, Reverend Damon, but your son is dead.
He hasn't been my son since his first visit here. The mercy of God is that whatever possessed him died with him. Thanks to this lady here.
Oh, if I hadn't had the holy water, Oh, the Lord does move in mysterious ways. Don't he, Reverend Sir?
In mysterious ways and kind ones. What a field day the Reverend Damon's tabloids might have had if Michael had ever come to trial for the death of that poor innocent girl. Innocent. Perhaps that's the theme of this dark history. If Michael had been less innocent, and had had the guts to be less self-interested and bored, how different his world might have been. But that's the answer, isn't it? We all make our own world. We can't rely on anyone else to make it for us. I'll be back shortly.
Here's a medical puzzle. A person has a deadly disease, yet leads a normal life. How is it possible? The answer is chemotherapy. Through this treatment, thousands of cancer victims regain active, productive lives despite their cancer. Many of these people can continue in their jobs for years, while the anti-cancer drugs, which we call chemotherapy, control their disease. But many types of cancer remain difficult to control. Through research, the Chemotherapy Foundation is stimulating the development of new drugs. More types of cancers will someday be controlled. The question is not if, but when. You can help by contributing to the Chemotherapy, that's Chemo, C-H-E-M-O, Therapy Foundation, Box 8, New York, New York, 128. That's the Chemotherapy Foundation, Box 8, New York, New York, 128. This is a public service message from the Chemotherapy Foundation.
suppose I should resist the impulse, but I have to admit I can't. It's one of the rewards for being host, particularly with guests who can't answer back, at least directly. So just for once, a homily. Reach out and find life. Take it and make the most of it. For if nothing else, our story proves to the hilt the oldest of adages. If you don't, the devil finds work for idle hands to do. Our cast included Donald Buca, Joan Shea, Ian Martin, Guy Sorrell, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
No trouble, though.
He went numb pretty fast.
I thought he would.
He wanted me to give you a message, but then he couldn't remember what it was. And he thinks you're some kind of a warden.
Poor man.
You know, Mr. Z, I didn't much like it inside that room.
You knew you were coming out.
Who ever dreamed up the black room anyway?
I've no idea.
Somebody must have.
There's always been a black room, far as I know.
Hell of a place.
Yes.
How long will he last, do you think?
Matter of days. Weeks, possibly.
Then what?
He'll go mad. Or die.
Wonder what he's doing now.
Oh, counting by twos, then by threes, then by fours. Anything to keep from thinking. That's what they all do.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Stay tuned for Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'd like to ask you something. What do you consider your most attractive feature? Your hair? Your eyes? Complexion? Your figure? Whatever, each of us is abundantly aware, though there are some who would deny it, of his or her most captivating attribute, and make the most of it, though there are some who deny that too. Be all this as it may, we're about to hear of a woman whose most beguiling characteristic was her smile, and because of it, the horrible thing that happened. Our mystery drama, Berenice, was adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar, and stars Michael Tolan and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your call to Contact. The sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1? That's the question when you catch the common cold. Sneezing, drips, congestion. Then take 12-hour Contact. You need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Coles liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 Contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. The Anytime pills do it. Both the others contain things for aches and fever. The liquid, something for coughs, not found in contact. Your cold, your choice.
Give your cold to Contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
This is Tommy Macomb. I'm sitting in the John Barleycorn, located at 209 East 45th Street, just off 3rd Avenue. The John Barleycorn is New York's first and most famous Irish singing pub. If you want a sample of what Irish hospitality is really like, you should come in and soak up the atmosphere. The hospitality is warm, the people are cheerful, and the service is just fantastic. They have an old saying at the Barleycorn: there are no strangers here, only friends you haven't met. And you can prove that to yourself by dropping in anytime. You can have lunch, dinner, or supper 7 days a week. And a good time all the time. The food is fit for royalty, and as a matter of fact, some of the recipes have been handed down from the courts of Irish kings. The John Barleycorn, the Irish oasis in Midtown Manhattan.
For lunch, dinner, or special party information, call YU6-1088.
What we call a fixation, an idée fixe, is one of the most extraordinary and mystifying aspects of the human mind. For example, love. Young love, at least, is a fixation. For the lover cannot get the loved one out of his thoughts. He thinks of her night and day, or she of him. And there is, I need scarcely say, no more wondrous person in all the world. What cure can be found for a fixation? Well, when it comes to love, and I don't mean to sound cynical, I suppose marriage. But when it came to Ernest Montresor and his wife Berenice, well, that's our story.
Do not tell me, Anthony, what I must do or must not do.
Ernest, please.
You are my friend. You are my attorney. You have come here to Mangrove Manor to straighten out whatever legal matters attend Berenice's death, and that is all.
Ernest, I didn't mean to offend you.
I am not offended. I am irritated. You can sit there and say, Ernest, your wife is dying. Try not to hate her as you do. Let me tell you something, my good friend. Had you lived 1 month, 1 week, 1 day in this house with Berenice, that shrew, that spitfire, you too would know what hate is.
But I don't understand. I was at your wedding a little over a year ago, here at Mangrove, and you were deliriously in love with her.
Not her. Her smile.
What?
I know you'll find it hard to believe, but that is the truth. Oh, there were other qualities that attracted me. Her charm, her gentle manner, her warmth. But these vanished quickly once we were married. I soon learned that her charm was a veneer, her gentle manner a mask that concealed a vicious temper.
I am sorry.
I didn't want to hate her. For months I put all feelings of hate from me, the while asking myself how and why I still went on loving her. That's when I realized it was her smile.
I still fail to understand.
Look at Berenice closely and you will see that she's really very plain, almost ugly. But one doesn't look closely at first. I didn't, surely, because of her smile. Of what her smile was then. She had teeth so even, so white, so perfect, they are as matched pearls. As for her lips, nowhere will you find lips so beautifully modeled, so sensuously inviting, so absolutely enthralling.
I remember, yes.
But Anthony, soon after our marriage, her smile changed too. The lovely contour of her lips became an ugly sneer. She no longer smiled. She bared her teeth like a vicious animal.
But there must have been a reason, something that impelled her to...
I'll give you a reason if you must have it. Constance.
Berenice's younger sister?
Yes. You know she came to live here at Mangrove when her husband died.
I settled the estate, yes. Not, I'm afraid, that there was much to settle. He left her penniless.
Precisely why she lived here. Berenice began to think...
Go no further, Ernest. I am well acquainted with what is termed the eternal triangle.
In this case, there was no triangle. Not then.
But there is now.
Constance is what Berenice pretended to be. Gentle, innocent, loving. Yes, I have fallen in love with her, and she with me. But you may believe me, as Berenice never has, when I tell you that our love is and has ever been platonic. Neither of us has betrayed Berenice in any way. Yes, come. Oh, Constance, my dear. We were just speaking of you. You remember Anthony Lamb?
With pleasure. You were such a help and comfort to me when my husband died, Mr. Lamb.
I did what I could. You look upset, Constance.
Berenice wants to see you, and she's in one of her blackest moods, I'm afraid.
Is she ever in any other?
Try not to be harsh on her, Ernest. She's dying, you know.
I shall try. If you'll excuse us, Anthony.
Perhaps I should come along. I have to discuss certain legal matters with Berenice, and it will be best if she knows I'm here.
Come, then. But I warn you, my friend, you'll regret every moment spent with her.
It's you.
You wanted to see me, Berenice.
You. Not this army you've brought with you. Get out of here, Constance.
Of course.
And who are you? I've seen you somewhere. I remember you.
I'm Anthony Lamb, Berenice. I don't blame you for not recognizing me. It's been over a year.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember you now. Ernest's friend, the pettifogging lawyer, the shyster. Why are you here?
Well, now I,
Yes.
Well, Ernest asked me to come because... Well, Berenice, I'm told you're quite ill, and at such times it's best to...
To make sure that all will be legally neat and tidy when I'm cold in my coffin.
Oh, you put it much...
The only way it can be put. I'm dying, and I know I'm dying, and so do you. If you don't, you must be blind. And if you want proof of it, look. Once my smile was the most ravishing smile on earth. Look at it now. Yes. Yes, the color leaves your face, Mr. Lawyer. You all but shrink away because it's no longer the beautiful smile of the living Berenice, but the ghastly grin of the Berenice who'll soon be cold in death.
Stop it. Stop smiling.
Dear husband, what is it? You used to tell me my smile captivated you, enslaved you. Can it be that it now repels you? Oh, don't turn away.
I won't look at you, not when you smile.
Don't look then for all the good it'll do you. You'll remember. Soon I shall be dead. But my smile will never die. It will live on in your brain, Ernest. Wherever you go, whatever you do, it will be with you.
No.
This smile, this ghoulish grimace, because it was what you married, what you loved, and then came to hate. And you will hate it till the day you die, Ernest. For till that day, awake or asleep, it will haunt you.
Would you care for more of the shrimp, Mr. Lamb?
Well, thank you. No, Constance. Oh, and do call me Anthony, won't you? It'll make me feel so much younger.
If you wish. Ernest, won't you eat? You haven't touched a morsel.
Not hungry.
But you must keep up your strength. If you're not careful, you'll be having nightmares again.
Nightmares, Ernest?
The most horrible you can imagine. Berenice has all but ruined my health. Ruined it.
Hush now, we mustn't talk that way.
What other way is there?
No more wine, Ernest.
Another glass can do no harm.
No more, dear. For my sake.
For your sake, anything. Anything except to lie about my true feelings. You, Constance, you have lived in this house for nearly a year. You know the hell she has made of my life. You know that I could not mourn her passing. And what is more, you know that I love only you.
Ernest, it is not the proper time.
I know, but
And you are overwrought. It is not you speaking, but your nerves. Listen to me.
Constance.
My sister lies upstairs dying. Whatever you think of her, in these last days of her life, though we cannot in truth love her, we can, in all dignity and honor, try at least not to hate her. You must try, Ernest. You must.
Yes. And with your help, I shall.
But you will not succeed.
Berenice.
How did you get here, out of bed?
I rang my bell, but no one came. I called, but you did not answer.
We didn't hear.
And so I found the strength, what strength remains, to come down and tell you I am about to die.
No.
When death is near, you know it. Full well you know it. I have little time left now. Perhaps only minutes. A glass of wine.
Of course.
He hurries to assist me, to comfort me, when in his heart he would kill me.
No, Berenice, I would not.
Liar.
Berenice,
You hate me. Say it, you hate me. Say it.
Here, the glass of wine you asked for.
That, your glass of wine. Sniveling, nightmare-ridden fool. I had hoped I'd at last found a man when I married you. But you were like all the others.
Berenice, let me help you back to your
And
bed.
as for you, did you think I wasn't on to you and your little tricks? Did you think me blind, that I couldn't see what went on between you and my husband?
Nothing. Before heaven, I swear that...
Liar! I saw, I know. Little Constance. Innocent, saintly little sister. Sinking her claws deeper and deeper into the man who was mine.
Madam.
You address me?
Madam, you are ill. Yet there is in you a kind of strength I have recognized before. I say to you, the worst kind of criminal.
Huh? Go on.
I don't know that I can. I've never understood what made these people what they were, but this I know. There are angels on this earth and there are devils. And you, madam, I say it to you, even in your dying moments, you are a devil. I don't blame you for looking at me like that. I spoke on impulse. I'm ashamed.
Ashamed? You are the first man who has ever dared to...
Berenice.
Stay away. Stand back. Don't touch me. Only listen. You will be haunted by the magnet that drew you to me. The weapon with which I ruined your life and will destroy you. My smile, Ernest. My smile.
No.
Look at me. Sensuous lips bearing milk white, perfectly matched teeth. Look.
Here,
let me...
She's falling across the table.
I think... Yes. She's gone. Berenice is dead.
No.
Ernest, don't.
Her mouth. She is staring at me with her teeth. Anthony, in heaven's name, close her mouth. Close her mouth!
I said at the outset, you'll recall, that because of Berenice's smile, a horrible thing happened. What has just happened in the dining room of Mangrove Manor is indeed horrible, but nowhere near as horrible as that which is about to take place. I will return shortly with Act 2.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. You hear freedom spirit like a wild bird's call. Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free.
You're driving a car you knew you were going to buy the minute you saw it. Skyhawk. Buick Skyhawk. You just knew a car this streamlined would be easy on gas. And you were right. In published EPA mileage test results, Skyhawk got 25 miles per gallon on the open road and 16 in the city. Buick Skyhawk. Dynamite.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free. Living free. Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
We're all starting the new year with a close watch on our budgets. Your ShopRite supermarket is helping with economy dishes that are high in nutrition, low in cost. First cut beef chuck steaks, just 57 cents a pound. Semi-boneless chuck steak or roast, 97 cents a pound. Beef liver, just 57 cents a pound. Pork loin, a 7-rib cut, 77 cents a pound. Dress up your beef dishes with fresh mushrooms, just 79 cents a pound. Throughout the store, you'll find a lot more for a little less at ShopRite.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
I think it was Sir Winston Churchill who said that when the human brain grabs hold of a thing, a worry, a concern of some sort, an anxiety, it grips that thing as in an iron fist and will not let it go. Clearly, then, this is what has happened to Ernest Montresor, who, even while she was alive, could not get his wife's sneering smile out of his head. And now that she has been placed in the family vault on the estate near Baton Rouge, Louisiana, well, listen.
Ernest. Ernest.
Yes, Anthony, what?
It's more than half an hour since everyone left. Constance and I are getting chilled to the bone here in the vault. Let's go back to the house.
Not till I'm sure the lid of Berenice's casket is nailed tight.
But you are sure?
It's madness, I know, Anthony. But I have the fear that somehow, in some way, she'll get out of her coffin and haunt me.
You're letting your imagination run away with you, Ernest. You're tired, overwrought. My sister is dead. She'll not get out of her coffin. Come now.
Ernest.
Yes. Let us return to the house.
I'll close and lock the gate.
No, I will. There. She's well nailed down in her coffin. Well locked in, too.
Yes. Now let's...
No, wait.
Good Lord, man, what now?
I must make sure the lock is strong. Sound and strong.
Now, Ernest, dear, that's enough.
Don't tell me what is enough. Don't...
Ernest.
Dearest, what is it? Why are you looking at me with such fear?
Never, Constance. Never so long as you live, smile at me like that again. You look like Berenice.
But, Ernest,
My nerves are shaking. I need a drink. Excuse me.
He's in trouble, Constance. We'd best catch up with him.
But, Anthony...
Nothing to worry about, really. You just upset him a little when you smile.
But that's the point.
What?
I didn't smile. Will you take another brandy, Anthony?
Thank you, no, Constance. As they say, one is as good as more.
I wish Ernest thought so.
Yes, he is drinking a bit too much, though he doesn't show it.
His nerves burn up the spirits quickly. I have never seen him in such a nervous condition, never so exhausted.
Let's hope he's having a good, deep, restful sleep.
Speaking of what is good for Ernest, I hope you'll be able to stay with us a while, Anthony.
I should like to, but I have pressing business in Baton Rouge.
A few days? It would be such a comfort to Ernest.
I'm sure, but the comfort he really needs is what you can give him. Constance, may I speak frankly?
Of course.
In ordinary circumstances, by which I mean had Ernest and Berenice still loved each other, I'd not suggest anything of this sort, but... Well, all things considered, Constance, I should like to see you marry Ernest as soon as possible.
Berenice not yet cold in her grave, and you?
I do, yes. Constance, you alone can give him the love and the warmth he so desperately needs.
I know, but... Oh, Anthony, whatever she was, Berenice was my sister. How can I, in all conscience, marry her husband within so short a time? It would be an act of indecency.
Oh, no, an act of charity and of love. My dear, no immediate decision is needed. Think about it and should...
No!
What in the name of heaven?
It's Ernest!
No!
Come, quick!
No! Ernest, merciful Lord, what is it?
Oh, it's you. You, good friend, and Constance. Then it was a dream.
What was, my dearest?
I dreamed that I was awake, that I'd awakened from a sound sleep. It was all so real. I heard the storm outside and saw lightning brighten the room and thought, oh, good, I did manage to sleep and get some rest, and now I've awakened and...
Yes, and?
And then I saw it, hanging in the darkness of the room, burning bright in the black pitch of night. Saw it.
Gently, my darling, gently now. Saw what?
Her smile. Berenice's smile, her disembodied smile, nothing else. It hung suspended in the dark before my eyes, the lips drawn back, the teeth shining in the blackness.
Oh, Ernest.
And then her teeth. Those terrifying white, even teeth parted as she began to laugh. The most hideous laugh I have heard in all my life. Her mouth, her bodiless mouth, as it laughed, it started coming closer to me. Closer. And I screamed.
Anthony, what's to be done?
We must fetch the doctor, and at once.
Ernest, stop for a bit. Oh, let's rest.
Of course, my dear, of course. Here, let me help you down.
Thank you, Ernest. There's a log over there. Shall we sit?
I would rather stand and hold you.
Oh, you are feeling better. Come, let's sit down.
No, wait.
Ernest?
Please, listen, Constance. Anthony returns to Baton Rouge tomorrow. I had a talk with him this morning. He knows I'm devoted to you and you to me. He urged, not that I needed urging, that I ask you to marry me.
Ernest,
Do say yes, Constance. I beg you. Say you'll marry me.
That's exactly what I was going to say once you gave me the chance.
You will? You'll marry me?
Oh, I will. Oh, I will.
Constance. Oh, Constance. Let's hurry back and tell Anthony.
Yes, that dear good friend of yours will be relieved to know, I'm sure.
Here, I'll give you a hand up. There.
Oh, Ernest, my horse.
Oh!
Ernest, he's running away with me.
Anthony, I must go up.
Patience, good friend. The doctor should be down any moment.
But he's been with her for more than an hour. I knew she was seriously injured. I knew it the instant I picked her up.
The way you described it, it was a bad fall.
The horse, running away, for what reason God alone knows, tried to leap a high fence, failed to make it, and came down rolling on Constance as she lay beneath him.
Oh, terrible. But no sense anticipating the worst. Constance may not be seriously hurt at all.
Constance is dying.
What?
She is dying.
Oh, come now, Ernest. You carry even your nerves too far.
There's something I didn't tell you. When I got to Constance, she was unconscious. I knelt beside her, got my arms under her, raised her, and stood up. I began to carry her to the house. A long distance. I'm not very strong. I tire easily. And so after a short time, I stopped for breath and looked at her. Looked into her face, Anthony.
Yes?
Her eyes were open, and she was smiling. The lips pulled back, the teeth showing. For an instant, she looked like Berenice. For that instant, she was Berenice. Doctor, is she?
Don't bother him now, Ernest.
But I can bear no more of this waiting, this interminable waiting. Look at her. So deathly white, scarcely breathing, if at all.
Ernest?
She called my name. Constance. Oh, my own dear Constance.
Hush now. When I am gone...
No, you must not go. You cannot leave me. You cannot.
When I am gone, I say, no longer with you. Remember that it will be only on this earth I am not with you. In spirit, I shall be beside you always.
You are not going to die. You will be at my side, alive and beautiful, and my own dear adored wife.
No, that is not to be. Berenice has seen to that.
Berenice?
She was there. Just before my horse leaped the fence. I did not fancy it. She was there. She stood on the other side of the fence, smiling.
Oh, God in heaven.
And I knew, in the second that I saw her, the second before the horse crashed, I knew that she is a tormented soul, a soul that cannot rest until she has forgiven the sins she committed on earth. The sin she committed against you.
There is no forgiveness for what she did.
There is. It is in your heart, my darling, if you will only search for it and find it.
You are asking me to forgive her?
Yes.
Never. I could never.
You must. You must. For my sake. Will you try? That is all I ask before I leave you, my dearest. Will you try?
I will try.
And I, in another world, will love you for it more than I have ever loved you in this. Kiss me.
Oh, no. No, not if by saying that you tell me the time is near. Not if you tell me that. Yes. Oh, yes. Constance? Constance?
I'm sorry, Ernest. She's gone.
Oh, no.
Leave him to me, Doctor. You have other matters to handle. Come, Ernest. Sit down. Here in this chair. Sit, and I'll pour you a brandy.
Dead.
I know how you feel, but you mustn't go to pieces. Think of what she said, that she will be with you, at your side always.
What good is that if I cannot see her, touch her? What is he doing, the doctor?
What must be done? Closing her eyes, straightening her limbs, placing her hands in repose.
When he is finished, I shall sit with her, Anthony.
Of course.
And not leave her side till we take her to the vault. What's that?
What?
Listen. Someone laughing.
No one is laughing, Ernest.
Berenice. It is Berenice.
Ernest.
She is laughing from the vault. From the vault. You doubt me? Here. I throw wide the window. You hear? You hear?
I hear nothing.
Laughing in triumph. Vicious triumph, because once again she shattered my heart. Laugh, damn you, laugh. But I shall have done with you yet. I shall. Oh.
Doctor, quickly. He's fainted dead away.
So, in fevered imagination, in the sickened mental state brought on by unbearable grief, Ernest fancies he hears the hideous laughter of Berenice, pursuing him, haunting him, driving him mad in death as she did in life. Or is it fancy? We'll know more about that when I return for Act 3.
Some beer drinkers have funny ideas about beer. They think beer improves with age, like wine. We'll find a brewmaster, though. You'll find a beer drinker who knows better. The Budweiser brewmaster says it all depends on how beer is aged. Just letting beer sit in lagering tanks makes it older, not necessarily better. That even goes for keeping a case around the house for a couple of months. But there is one kind of aging that's good for beer. The Budweiser kind. Beechwood aging. In this kind of aging, something happens. It lets all the flavor of the choicest hops and best barley malt that go into Budweiser get through to you. Sure, it takes more time and trouble to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Scarcely has the breath of life fled the body of his beloved Constance than Ernest Montresor hears, or thinks he hears, the triumphant laughter of his dead wife, Berenice. Even though Ernest's friend and attorney Anthony Lamb did not hear the laughter, can we say the laughter echoed only in Ernest's imagination? If it comes to that, who can say that imagination is not reality? Be that as it may, let us now join Ernest and Anthony in that family vault.
It would seem that you're right, Anthony. Berenice must still be in her coffin. The lid is tightly nailed.
Of course.
But her laughter, so horribly clear.
Ernest, there was no laughter. You imagined it.
No, I heard it. She murdered Constance. She made the horse run away, fall, and kill her. Oh, Anthony, how can I rid myself of Berenice? Can I get rid of her? She was vile, vicious, clever. Clever.
What?
Clever. That's it, clever. We look at this coffin lid. We see it tightly nailed, and so we think she's still there.
Of course she is.
No, don't you see? She was clever enough to nail it shut again after she left it. Here, give me that pry iron.
You're not going to...
I must be sure. I must make absolutely certain she is still in her coffin. Otherwise, I dare not bring Constance here.
Ernest.
Can't you understand? Constance will lie here in the same vault with Berenice. If Berenice has the power to leave her coffin, what might she not do to the sister she hated as she hated me? You see? You see, you understand?
Yes, Ernest.
So then... There.
Well, are you satisfied?
The body seems not to have moved. She is dead. No doubt about it. Berenice is dead.
No question, my friend. You can set your mind at rest.
Anthony, would you nail the lid back on? I want to go to Constance. Be with her until we bring her body here.
Ernest.
Yes, Anthony?
Ernest, it's 2:00 in the morning.
Not for her. Not for Constance. For Constance, there is no time now.
Ernest, please go to bed.
To bed? To dream? Once again to ride a nightmare?
I asked the doctor to give me a sedative for you. Now, if you'll take it...
It will do no good. More harm than good. I've taken them before, and I cannot leave Constance alone. Not to the awful loneliness of death.
I will stay with her.
No. I will. I must.
Ernest, hear me now. You will drive yourself mad if you go on like this. As your friend, I...
What? You heard it? I am not hearing things.
That sigh. It was Constance. And look, Ernest, look.
Color. Her cheeks. Color coming into her cheeks. Pulse. How do you feel for a pulse?
Now, let me...
Yes? Yes?
There is no pulse. And yet, a faint warmth. Her wrist beneath my hand feels... Ernest, I tell you, there is warmth.
Alive. She is alive. Oh, God, God, in your merciful goodness, I thank you. Thank you.
And while you're thanking God, I'll fetch the doctor. Thank you, Doctor. I'm sorry to have put you through all this trouble. Thank you, and good night. I'm sorry, Ernest.
Strange. Strange.
Very. There was color in her cheeks, warmth in her body.
Yet by the time the doctor arrived, the warmth had fled, the color vanished. She was once again a corpse. Anthony, what do you make of it?
I cannot say. I don't know. It's one of the most baffling things I've ever seen. But then Mangrove Manor seems alive with strange things.
Not so strange if you had lived a year with Berenice. If you had come to know her as the devil she was.
I begin to believe you. It's 4 a.m, and I've been up. We both have been since early yesterday. There'll be much to do tomorrow, and both of us must get some rest.
No, not I. I will stay with Constance.
All right, Ernest, but be sensible. But take that large armchair in the corner and see if you can at least doze for a time.
Very well.
I'll go to my room for an hour or two of sleep.
All right. And Anthony, thank you for all you've done.
That's nothing. Nothing.
Constance. My lovely Constance. I'll not leave you. I shall be there in that chair across the room. In this chair, Constance, still very near you. Still watching you, waiting with you, through the long silence of death. Again? It was you? Again? You are sitting up. You are leaving the bed and coming toward me. You are not dead. You live. Oh, let me see your face. I cannot see it. The shadows and burial shroud hiding it from me. Take the burial shroud from your face. Let me see you. Constance, beloved, let me see you. Why do you laugh, my darling? Why? Is it happiness at finding yourself alive? Is it joy in knowing you're not dead after all? Here, let me take away the shroud. There. What? The lips, what? The teeth. Berenice. You are Berenice and Constance's body.
Ernest, no, it was not a nightmare.
I thought it was. I thought I'd had another horrible dream, that I'd gone to sleep in the chair and dreamed it all.
I might have thought so, too, if I'd only found you lying on the floor unconscious. But, my dear friend, I cannot describe my shock. Constance's body was sprawled across yours.
Constance's body? But Berenice's spirit?
Don't think about it. Put it out of your head.
Impossible. It is etched in acid in my memory. I shall see it in every moment of my life, waking or sleeping. The lips curled back in that fearful sneer. The teeth. The terrifying teeth. If only I could blot them from my mind, but I can't.
Perhaps you can. Perhaps there is a way.
What?
If, as you think, Berenice is using Constance's body to haunt you, torment you...
She is.
Then all we need do is what we must do in any case. Bury Constance in the vault.
But of course, I sicken at the thought of placing my own dear lovely Constance in that cold, moldy chamber. And yet it must be done. And with her body locked within the vault, Berenice will be unable to haunt me.
But I must leave, Ernest. I have stayed as long as I can, far longer than I anticipated, and I do have other business, pressing business in Baton Rouge.
The thought of being alone in this huge and empty house, is there no way to persuade you?
I'm sorry, Ernest, but there isn't. I've done all I can for you. You know I have.
Of course I know it. There is no better friend in all the world than you, and I have no right to urge you to stay, none at all. But I am afraid. Afraid to be alone. Afraid... Of all things, it is a madness. Afraid of Berenice's teeth.
I suppose it is a form of madness. Berenice is dead and buried. Constance is dead and buried, and so Berenice cannot inhabit her corpse to torture you.
She'll find a way.
She will not.
She will. She lies in that vault out there, and in time her body will rot. But teeth do not. And so long as a tooth remains in her skull...
Ernest, it's 10 o'clock. I have a long, hard ride ahead of me tomorrow. I must get to bed, and so must you. We are both very much in need of rest.
Rest? So long as I live, there will never again be any rest for me. What? Berenice, that laugh. Did I hear it or only dream? Open the window and listen. Nothing. A dream, another nightmare. To bed, Ernest, too. But what is this? I'm wet to the skin. My nightclothes are drenched. My feet caked with mud. Oh, wait, it comes back to me now. The dream. The nightmare. Was it a dream or did I? Anthony! I'm coming.
Good Lord, man, what is it now?
Come into my room.
Yes, but what is it? What's happened? Another of your awful nightmares? Well?
I don't know.
You don't know if you had a nightmare or you didn't?
If it was a dream, then that's what it was. But if it wasn't, if I really did the thing I thought I dreamed, then Anthony, I am mad.
What do you mean?
I mean that if I really did it, I've done something so horrible it could only be the work of a madman.
Ernest, what did you do?
I dreamed. Oh, make it a dream. But look at me. My clothes soaked through, my feet muddied. I must have done it.
Done what? What?
I left my bed and went outside to the tool shed.
The tool shed?
And found what I was looking for. And then I went to the vault.
In this storm you went?
Yes, to the vault. I unbolted the gate and went in. And then I pried open Berenice's coffin.
Oh, no.
Yes. There she lay, moldering in death. But the lips drawn back and the teeth, those white, even, perfect, gruesome teeth, exposed. I stared at them, stared in a horror of fascination. And then taking the instrument I brought with me, I did what had to be done to save my sanity.
What? What did you do?
I dare not speak of it, put words to it. Nor can I bear to look.
Look?
To see, was it dream or reality?
Look at what?
When I had done it, I returned here to my room. I placed the instrument on the mantel. In my dream, I placed it there. And though it must be a dream... Please, go to the mantel. See if the instrument is there.
Very well, Ernest. I see nothing here but a pair of pliers.
Oh!
This is the instrument you used in your dream?
No dream. No dream. Can't you understand that now? No dream. The pliers are there. I did it. May a merciful God forgive a madman. I did it. The table. My bedside table. Look there now. Look. They are there.
They're here. On your bedside table. All of them. All of Berenice's teeth.
A toothsome tale, was it not? Something to let your imagination chew on? Sorry, couldn't resist that. Seriously, though, this story, as many another, reflects that certain mystery which has puzzled mankind since the first tick of time. Which is the reality of our lives? Which the dream? You got me. I'll be back shortly.
Murder on the Orient Express is movie magic. The most entertaining evening of the year cheers Liz Smith of Cosmopolitan. Judith Crist, New York Magazine, claims Agatha Christie's marvelously intricate whodunit becomes a joyous experience, a feast in any season. And Playboy calls it sheer old-fashioned escapism. See Murder on the Orient Express from Paramount Pictures, rated PG, parental guidance suggested.
Murder on the Orient Express is now playing at a theater near you.
Our cast included Norman Rose, Michael Tolan, Joan Lovejoy, and Roberta Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a wonderful adjective of Scottish derivation, eldritch. It means weird, eerie, uncanny. And what, in the murk of night, particularly on Halloween, is more eldritch than the faraway sound of muffled bagpipes drifting across the Scottish moor? The reason for that droning, mournful, half-heard skirl is the subject of this tale.
Offered you freedom this Halloween night. Dare you risk and reach for the prize?
Where must I go?
First, you must answer me. Will you go?
When a witch herself asks the question, what choice do I have? Yes, yes.
Then hold fast, St. Vincent. You're on your way to hell.
Our mystery drama, It's Hell to Pay the Piper, was adapted from the Sir Walter Scott classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin, and stars Ian Martin. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Allied Van Lines. I'll be back shortly with Act. This is a legend handed down from father to son from the 18th century. The lord of a district exacted fealty and fees from all who lived on his land. The lord was an absolute ruler over his small domain, with no one to defy him but the witches, the bogles, the warlocks, and the carlins, the mystic folk of Scottish legend, of whom let man beware as of the devil himself. And once having brushed with them, the penance a man pays follows him the rest of his time, especially if they should have caught him the night before All Saints' Day, the night we know today as Halloween.
Who is that pair, then? Who else but Steen Steenson himself would be out on a night like this? Oh, there, boy. I'm glad to see you. I was worried you might have defected this last year of penance. Not likely after all I have lived through. 13 years. Off with you. And into the kirk while I stand guard by the door. You have your pipes? Okay, right here in their mahogany box. But whether I'll have the strength to blow on them for 6 hours, I don't know. I'm not as young as I used to be. Nor am I. Where are we now? If you want to keep that soul of yours out of hell. The way I found myself in the predicament that brought me to the pledge and penance came about over 13 years ago. The laird up at Red Gauntlet Castle was Sir Robert then, and in King Charles' time, he was in great favour. Far and wide, though, was he hated and feared. Men thought he had a compact with the devil, that he was proof against steel, and that bullets hopped off of his butt coat like hailstones on a rock. For all that, he wasn't a bad master to those loyal to him, the likes of me, for example, who was a kind of favourite to him for my play in the pipes. But at the time a story begins, I was in dire trouble with the master. It's not as if I was asking for the moon, Jock. You might as well for all the silver you'll get from me, Steenie Steenson. For everyone knows well enough, money burns a hole in your pocket. Hey, but it's not to spend on foolishness. It's for my rent. How much have you got? 400 merks. And how much do you need? 1,000. 1,000, is it? Do you think me daft enough to lend you 600 merks? I couldn't meet the spring reckoning either. It's for 2 terms. Well, what happened when you came to Sir Robert empty-handed? My knees were like to melt with fright. He was bad with the gout then, and it was all old Dougal, his manager, and old Hutchin, his butler, could do to hold him down in the chair when I told him I came empty-handed. You talked him out of it then? I brashed my way through, but... Then have a try at it again, and maybe he'll wait a while on the autumn payment. There, now you bide a wee till I calm down Mary inside, and then I'll put you away in the barn.
Is that you, Steenson?
Oh, the very man, Mary, my sweet.
Well, don't give me any of your soft talk. Get yourself inside here and tell me, did you raise the rent?
Not all of it.
How can you be so calm with that old devil of a laird sitting up there ready to throw us out of home and fireside? Oh, well, I might have known. Drinking again as usual.
Oh, now, Mary, I just stopped by Jock McCraw's place to see if I could borrow the money I need.
And of course you had to go spending what you'd already borrowed. If you'd only take the pledge with the minister as I begged you to. Oh, what's that now?
Well, open the door, woman, then, and see.
Mr. Stevenson, God save you. And you, Steenie.
Will you step in, Mr. McCallum?
Only for a moment, for I bear no good tidings.
Eh? How's that?
Oh, himself is in a rage like I never have seen. Sure, the gout has him, and that always unsettles him. But there's something beyond that that troubles my lord. It's as though some devil were gnawing away at his vitals. Or that damned little female monkey, heaven knows who sent him as a gift, has cast a spell across him.
How do you mean, Mr. McCallum?
Why, he dresses the evil little thing as though she were his mistress. And she's always sitting on his shoulder, chattering and whispering as if the nonsense she makes had some meaning.
But how does this affect me, Dougal? What bad tidings do you bring?
Well, you can. Well, you're in arrears for 2 terms.
Oh, I know.
Well, I'm here to collect.
I don't have it all. I'll give you what I have.
How much?
400.
Is that all? Well, he'd never accept the rage he's in. Steenie, I warn you, I'll be back this night by 5 at the castle. You'd better be there, too, the silver in hand, by that time.
Dougal, have a heart. Don't ask me to venture out after dark. You know the witches and bogles are all gathering for Halloween at this week's end.
You have more to fear from Sir Robert than any bogles or witches. If you have the money, come, no matter even if it's after dark.
And so it was back to Jock McGraw's pub to make him the one offer I knew he'd be hard put to it to refuse.
10% interest is against Maggie if you don't pay back within the 12 months.
Hey, that's right. Oh, she's the finest mare this side of the Tweed.
I'll take your offer. 600 marks. But first, before all, we'll write out the receipt to be witnessed.
And so away I trotted to Redgauntlet Castle with a full purse and a light heart, glad to be out of the laird's danger. Save that it was a wee after 5, and by the time I got there, it was to find that Sir Robert had fretted himself into a fit of the gout because I was late.
Have you got the silver?
Okay.
Well, that's the best part. Now for the other. He's in a terrible fit of temper, so be ready for anything. And that jackanapes is sitting on his shoulder, ready to bite or scratch or stretch out her greedy little hands for whatever's in reach. Steer clear of her. I swear she's a witch disguised. There he goes, blowing on his silver whistle. Before he takes the apoplexy, let's get up to calm him down.
Sir Robert sat, or I should say, lay, in a great armchair with his grand velvet gown and his feet in a cradle. His face was fired up and as ravaged as Satan's. The monkey, in a red laced gown, sat in the chair behind him with Sir Robert's wig perched racily on its head. Pistols and his swords lay by him, but more deadly to me, the rental book.
That's Stephen, is it not? Of Stevenson, called Steenie, right? That's your true man, my lord. He brings his rent, sir. Is that so, then?
Here it is, your lordship.
Is it all here, Steenie, man?
I believe your honor will find it all right.
Here, Dougal, then. Give Steenie a glass of brandy downstairs whilst I count the silver and write a receipt. As you wish, my lord. Come, sir. Oh, God, take me. The fire is on me again. Get me some cold water for my feet. Oh, Steenie, run quick. Call for Hutchin to get the water.
Hey, yes, Dougal. Hutchin!
What is it?
The laird is having an attack. Dougal bids you bring water as fast as you can.
I will. Cold water for my feet and hot wine for my throat. Oh, hush, Lord. We'll bring you what aid we can. Oh, the devil himself is tugging at my coattails.
What can I do?
Nothing. Go on, lad, go.
Hey, but I have no receipt for my rent.
Here's the bath of cold water. Oh, the foul fiend has me in his grasp. Set me free. Help me get his feet in the water.
Sure, and I will. My receipt, Dougal.
Which don't bother us now. If it isn't enough what we have to handle, that monkey has to interfere. Quiet, you. Shall we put his feet in the water? Aye. But let's rid of this beast fast.
If I could just have my receipt, I could go.
Don't bother us now. Away with you, and let us do what has to be done.
I, Dougal, I suppose it were better.
Put his feet in the water hatch. Oh, rats and damn me. I'm burning up as if I was in hell. Here we go. God in heaven, is there no relief? We're by your side, Laird. We'll see you free. What's it?
Free. The dark is done, and this is the witch's time. All belongs to me.
Is that the monkey? Talking. What did he say? I didn't hear it. Oh.
But I heard the monkey talking, and I went running as fast as my heels might carry me out into the darkling night, knowing the laird had gone to his just deserts, and that tonight the devil and all was abroad. I made straight for the pub. I took a bottle by myself and snugged into the darkest corner. Time passed, and I lost myself in the Scotch mist, till all of a sudden old Hutchin was beside me.
The laird is gone, shivering and shaking and crying out like he was turning on the coals.
Oh, God save us all.
Amen.
Is Dougal with him?
Aye, in more ways than one. For when he offered him his cup, after he drank, he flung it away from him against poor old Dougal's head, and the weight of the pewter crushed his skull. The one's as dead as tether.
Hey, but my rent, I have no receipt. Was it entered in the book?
I know nothing at all, except that when I ran from the room, that ungodly monkey was bouncing up and down, gibbering and mocking, as if in sheer delight, like some damn goblin witch, I believe it to be. I've fled here to keep my sanity and to try to feel safe. But I feel in my bones we'll no one of us be safe till the week is out and the midnight bell strikes in All Saints' Day and makes us safe and sure again.
So the rent is paid, but Stephen Stevenson has no receipt, and the laird is dead, and with him the only witness that it was ever paid. And this is only leading up to that baleful night in Scottish legend, a far cry from our only mischievous trick-or-treat night, a night when all the fiends of hell are free to roam before the dawn of All Saints' Day drove them back into hiding and darkness. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Like all good Scotsmen, a few liberal doses of the bonny barley brew made the night seem brighter. And the nearer they got to the bottom of the bottle, the farther their fears receded. For that matter, the drizzle had eased up, the wind died down, and the moon had risen. And if Steenie was just a wee unsteady on his legs as he went to the window to look out, he still had no trouble saying,
It's a bra brick, munnik. And if you say that, you're a risk. After all, Hutch, old lad, it's not Halloween as yet.
Aye, that's true enough.
Any witches come flying by, I'll give them such a clop on their bustles, they'll go black hat over tea kettle off their brooms.
That's the courage of you, Steenie, lad.
I wonder who'll be taking over now Sir Robert is gone.
That'll be Sir John. There's a rider away post-haste up to Edinburgh to bring him down for the funeral.
Oh, aye. Is he as hard a man as his father?
Well, yes and no. He's a fair man. I've got to say that for him. But he's a stickler for detail. And a man for the books. For the books. He'll not let a penny slip through his fingers.
So I'd heard. That's why I'm away up to the castle with you.
I don't follow you.
Why, do you see, Hutchin, I've got no receipt. So I must recover the money I paid. It was right there on the table waiting for him to count out when he had his attack. You must have seen it.
That I did not. We were that busy trying to handle the laird.
But after, when you had him laid away, you saw it then.
Ne'er a sight of it. When Dougal passed away, I left straight here for the pub, where I could have a drink.
Oh, then it still must be lying on the table. So come, man, come. We have to recover it before one of the castle guards finds it and pockets it.
It's awful quiet here in the castle.
Aye, it's like as if it were empty of everybody but the dead.
Here, let's in and get you your money.
Now, where could it be? On the table here, by the rent book, alongside the chair. Oh, no. What is it? It's gone. Could Dougal have taken it?
No. I laid him out myself. There wasn't over a handful of coins in his pocket.
Well, it's got to be somewhere. Let's have a look in his desk. Don't be touching that. You'll have your head for it. How canny the man is dead, is he not? Good God defend us. Was that the master's whistle? Woe be to either Dougal or me if we never answered his summons. Oh, where are you going, Hutch? It came from his bedroom. He's calling me. How can he be? He's dead. I don't know. I only know when the whistle blows on the pain of my own life, I answer his call. Coming right there from his bedroom. The way he did every night when he was ready for bed. Yeah, but who's blowing it? No one ever blew it but him.
Dance to the whistle when he blows, lads. Dance to the whistle when he blows.
Merciful heavens.
You'll all dance to its tune. He'll summon you all to hell. Even you, my brave young man. Even you he'll get in the end.
At the awful sight, old Hutchin had fainted, and when I swallowed my own heart back from my mouth, I took to my heels like the devil himself were after me. Nor did I stop Maggie at the full canter till I reached my own home.
Oh, you're daft, Steen. Or what's worse, drunk.
I tell you, I saw what I saw. When we opened the door, there were torches enough to light the whole room. And the laird in his coffin, stiff as the corpse he was, while sitting on his chest, cross-legged in a black pointy hat, with her long nose threatening her chin, all wrinkled and withered, with fire spouting out of her mouth, and great long crooked fingers pointing a spell at me, was a witch. You can ask old Hutchin if you want.
I thought you said he fainted.
Well, when he comes to, then.
He was as drunk as you. Probably what the both of you saw was that ugly monkey at Sir Robert.
Ah, no, the monkey's gone, disappeared.
So she came back. It's all a fancy you've taken.
You weren't there to see, woman. And more than that, if it was fancy, who blew the whistle, eh? Who was blowing on the laird's whistle but himself?
If you ask me, I think the whiskey was ringing in your ears. But that's enough of your excuses. What I want to know is, was the rent paid?
Aye, it was paid the first time.
Then where's the receipt?
Well, I have no receipt. The laird died before he could count the money and write me one.
No receipt? Oh, merciful God in heaven. What's to become of us when the new laird takes over?
He'll surely take my word for it. Won't he?
And if he doesn't?
It didn't take me long to find out just how Sir John was disposed. For wasn't it on Halloween night its very self I was summoned to the castle? Oh, a wild night with the wind whistling and the moon buried in scudding clouds and the rain slanting down and soaking through the thickest wool, right down to the skin. At the castle, Hutchin took me to Sir John to introduce me and let me tell my story. He sat straight in his father's chair in deep mourning.
Sorry to bring you abroad on such a wild night. Goodman Stevenson, was it?
Aye, that's it. It's Steenie Stevenson, to all that know he.
I hear you're a good man with a bagpipe.
Oh, I played for your father, sir, and I hope to play for you. Anytime you command me, I'll always be ready.
I'll remember that, once we have finished our business.
Oh, yes, sir.
His was a sudden call. He'll be missed in the country. No time to set his house in order, and he left behind a tangled web to unweave. Let me see in the rent book. Yeah, you are down here for 2 quarters rent behind the hand, due at last term.
If it please your honor, Sir John, I paid that to your father.
Well, you took a receipt then, doubtless, and can produce it.
Well, indeed, I hadn't the time, and please your honor. For no sooner had I set down the silver, and your father had drawn it to him to count and write out the receipt, than he was taken with the pains that removed them.
Oh, my. Well, that was unlucky, was it not? But you may be paid it in the presence of someone, Steenie. I want only the simplest reassurance.
Well, troth, Sir John, there was nobody in the room at the paying but Dougal McCallum, his ground officer. But, as your honor knows, he's already followed his old master.
It's very unlucky again. The man you paid the money to is dead. The man who witnessed the payment is dead too, and the money appears to have disappeared. How am I to credit all this?
Hutchin was here, sir.
I have already questioned Hutchin. He never saw the money, and when you came back to the house, there was no evidence it had ever existed. But I must beg that you cease this silly masquerade. For, Stephen, I must tell you that you must pay or flit.
Leave my house? But where would I go?
If you have creditors, maybe to a debtor's prison, and think yourself fortunate that my judgment on you is not harsher. Well, do you suppose I have the money?
Far be it from me to say so.
Do you charge any of my people with having taken it?
Well, I would be loath to charge them that may be innocent, and if there be anyone that is guilty, I have no proof.
Then, if there is a word of truth in your story, the money must be somewhere. Now, where do you suppose it to be?
Well, if you will have my thoughts on it, Laird, then here they are. In hell, along with your father, his unholy monkey, and his silver whistle. Down the stairs I ran out of that parlor, while all the time the Laird was swearing blood and wounds behind me, as fast as ever did Sir Robert before him, and roaring for the bailiff and the baron officer. Maggie, you may well cry out this night, for the devil is to pay. I threw myself on Maggie's back and was off into the night. First off, I didn't know where I was headed, just so it was away from Red Gauntlet and Sir John's wrath. Then, in the cold and the damp, with the wind skirting around like a wild thing, I knew where I was going, and the 2 reasons why. Jock McGraw's pub. What ails you, man? Are you a friend of mine?
Well, I thought to be.
Then lend me a hand, Jock, or there's no other way. I'm to be cast out for no payment of rent, and for what I just said to the new Laird. I no doubt will soon be dancing at the end of a rope if I can't raise the money.
What happened to what I gave you the loan of?
Well, it was paid to the old Laird the night he died. But he never gave me a receipt, and the money just vanished into thin air.
Well, you have the gall to ask me for money when you've thrown away what I gave you already? Do you hear me all now? Here sits Steenson, false friend, thief, beggar, and bankrupt. The Laird and his officers are after him, so help me hold him till they catch him, for I have claim on his horse before any.
Stand back, all of you, or any man that approaches me near, I'll run him through. For I'm a desperate man this night, and to save my heart and home and my family, I'll ride the wind with the witches abroad, even if it blows me all the way to hell itself.
Poor Steenie, back against the wall, condemned by circumstance to the shameful name of thief and beggar, two names a Scotsman cannot abide. But an even worse fate awaits him as he rides through the Halloween night, when the graves gape open and the souls of the dead join the wild feast of demons and witches and all who cause mischief in this world and the other. A world which Steenie, in his anguish, mentioned by name, never dreaming his challenge might be taken up, and where his only redress for his wrongs will be found out of this world. I'll return shortly with Act 3. For a long while, Steenie Steenson hurtled pell-mell through the murky, wind-swept night, caring little for his safety or where he was heading. For what he took worst was the realization that his whole world would now regard him as a cheat and thief. And he took the loss of his good name as worse than all else. The night turned darker, and the trees blackened it even more yet as he found himself in Pit Murky's wood. Suddenly, his exhausted horse, Maggie, was galvanized into action, springing and leaping in full flight like a 2-year-old, and snorting and whickering in fear. For behind him, dipping and swaying among the tree branches, rode a hag on a broomstick, fast coming up on him, no matter that Maggie was running full out in frantic terror.
What's your hurry, Steenie? Whom do you please?
I'm shutting my eyes. You're not there. You're not there at all.
Oh, I'm here, all right, Steenson. If I weren't, you'd have no hope at all.
I have none now.
When all you need is money.
Without it, I've lost everything. My good name, my wife, my home, and for all I know, my head.
But with it, you could have all back.
Oh, only if you can lend me the money, mistress, whoever you are, and wait a long day for it. I have no other hope on earth.
But there may be some under the earth. Under the earth. The word.
Here, but I don't understand.
Steenie, would you dare great things?
What things?
Your old laird is distressed in his grave by your curses and the wailing of your family and your friends. But I tell you true, if you dare venture to go see him, he'll give you the receipt.
Well, how could you know that?
Open your eyes, Steenie. Look well on me.
Oh, Lord. Lord, help me. It's the Robert Monkey.
I am as you want to see me. But now, I have offered you freedom this Halloween night. Dare you risk and reach for the prize?
Where must I go?
First, you must answer me. Will you go?
Oh, what choice do I have? Yes.
Oh, then hold fast. Steenie Stephen, you're on your way to hell.
It was a belt of thunder like the crack of doom, and away I went into the blackness, sucked down like the quicksand of the soul. I came to that loathsome creature, now in the form of a witch again, was urging me forward to the door of Red Gauntlet's castle. How we came there, I knew not. But this couldn't be. This is Red Gauntlet.
It is, in truth. Does it seem that way to you? And if it is not from today, but yesterday. Knock on the door and find out. Find out.
If Sir Robert's death could only be a dream.
Piper Steenie, are you here? Sir Robert has been crying for you, roaring, fit to burst himself.
Dougal McCallum, is that you? I thought you were dead.
Dinna concern yourself with me, lad. Don't you trouble your head about any but your own self. See, you take nothing from anybody here, neither meat nor drink nor silver, except just the receipt, which is your own. Come.
Up and round the great staircase, Dougal led me to the banqueting hall. And the Lord take us and keep him. What a ghastly set of revellers sat about that table.
You might as well know where you are, Steenie.
With her head under her arm.
Mary, Queen of Scots, till they struck her head from her shoulders.
And the fat man with the veins in his nose.
Henry VIII, who's as much at home here as old Nick himself.
Oh, enough to turn the nails blue.
They would, were I to name the rest. Attila the Hun, Macbeth, and yonder in the corner, Jude himself. You've been noticed by Sir Robert.
Teeny the piper, come at last. Come forward, lad, and you'll give us a tune on the pipe. But first, have you settled with my son for the rent?
Indeed I have not, Laird. Sir John will not settle with me without a receipt.
You shall have that for a tune on the pipe.
Remember what I said. Take or do nothing but get the receipt.
I beg the Laird to excuse me. I'm tired and I'm afeard and I'm that cold. I don't think I have enough wind to fill the bag.
Well, then you must eat and drink, lad, for we do little else here.
Oh, I beg you to forgive me, sir, but I came here neither to eat, nor to drink, nor to make minstrelsy, but only to ask what is my own, to know what happened to the money I paid, and to get a discharge for it.
Now, Davy, there's no gainsaying you, Steenie, so here is your receipt. And for the money, my dog whelp of a son may go look for it in the cat's cradle.
Oh, I give you my thanks, and I beg leave to withdraw.
No, not a step yet. Here we do nothing for nothing. So you must return this Halloween at 12 months to pay your master the homage that you owe me for my protection.
I refer myself not to your pleasure, but to God's. When I came to myself, I was lying in the old red gauntlet churchyard with the scutcheon of Sir Robert hanging over my head and old Maggie feeding quietly by the minister's 2 cows. I would have thought the night was nothing but a dream, save that clutched in my hand was Sir Robert's receipt, fairly written in his hand. Sore troubled in my mind, I rode to the castle, and after great trouble, I got audience with Sir John.
Well, have you brought me my rent?
I have not, but I have brought your father Sir Robert's receipt for it.
His receipt? You told me he had not given you one.
Would your honor just see if the signature is correct?
Well, it's his hand, all right. But what is this date? The 31st of October from my appointed place this year. But this was yesterday. Oh, you villain, you must have gone to hell for this.
Oh, whether he be in heaven or hell, I know not, but I got this from your father this Halloween night.
Damn your impudent hide. I shall reveal you for a warlock to the Privy Council and send you to your master, the devil, with the help of a tar barrel and a torch.
Oh, no, I intend to reveal myself to the minister and tell him all I have seen last night. For he's fitter to judge than a simple man like me.
By the way, Steen, let's consider all. Now, if this story be true, where should we find this cat's cradle you mentioned?
Oh, we'd best ask Hutchin, the butler, sir. He knows all the odd corners better than any man. So it proved. For Hutchin remembered an old ruinous turret, long disused next to the clock house, accessible only by ladder, for the opening was on the outside far above the battlements. And that once it had borne the name of Cat's Cradle.
Hand me my pistol belt, Hudson, and help me buckle it hard.
Oh, it's fair dangerous to think of climbing up there and in the wind.
If it is to right or wrong, it is my duty.
Slowly and carefully, he climbed the ladder and disappeared into the turret. Then, of a sudden came... Hey, are you all right, my lord?
Aye, and all is right. I have found your money. Here is the real culprit. Make sure I've made a thorough job of making it dead.
What he had thrown down at my feet and Hutchins was the lifeless body of the monkey or ape or whatever it was. And later in the study, Sir John explained.
I want to make amends to you, Steenie. Here is your money, which I found among many things stolen away and missing through the years, which that witch imp had carried away to line its nest. Now keep it, and pay your debts. You shall have a year free to catch up again.
Oh, Your Honor.
Now, wait. I have not finished. I would wish no questions as to the health of my father's soul. So I think we could do better to lay all the damage on the monkey. That is, to forget your dream in Pitmurky Wood. You had a good deal from the bottle, and it would be hard to be sure of much. As for this document, well, it's a queer kind of thing. It would be best to put it in the fire.
But queer as it is, Sir John, it's all the voucher I have for my rent.
I will bear the contents to your credit in the rental book. It shall be done with witnesses.
I would wish to speak with the minister on the subject, for I like not the sort of summons of appointment Your Honour's father...
Do not call that phantom my father.
Well, then, the thing that looked so like him. You see, he spoke of coming back in a 12-month, and I had the notion that if I was called and had no way to refuse, it might be forever.
Very well. If you are so distressed in mind, speak to the minister.
The minister had a solution, all right. One was that I had to take the pledge and give up the bonny due for all these 13 years. And the other was that every Halloween, for 13 years, from 6 till the witching hour was past, I would play my serenade on the bagpipes, but safe within the hallowed walls of the church. And tonight is the last night. Well, that be the end of it at last, Minister.
Aye. Off you go home, Steenie. You're safe at last.
Home? Home, is it? Oh, no. I've cast out the spell now, and my first stop is going to be back at the pub. Fill it up, Chuck, lad. Fill it up. Oh, what a terrible thing.
What is that, Steenie?
My mouth is watering so for a taste at last that I'm afraid I'll dilute the bonny whiskey.
No fear with a glass that full. Here, bottoms up.
Aye, bottoms up. Hey.
Steenie, lad. What's with you at all? Wasting good spirits like that.
Are they good spirits?
Did I ever serve anything else?
Well, then drink this drink and tell me if it's all as it should be. Taste it for yourself.
You'll know after wring my arm. The best. You'll never find any better whiskey.
Oh, no. Oh, what they've done to me. This spell is not all over. I've lost my taste for whiskey. I'll be a teetotaler all my life.
perhaps not so poor, for he lived to the ripe old age of 101. And though he never touched a drink again, he never saw a ghost again either. Perhaps there never was a witch, but only an alien creature like a monkey, and a few of the illusions that smoke out of a whiskey bottle and create tales and legends the like of this. I'll be back shortly. Halloween seems to be falling out of favor. The hordes of small spooks, tiny skeletons, lipstick-smeared clowns, the homemade costumes from Dad's old top hat to pinned-up baggy trousers, the mock witches in Mother's old nightgown, no longer roam the streets in such numbers, and fewer are the houses that are ready for trick or treat. A little sad for the children, but don't you grown-ups be too foolhardy. Best not to venture abroad that night, for the real ghouls and ghosties die hard in America as well as Scotland. Our cast included Ian Martin, Arnold Moss, Bryna Rayburn, Court Benson, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Had been announced for presentation this evening has been canceled because of circumstances beyond our control. The workshop will attempt to arrange for its presentation in the near future. We offer instead a radio adaptation of Guy de Maupassant's famous short story, The Horla, starring Alfred Shirley.
A little island in a setting of sapphire sea. A pillar of black smoke twists up against the blue tropical sky from the glowing embers and flame-twisted debris of a house that once occupied the little clearing. A few hundred yards off the shore of the island, a ship rides at anchor. The gulls fly in lazy circles around its mast, or with bright, inquisitive eyes and beating wings, follow a small boat whose keel is just grating on the white sand of the beach.
All right, make her fast. Higgins?
Aye, sir.
You and Brown see if you can find some fresh water.
Aye, sir.
If you do, fill the jars.
Aye, sir.
Come on, Masters. Let's see what that fire was, and if anyone needs any help.
Aye, sir. Here's a path. Probably leads to the house.
Hasn't been traveled much. Not worn very wide.
Phew, it's hot. Yeah. Can't be very far, though. This island's just a pinhole on the chart. Cover that briar bush. It's like 60.
Don't I know it? Funny how still it is. There must be someone here.
I'll try a call.
Hello! Hello!
Did you hear any answer at all, Captain Contour?
No. No, it's quiet as a tomb. Try it again.
Hello!
That's everyone left after the fire.
Well, they didn't leave from this side of the island. There aren't any marks on the beach.
Oh, I noticed that, too. Here's a turn in the path here. Maybe we can see something then.
Yeah. Strange kind of quiet, isn't it? It's so dead still that it almost hurts your ears.
Yeah, that describes it exactly. Here we are. Captain, look.
Why, like a house, and it's burnt to the ground. The only thing left standing is that heavy iron door.
It's a terrible fire, all right.
I wonder why they had such a heavy door in such a spot as this.
Must have been afraid of something, Captain.
What could they have to fear on this island?
I don't know. Captain Contour.
What is it, Masters?
Isn't that a man over there, sitting under that tree?
Why, yes. Hello. Hello there.
What's the matter with him? He doesn't even turn his head.
Well, maybe he's deaf. Come on, we'll go and find out.
He's a young chap. Look at his face. He looks as though he's lived 1,000,000 years. What's he staring at?
We'll soon find out. What's happened, mister? I said, what happened here?
Saints preserve us. What's the matter with him?
He's mad. Mad as a hatter, master. Look at his eyes. They're fixed on those bushes over there. Here, take my gun and see what's over there, master.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, mister? Look at me. Look at me, I tell you. What's been going on here?
Captain Conforth.
Yes, masters?
There's a dead man here in these bushes.
What?
Yeah, shot right through the head.
Look through his pockets and see if you can find out who he was.
Hi, sir.
What do you know about that man over there in the bushes, mister? You'd better explain quick. If you don't, I'll put you in irons and give you to the authorities of the nearest port. Come, speak up.
The Horla.
You'll have a hard time explaining that to a court of law. Find anything, masters?
Nothing but this little black book. It's a diary, I guess. All full of dates. Used to be mostly about a chap named Horla.
What was the name?
Horla. Horla.
That's funny.
What is it?
Now, this fellow here has been babbling about this Horla.
Is the Horla a man, sir?
I don't know, master.
Well, maybe the diary would explain.
Perhaps. Here, let me see it.
Yes, sir. Man, over there in the bushes looks pretty dreadful. His face is all drawn up as if he'd had a terrible scare just before he died.
The first entry in this book is May 8th of this year. He's been in quite a cheerful mood. Listen to this. Today's been a glorious day. My new secretary and I spent the morning on the terrace together, talking about this and that. Nothing in particular. It's beautiful on these May mornings. That widespread town with its blue roofs lying under the bristling host of Gothic belfries. They're beyond number, dominated by the leaden steeples of the cathedral, and filled with bells that ring out in the limpid spring air. As we sat there, they began to ring, sending us the sweet and far-off murmur of their iron tongues, swelling, dying away, and swelling.
It's very beautiful, Monsieur Dufour.
I like it, Hunt. They say that familiarity breeds contempt, but the more I learn about this countryside, the dearer it becomes to me.
Have you always lived here?
Yes, and my father and forefathers before me. Oh, just look at the Seine. It rolls away like a silver ribbon.
Yes. Isn't that a Brazilian boat just going by?
The three-master, yes, I think it is. Probably out of Rio.
Rio. I was reading an interesting article about that place while I was waiting for you to come down.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, in the Revue du Monde Scientifique. Let's see, it is on page 14, I think.
What was it about?
Oh, here it is. I found it. A strange piece of news reaches us from Rio de Janeiro. Madness. An epidemic of madness comparable to the contagious outbursts of dementia that attacked the peoples of Europe in the Middle Ages is raging at this day in the district of San Paulo.
That is odd. I wonder what kind of madness.
Oh, the article goes on to tell us, the distracted inhabitants are quitting their houses, deserting their villages, abandoning their fields, declaring themselves to be pursued, possessed, and ordered about.
Pursued, possessed, and ordered about by what?
Well, I guess they don't know exactly.
What else does it say?
Well, the afflicted describe their masters as being invisible but tangible beings. Vampires of some kind who feed on their vitality while they sleep. In addition to drinking milk and water without, apparently, touching any other form of food. What do you make of that, Monsieur Dufour?
It is hard to say, Hunt. Oh, probably a simple case of hysteria that sometimes runs like wildfire through a group of people, generally originating in a perfectly natural series of events.
Well, I suppose that's the explanation, sir. Who are you waving to?
I thought I saw someone wave to us from the Brazilian ship. Perhaps I was mistaken, and yet
it might have been a bit of sail flying in the breeze.
Yes, it might have been.
Why, what's the matter, Monsieur Dufour?
Nothing. Nothing, I guess. A bit of a chill. For a moment, everything went black.
Can I get you anything, sir? Some water?
Oh, no. Thank you, Hunt. It is all right. Just a moment. Oh, that is odd. It seemed as though someone were whispering in my ear, whispering a warning of danger or death.
Your eyes are dilated as though you had a bit of fever, sir.
Then that probably accounts for the chill, and it's fogged my mind just enough so that I took that story of that Brazilian horror and wove a personal daydream around it.
Do you want me to send for the doctor, sir?
No, it is nothing but a passing weakness. By tomorrow I shall be my usual self. Strange how dark it has become.
Dark?
Yes, those clouds seem to have covered the sun. I suppose that is why it's so cold.
Why, the sun's shining quite brightly, sir. There isn't a cloud in the sky. It's really very warm.
Is it? I wonder if I am going blind.
Blind?
No. I can see clearly again. For a moment it was as though someone were holding a thick veil in front of me, and then it was drawn slowly away.
I'm afraid you're really quite ill, Monsieur Dufour.
Nonsense, Hunt. Hunt, where are you?
I'm sitting right here in this chair, sir. Right where I've been for the last half hour.
Oh, yes. That shadow passed between us. And for a moment I could not see you at all. Oh, what is that frightful din, that ringing?
It's the bells, sir. The church bells in Rouen.
Church bells? I don't like church bells.
But you said you did. But don't you remember? We were talking about them.
How could I? We have just this moment met.
Monsieur Dufour.
Huh? Oh, yes. That is my name, isn't it? For a moment I thought I was someone else.
I think you should have a doctor, sir.
I assure you that I am quite all right, although I think I shall go to my room and lie down for a while.
Shall I come with you, sir?
No, there is no need for the three of us going.
The three of us, sir?
Yes, the three of us. You and I and... Oh, strange. I could have sworn there was someone else.
There's no one else, sir.
No, of course not. I'll see you later in the day, Hunt. Perhaps when my mind will be more clear.
Yes, sir. And if there's anything I can do...
Those bells. Try to stop those church bells. There is no room for me to think. There. Diary. The story of another of my days belongs to you. June the 2nd. I have seen the doctor. He found no alarming symptoms of any kind. There were no warning signals of a lurking disease germinating in my blood or in my flesh. About 10 o'clock, I come up to my room. The instant I am inside, I double lock the door and shut the windows. I'm afraid, yet afraid of what? I lie down and wait for sleep. I feel that someone approaches me, looks at me, touches me. And he climbs on my bed, kneels on my chest, takes my neck between his hands and squeezes with all his might, strangling me. I struggle, I try to cry out, I try to move. I can't. I try to fling off this creature who is crushing and choking me. Suddenly I wake up, terrified, wet with perspiration. With shaking hands, I light a candle and I search the room. There is no one. I am alone. Come in. Oh, it's you, is it, Hunt?
Yes, sir. I was on my way to bed. Miss Harriet asked me to bring up your glass of milk. The one that you always have at night on your bedside.
Yes, thank you, Hunt.
Will you start on your holiday this weekend, Monsieur Dufour?
Perhaps.
We were all very surprised when you returned day before yesterday. Why did you change your mind and turn about and come back, sir?
I don't know, Hunt. When we got to Rouen, I stopped at the library. When I came out of the library and got back into my carriage, Then a strange thing happened. I opened my mouth to say, to the station. But I was unable to speak a word. Then my voice returned, and with the words to the station in my mind, my lips shouted, home, home. Shouted it so loudly that passers-by turned around to stare. I believe that I am losing my mind.
Nonsense, sir. You are perfectly sane.
Oh, I wish I could be sure of that.
What makes you say that, sir?
Well, for one thing, the milk.
The milk?
Yes, that glass or others just like it have sat on that little table beside my bed every night for the past month. My lips have not touched any of them, yet every morning the glass is empty and the milk is gone.
Perhaps you just don't remember drinking it, sir. People sometimes do things when they're half awake and then have no recollection of doing them when morning comes.
I wish it was so.
But who could it have been? Was your door locked as usual?
Locked, double locked, and the windows bolted shut.
And no person could have entered?
No. No person. No.
No animal?
No animals.
Then what could it be?
It was a thing.
A thing? What kind of a thing?
I don't know. If I don't find out, I shall go mad. An invisible being haunts me.
But anything we can't see, monsieur, doesn't exist.
Can you see the wind? No, but nevertheless, the wind exists.
Well, the wind. Of course, anyone can understand that, but, a being, an invisible being.
And why not a new being? Why should we consider ourselves the last, the most perfect? Perhaps some being has been created who is greater than us, better than us, physically and mentally.
Well, I grant that we're not perfect, sir, but a new being, well, that's stretching your imagination pretty far. What would you call this new invisible person?
His name has been shouted in my ears for days, and yet I cannot quite catch the word. My mortal ears are too deaf, too dull. One of these nights to hear and understand.
But where did he come from, if there is such a being as you described?
Do you remember that morning we met when we sat on the terrace and watched the boats go up and down the Seine?
Yes, I remember very well.
Do you remember seeing that three-master pass, the Brazilian ship, and how I thought I saw someone wave?
Yes, I said that it was probably a bit of sail flying in the breeze, but you waved back.
Oh, if only I hadn't.
Why did you say that, sir?
You remember on that same morning reading me that article from Rio about that epidemic of madness that had broken out?
Yes, I remember that too.
It told how people were leaving their homes and deserting their villages because they were pursued and possessed by invisible but tangible monsters.
You don't think.
What else can I think? You say that there were vampires of some kind who fed on the vitality of their victims while they slept. Didn't you say that they touched no other form of food or drink except water or milk? Milk? Who else could be responsible for that empty glass by my bed every morning?
But how did such a creature get here?
An exile from the land of his origin. He saw my house. Twice with that ship. I saw me wave. He deserted that vessel to live with me.
But his name, he must have a name, if he lives on Earth like you and I, and is not just a creature of madness. What is he called?
I don't know. Tonight I should try to find out. What is your name? What is your name? Invisible being, I know you are here. I know that it is you. Before long, I shall not be able to talk to you like this, for you will own my body. And the words I will speak will not be my words, but yours. The things I will do will be what you want me to do. Where are you standing? By my bed. By the window? By the desk? Or do you stand in front of this tall mirror? Ah! So that's where you are. Ah, I found you at last. I found you. This mirror, which was so faithfully reflected my face and form, is but a blank pane of glass as I stand in front of it. You are standing between the mirror and me, absorbing my reflection as a bit of blotting paper drinks up ink. I cannot see you, yet I can see where you are. What is your name? What is your name? It seems as if you were shouting in my ear, and yet I cannot hear you. Say it again. Say it again. Yes. Yes. Yes, again. Tell me again. Horla. Is that it? Horla. Now I know. Now I understand. Now I know who you are. Now I can fight you. Now I have a chance of winning. It will be a battle of wits, Horla. A battle of your wits against mine. And the stake for which we play. Listen carefully, Horla. The stake is your life against mine. And there is a prisoner. A prisoner in my room.
Are you sure?
Oh, of course I am sure. I waited until I saw the glass of milk lifted from the table. Then I ran out quickly and bolted the door. The Horla is locked in my room with the carriage waiting.
Yes, sir.
And the boat.
Wait for us till 10 o'clock, sir. Miss Harriet and George are on board now.
The captain will keep his promise and put us ashore at the island.
Yes, sir. He's being well paid for it.
And the house on the island, it is ready.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that is good. It's good. Hark. Did you hear that noise? The Horla has discovered that I am gone, that he's a prisoner. Come, hurry. Down the stairs into the carriage. We must get on board the ship and set out to sea before he breaks loose and joins us. Goodbye, Horla! Goodbye, Horla! Diary, your brown leather arms embrace another day. December the 2nd. What a beautiful day. What a peaceful day. Life is a joy once more. I am glad that I thought of this island, this tiny speck with the sea on every side. We have been here for 3 months. Hunt, Miss Harriet, George and myself. I feel like another man. As if I had died and had been given a new soul and body. I wonder where the Horla is. I wonder if he is searching for me. He will look in vain, for he will never find me here. The boat has just arrived with our first load of supplies. We must hurry down and see if they have brought any letters for me. I'll see you tomorrow, diary. December the 3rd. I have just read the page that I wrote in this diary yesterday. doesn't seem possible that a man who could be so happy in one day could be so thoroughly miserable 24 hours later. He is here. The Horla is here. He learned where I was hiding, and he came after me on a boat that brought supplies. All last evening, I had a vague sense of fear. Then last night, after I had gone to sleep, I felt him crouching on my chest. He pressed his mouth on mine and drank my life from between my lips, sucked it from my throat like a leech. When he rose from me replete, I awoke so mangled, bruised, and enfeebled. I could not move. What can I do? What can I do? There is only one thing left to do. Hunt, wake up.
Huh? What?
Quiet.
What?
Hurry, you have not time to dress.
Oh, what's the matter, Monsieur Duval?
Don't ask questions. Get out of that bed and follow me if you don't want to be burned alive.
But I don't understand.
What is there to understand? The Horla is here. He is locked in the other part of the house. This door is the only one left open. Come, hurry. Come this way.
Where's the fire?
It's all over the house. I drained the oil from the lamps and saturated the floors and carpets. In but a few moments, the whole house will be a raging inferno.
But Miss Harriet and George are in there.
Don't I know it? But there isn't time to warn them. Besides, if I open the door to that part of the house to let them escape, the Horla would escape too. Come.
Oh, but you can't. You can't leave them to die locked in like that.
Why can't I? It's either their lives or mine. Either they die by flame or I die at the hands of the Horla.
Oh, it's cold-blooded murder. Don't close that door. Open that door, I tell you.
Hunt, stand away from that door. I shoot you down. You can't stop me by force or with more than appeals. I've got the Horla just where I want him. Poison, bullet, or knife won't harm him. But fire.
Oh, listen to reason.
Reason. The Horla has stolen my reason. In a few moments, that house would be a horrible and magnificent funeral pyre. A monstrous fire lighting up the whole earth. A fire that would be consuming the human flesh of George and Harriet. And the inhuman flesh of him, my prisoner, him, the new being, the new master, the Horla.
Madman, you hear those screams? It's George and Harriet.
The Horla is in that flaming oven too, and the Horla is in that fiery back, and he's dying too. You see that long black shadow cast by the trunk of that tree? The shadow dances with the flames. Yours is dancing too, Hunt. Your long black shadow is dancing, and mine. Please, look.
What is it?
I have no shadow. Do you know what that means?
No.
It means that the Horla has escaped the flames. It means that the Horla is standing by my side. Like the time when he stood between me and my mirror, and I could not see myself. Now, the Horla is standing between me and my shadow. The Horla lives.
Is that the last entry in the diary, Captain Conforth?
No. There's one more, Master.
What's the date of that?
Last night. The night that this house burned to the ground and we saw the flames from out at sea. It says, the Horla still lives. As I write these words, he's at my shoulder, reading what I've written. I cannot kill him. There's nothing to do but kill myself. And that's the end of the diary, Master.
And he did kill himself?
Yes.
Poor fellow. Do you suppose it was all in his mind, sir?
creature created by a brain that was rotting away?
I don't know. What do you think, Masters?
I don't know. I wonder if there was an Horla.
The Columbia Workshop has presented a radio adaptation of Guy de Maupassant's famous short story, The Horla. It was dramatized for radio by Charles Tazewell. Bernard Herrmann conducted and composed an original musical score. Irving Reese directed. The Horla starred Alfred Shirley as Dufour. Mr. Shirley is one of radio's outstanding dramatic actors and has appeared in many workshop programs. He was supported by Edgar Staley as Captain Conforth, Santos Ortega as Masters, Morgan Farley as Hunt. The Columbia Workshop wishes to thank all its listeners who wrote for the Columbia Workshop booklet and to announce that it will be ready for mailing within the next week. For those of you who did not hear last week's announcement, we repeat that a booklet is being prepared listing a description of the next 13 productions which the workshop will present and also a brief history of the program, which we will be pleased to mail you if you will drop a postcard or a letter to the Columbia Workshop, CBS, New York City. Tune in next week for another workshop presentation under the direction of Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's only fair to warn you that this is very definitely a haunted house. Yes, there's a good old-fashioned ghost at large in these dark and dismal corridors. What's that? You're not afraid of ghosts? Yes. Why should you be? You've heard far too many ghost stories to be frightened by just another phantom. But be patient. We believe there's something particularly terrifying about the spirit who is about to jump out of your radio at you. We advise you not to turn off the lights when you hear this sound.
There, Mother. Did you hear it? Can't you hear it calling me? No, Heather. It's only the wind. You're just hearing the wind. No, it's her. I know it is. It's Elizabeth calling me. Calling for me.
Our mystery drama, You Owe Me a Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and General Electric. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Is there any place more fitting to begin a ghost story than a graveyard? But no, the Avondale Gardens would never use such a stark and grisly term, for this is the finest and most elegant cemetery in the Midwest, according to their brochures. And only the finest, and may I add, richest families bring their dear departed to these peaceful grounds and manicured lawns. No swirling mist envelops the funeral procession which is now taking place. The sun shines brightly on the mourners, and yet something in the face of Irene and Daniel Weston would chill the blood of any passerby as they stand at the newly dug grave and
solemnly stare at the white headstone.
Elizabeth Weston, beloved daughter of Irene and Daniel Weston, born 1954, died 1976.
Daniel, please. It's time to go.
22 years old, Irene.
I know she was 22 years old, and I know she's dead. And that's enough to know.
Is it, Irene? Is it?
The car is waiting. Cooper's been waiting for an hour.
If you want to go home, go home.
And leave you here? How would that look?
Your friends are all waiting for you, Irene, wearing their best mourning clothes. Go home. See them.
Not without you.
They can't wait to cry all over you, Irene. To show you how sad they can look. Don't spoil their fun.
Oh, dear God, how can you talk to me like that? Now, in this place.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I don't know what I'm saying. All I can think about is her.
There's no point in thinking about her. Elizabeth is gone.
No, I don't mean Elizabeth. I mean her sister.
We've already decided. There's no point in asking Heather to come home.
You decided that, Irene. I still say she'd want to be here now.
Oh, Daniel, it's over. There's nothing Heather could do here except what you're doing, wallowing in your own melancholy.
Yes, I know. That's how you feel.
It's getting windy. I'm cold.
Go home, I said. Take the car. I'll manage.
All right. I'll tell you what. I'll write to Heather this evening. I'll tell her what happened. She can light a candle for Elizabeth in Rome. The city is filled with churches. Let Heather mourn her there.
And you think that would take care of it?
Yes, I do.
You're wrong. Heather would want to be here. She was Elizabeth's twin. She loved her sister.
How could she love a sister she never saw? All right, Daniel. If you want to struggle home by yourself, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Irene?
Yes?
You're afraid to have Heather home, aren't you?
What?
You're afraid of her questions.
Goodbye, Daniel.
Elizabeth. My poor little girl. Forgive us.
Daddy.
What am I kissing? Elizabeth.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. Weston. 1 second. I'll open the car door for you.
Thank you.
Isn't Mr. Weston with you?
No, he decided to stay there for a while.
But how will he get home?
I'd say that's his concern, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, did you hear something?
Only the wind.
I could have sworn I heard something.
Well, the wind is like that. Close the door, Cooper. I'm freezing.
Yes, Madam, it's Mr. Weston. I'm sure of it.
Daniel? Oh, good heavens. Cooper, hurry. Hurry.
Mr. Weston, where are you? Please. Mr. Weston, what happened? It's my heart. Oh, my heart.
Daniel, what is it?
Mrs. Weston, I think it's another attack.
Oh, dear Lord.
She called me. She called to me, Irene. Elizabeth.
Daniel, don't try to talk, please. Cooper, see if you can find a telephone. Get Dr. Sherman here.
Yes, ma'am. It's too late.
Daniel.
It's too late. It's the last time, Irene. I know.
Daniel, please, just lie.
Now, you'll have to call her. You'll have to tell her to come home. For my funeral. No, I've never been to Europe myself, Miss Weston, but my wife says as soon as the youngest gets herself married, who knows?
They've widened this road, haven't they?
Oh, yes, 3-4 years ago. You've been away that long?
Longer, Cooper.
My. You must talk real good Italian by now. Well, there's the house. Oh, and there's your mother, right out front.
Oh, Heather! Oh, Mother, how wonderful it is to see you. It's been so terribly long. Oh, it's wonderful to be home, Mother. But for such a horrible reason. Oh, darling, come into the house. You must be exhausted. Oh, I'm all right. Oh, thank you for sending Cooper to the airport. It made things much easier. Oh, my darling, you look marvelous. So pretty. Oh, Mother. Heather, you got prettier in Italy. It's the way the men make you feel. Oh, Mother. Tell me all about Elizabeth. Darling, it can wait. No, please, tell me now. I know how Father died. I know about his bad heart, but why, Elizabeth? She just took sick, Heather. We brought her back from that place. They couldn't keep her any longer. Yes, you wrote me about that. And she was home only for a few days, and she developed this fever, this terribly high fever, you see. And then she died. Oh, why didn't you tell me that? Why didn't you let me come home so I could at least have seen my sister just once before she died? My own twin. Oh, Heather, come inside. I've got a fire going.
Well, hello there.
Oh, I didn't know you had company, Mother. Heather, I'd like you to meet Martin Henley, our new neighbor.
Well, not really so new, Irene. Been over a year since we bought the Verdon place.
Well, I mean, new to Heather.
Oh, yes, that's right. Your mother told me you've been living abroad for quite some time.
Yes, I have. Switzerland first. I went to school in Lausanne, then a year in London, then Rome. Heather was with the embassy. Don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't a girl diplomat. I was just a secretary.
Well, in any case, I'm sure it's nice to be home, but not under these circumstances, of course.
Well, I should have been here long before, when my sister Elizabeth came home. Did you meet her?
No, I'm afraid not. Your twin seems to have been ill from the moment she arrived.
Oh, Heather, would you like a drink? Or do you drink now? Yes, I can use something to warm me. Some wine, if you have it.
Well, no Chianti, but I think we have some sherry. That is, I'm sure Irene has some.
Sherry will be fine.
You know, I suggested to your mother that the four of us go out to dinner tonight. Here's your wine.
Thank you.
What I meant by the four of us, I have a son, David.
You like David, Heather. He's very easygoing.
Just out of the Navy. Just about getting his land legs back. But he's still got a sailor's eye for a pretty girl.
We thought you might enjoy that, darling. Enjoy it? Why, I'd love it. In fact, why don't we have a party? We can hire a band and dance the night away. Oh, darling, you misunderstood.
No, I'm just talking about a quiet evening, of course. Your mother and I just thought...
I'm glad you made all these arrangements for my amusement, Mr. Henley, but my father and my sister are dead. Only 1 month. I think I can wait just a little bit longer for continental food. Heather, you don't have to be offensive. If you'll excuse me, I want to take a walk. Oh, darling, it's cold out. I want to see the grounds, and Mother. It's dark. You needn't come with me. I wouldn't want to take you from your company. The old stone bench. I haven't sat in this bench for ages. I wonder if Elizabeth ever sat here. What in the world? Someone's calling. It must be Mother. I'd better go inside.
Hey, take it easy.
You scared the daylights out of me.
Well, there isn't any more daylight. Maybe that's why you bumped into me.
You're the one who was in the way.
Well, how did I know you'd come charging out of those trees?
They're my trees. Who are you?
David Henley. I was supposed to be my father here.
And me.
Yeah, I guess so. If you're Heather?
Yes, I'm Heather.
Oh.
Do you mind if I went inside? I'm cold.
Your mother said you were pretty. She didn't say you walked so fast. You want the truth? I'm glad that Dad and your mother went to the Red Barn by themselves. I hate the food there.
Too, continental.
For my taste. Give me a hamburger anytime. Does that bother you?
Oh, I haven't seen a real American hamburger
in 4 years.
Oh, wait till you try mine. In the Navy, I was known as the Barbecue King.
Your father was a Navy man, too, wasn't he?
How'd you guess?
Only looks like the type. Is your father widowed?
Yep. All he's got's me.
So you're an only child. I might as well have been an only child. I never saw my twin sister.
How come?
Oh, well, she wasn't well when she was born. Some kind of congenital ailment. She had to be in hospitals, sanitariums, places like that.
She didn't die in a hospital, though, did she?
No. No, when she was 21, she was allowed to come home.
Oh, I see.
I sent her a present here. A welcome home gift. It was an antique locket I found in Naples. The kind with room for 2 portraits.
Yeah.
I took 2 identical photos of myself and I placed them inside.
Oh. Hey, you're pretty emotional about this sister of yours, aren't you?
Why shouldn't I be?
The reason's too obvious to mention.
Because I never saw her.
You got it.
Oh, but you're wrong. I did know Elizabeth. How could I not know her? She was the other half of me.
What?
Oh, don't you know the theory about twins? That they're the same person, divided in half. Only an accident of biology separates them at birth, but they can't ever be truly separated.
Sounds pretty romantic. Like most legends.
I think the legends are true. I honestly believe there were times when Elizabeth felt my joys and my pain, and I hers.
I think your hamburger's ready. What do you want on your hamburger?
Oh, well, everything you got.
Onion, lettuce and tomatoes?
Uh-huh.
Pickle?
Of course.
Ketchup or mayonnaise?
Both, please.
Oh, you mean it?
I said everything, didn't I?
Your burger is 12 inches high.
I can manage it. Watch. And you see what I mean? I told you I would starve for a real American hamburger.
You've got ketchup all over your mouth.
Do I? Oh, where's the mirror?
It's over here.
Oh, that's not the only thing with the way I look. Why didn't you say something about my hair? Look at it.
Oh, it's just a little wind blown.
Oh, that was the strangest wind out there this evening. That's why I was running. The wind and something else.
What else?
I don't know. Oh, forget it. You know, every time I look in a mirror, well, I don't know if I'm seeing myself or Elizabeth. Well, now that my hair's combed, I guess I can finish my hamburger.
Yeah, you... Good Lord.
Well, what's the matter?
The mirror.
What about it?
It must be the light or my eyes or something.
What do you mean?
Well, I could swear that when you walked away from that mirror, your face was still there.
It appears that Heather Weston is being haunted, and by the other half of herself. But what does Elizabeth Weston want of her sister? They say that ghosts only return to Earth because of a deed undone, a promise unfulfilled, a vengeance unobtained. What force has brought Elizabeth's restless spirit back to her home? And is that force one of good or evil? We'll learn more when I return shortly with Act 2. Heather Weston has come home. Home to a mother whose mourning period for her dead father and sister seems to have been abbreviated. But Heather cannot forget their existence that quickly. She knows that there is still a mystery to solve. And if she didn't know it, her sister's spirit seems to be determined to remind her.
Heather? Are you in there? Yes, Mother. What on earth are you doing in here? Just looking around. Didn't you say that Elizabeth used this bedroom? We did have her in here for a few days, but she seemed so unhappy that we moved her to the middle bedroom. Your old room. Oh, well then maybe that explains it. Explains what, dear? Why, I can't find anything. Not the slightest thing that belonged to her.
Why on earth do you want to?
I just do, that's all. Did you store Elizabeth's things somewhere?
No, I haven't stored anything.
Excuse me.
What are you doing?
To look in the other bedroom.
Heather, wait. Heather, what's the point of all this? You won't find anything belonging to Elizabeth.
I won't if I won't look.
Well, darling, there isn't anything to find. She brought almost nothing with her from that place.
Mother, she had to have clothes. She had to have personal belongings, books, records, a diary. Well, everyone accumulates things, Mother.
Heather, let me save you the effort. There's nothing of Elizabeth's in this room either. Not here, not in the whole house.
But why? Why was everything taken away?
There was so little to begin with.
There had to be something. But she wore clothes. She wasn't an animal. Or did you have to burn them? Was it that sort of illness?
No, darling. A fever. Nothing contagious.
Then why is everything wiped away? Scrubbed so clean of her? I mean, you'd never know that Elizabeth existed.
Oh, she existed. Briefly, but she was here.
Then why did you do this? Why did you remove all traces?
Because there are some things in life that don't call for souvenirs.
Oh, yes. I understand. Oh, what's this?
Oh, the drawer doesn't close all the way.
It's because something's stuck in the corner. Oh, there. I've got it loose. Mother, look. It's the locket, the one I sent her from Naples.
Yes.
Oh, so you did give it to her.
Yes, I did, darling. Or I tried.
Why? Didn't she like it?
Well, for some reason, she was afraid of it.
Afraid? But why?
I don't know. I told you that Elizabeth was strange sometimes.
Do you suppose it was the identical portraits?
Well, perhaps.
Oh, Mother. That was it, wasn't it? Those photographs must have seemed so disgustingly healthy when she was so ill.
You may be right, Heather.
Oh, so the only memento I have of my sister is the one I sent her myself.
Heather, you're sure you want to sleep in this room?
Oh, yes, Mother. Of course, it used to be my room.
I mean, because of her.
Oh, don't be silly. It doesn't bother me that my sister used this room. Why shouldn't she?
Well, all right. Good night, then, darling.
Good night, Mother. And sleep well.
Yes, I'll try. I just wish this weather would change. The wind never seems to stop.
Well, it's this time of year, Mother, that's all.
Damn this time of year. Well, good night, Angel.
Good night, Mother. Whew. It is much too windy. I'd better shut that window. Oh. There it is again. I do hear it. I do. There's someone out there. Maybe someone else can hear it too. I've got to find out. Oh, the door is shut. Why doesn't the door open? It's locked. Good Lord, the door is locked. I can't open it. Why would Mother want to lock me in? Mother! Mother! Can you hear me? Mother, please, open the door. I can't get out of my room. Mother! I'm frightened. Oh, it's going. Thank heaven the voice is going away. The door. Oh, that light. That light behind it. It's blinding. It's her. I know it's her. She wants to come in here. Oh, Elizabeth, no, I'm too frightened. Elizabeth, I'm your sister. I'm Heather. Oh, why doesn't somebody else hear it? Why doesn't somebody help me? No, Elizabeth. Don't. I'm your sister. Look, I can prove it. The locket. Look at it. See, I have the locket. Oh, she's gone. She's gone. She was frightened of the locket. Are you in there, Mother? Open the door, darling, please. I can't. It's locked. You locked it. Of course it isn't locked. What's the matter? Was it a bad dream? I heard you cry out. That's all you heard. Only me? Well, yes, darling. That's all.
Did you do much riding in Rome?
Not enough, I guess.
Oh, why do you say that?
Because I'm saddle sore.
You want to walk for a while?
You don't mind.
Of course not. We can just walk them across the field.
I'm sorry. I told you I wasn't going to be much of a riding companion. I'm just feeling too depressed.
You're not depressed. You're haunted. Am I right?
You don't believe me. I know. Neither would my mother if I told her.
Told her what?
That my sister has come back from the dead.
Ooh, wow.
I don't know why. But Elizabeth is trying to reach me. She tried the moment I came home.
Is that what you were running from when you bumped into me?
Maybe I shouldn't run. Maybe I should let her reach me.
So you could talk things over with your better half?
I didn't say she was my better half, just the other half of me.
You know something? I think this twin theory of yours is dripping wet.
It was the locket that drove her away.
Huh?
Oh, the locket I sent from Naples.
Oh, yeah, you told me about that.
Mother says she wouldn't accept the gift. She was frightened of it. Frightened her away last night, too, when she tried to get into my room.
Well, they drive vampires away with crucifixes or a string of garlic.
I'm not going to do anything at all to drive Elizabeth away. I'm going to let her come to me.
That idea doesn't scare you?
She's my sister.
No. Can I ask you something?
Yes?
If you're not scared, then how come you're wearing that locket?
I'm very angry with you, Heather.
About what?
Martin says you're seeing ghosts.
Martin said that.
David told him about your conversation. This mad idea of yours. You have one bad dream and suddenly your house is haunted.
David had no right to say that to his father.
So it's David's fault.
This was none of Martin Henley's business.
But it's my business when he thinks my daughter is capable of believing such nonsense.
What does it matter what that man thinks?
It matters to me. If he thinks I have another feeble-minded daughter in my family...
Mother?
Oh, Heather. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean it.
It's all right.
That was dreadful. I shouldn't have said it.
No, it's all right.
Dreadful.
Did you think you were breaking the seal of some great mystery? You weren't.
Yes, but you couldn't know.
Don't you think I guessed long ago what was really wrong with my twin sister? That it wasn't a congenital ailment that put her into all those institutions?
Yes, I guess that you knew. We went through all of those years fooling each other, and neither of us being fooled.
I knew there was something wrong with her brain, but do you think it made me love my twin sister less?
Didn't it?
No, Mother. And I know you didn't love her less either.
She was always a baby to me, Heather. The child inside her was never lost to me. Until the day she died. She called me Mommy.
You still mad at me?
I know you told him about my seeing ghosts. Mother was terribly upset about it. She thought I'd just about ruined her chances.
The chances for what?
Catching herself a new husband, of course. Don't tell me you haven't figured that one out.
Guess I had some inkling.
Well, don't worry about it. You're not about to get a new sister.
The last thing I want you to be is a sister.
There isn't the slightest chance. Now that your father knows what a crazy family we are.
Heather, Listen to me. You obviously don't know everything I told my father.
You told him that I saw the ghost of Elizabeth?
No, that's only half of it.
And what is the other half?
I told him that I believed you.
What?
I believed you, Heather, because I saw her, too. Remember that night you were having hamburgers? I saw your dead twin in the mirror.
I thought you said it was your imagination or your eyesight.
I've never believed in ghosts before. But I'm willing to have someone prove this one exists.
But how?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Have you ever heard of a woman named Margaret Collodi?
No. No, who's she?
Well, she was a famous medium in her day. Now, I don't even know if she does this sort of thing anymore, but when I heard she'd settled as close as Fairmont Village, I thought it was worth calling on her.
So that's why we're going there.
Mm-hmm. Is that all right with you?
Yes, I suppose so. If it's all right with Mrs. Collodi.
Well, to be truthful, she didn't sound especially glad when I told her the point of our visit.
No, I'm sorry. I haven't conducted a seance in 15 years. Things happened the last time I tried, things I had no control over.
Mrs. Collodi, we're willing to pay you for any service you can give us.
It's been years, I'm telling you. My gift may be gone. Won't you listen to the problem, Mrs. Collodi?
Miss Weston's sister was a twin. An identical twin.
She's come back. I know she has, and I have to know why. I have to know what it is that she wants of me. A twin. Yes, of course. I know about such things. Twins are strange ones, you know. Strange and wonderful all their lives, and sometimes beyond their lives. What do you mean? Twins are single souls, my child. Single souls that cannot be parted on this side of the curtain or the next.
Wait a minute. That sounds pretty silly to me.
What you have seen, what you have heard, this happened before to other twins. My child, your sister wants to be united with you again. United as one. But she's dead. Yes. She can no longer share your life with you. She can only share your death.
If Mrs. Collodi is right, then Heather Weston may no longer be very happy to know what her dead sister yearns for. No matter how much she may want to see Elizabeth, Heather is perfectly willing to wait another 60 years for the pleasure of reunion. The question is, will Elizabeth let her wait? We'll find out when we return in a moment with Act 3. Taking place in the Weston house this evening. A circle is being formed in the living room. Irene Weston and her daughter Heather are sitting with Martin Henley and his son David. And all of them are watching an eccentric old lady named Margaret Collodi. But they're not here for purposes of ordinary conversation. This little group has gathered in the hope of talking to the dead.
Well, let's get this nonsense over with.
Mother, please.
Mrs. Collodi, tell us what we have to do. Do we join hands? Or...
First, there must be darkness.
Of course. All mediums have to work in the dark, don't they?
Mother, give the woman a chance. I warned your daughter. It's been many long years since I tried to contact the spirit world. And even when I had my powers, I had little control.
Now, wait a minute. What does that mean exactly?
Things would happen. Evil things sometimes.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
David, please turn off the lights.
Oh, sure. Now, we decided to do this thing. Let's do it. There.
And now, what do we do?
Now. Mrs. Collodi, are you all right?
Oh, this is ridiculous. How long do we have to sit here like this?
What's wrong with the woman? I think she's in a trance.
That's what she wants you to think.
Looks so strange.
I could almost swear that there's a light around her head.
It's a trick, of course. You see? She said she was going to play. Mother, shut up. It's true.
There is a light around her head. I could almost swear. It's a face.
I've had enough of this.
There is a face.
It must be her. It must Elizabeth.
No, it looks more like the face of a man. Good Lord. It is a man, Heather.
Oh, David, it's my father.
He's calling your name.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I can't stand it! I'm not going to stop it!
I can't, Irene. I can't.
Stop it! Turn on the water!
David, do as she says.
Mrs. Celeste? Oh, David, she's fainted.
Never mind her. Take care of your mother.
Mother, are you all right, Mother? Please. Please, Mother, look at me, please. Yes, I'm all right. It was my father. He came into this room. I saw him.
Only, what did it mean? What was it he said?
He said, you killed her. What did he mean, Mother?
He meant that I killed Elizabeth.
What?
It's true. I did it. I killed my daughter. You never knew the real truth about your sister, Heather, because I never wanted you to know.
Mother, I did know. I told you that. I knew that Elizabeth had some kind of mental deficiency.
Yes. She had the mind of a child, but her body...
Irene, it's only natural. The body grows and changes, even if the mind can't.
No, you don't understand. Heather, you think you've seen your sister, seen her ghostly image looking just like you.
Yes, I have.
But your ghost is only in your mind. You've seen Elizabeth the way you imagined her to be, perhaps as she sometimes imagined herself.
But they were identical twins, Mrs. Weston.
They were born at the same moment, but they were not identical. Heather, your sister was different. Some accident of biology.
You mean malformed in some way?
She was twisted, cruelly twisted. Her spine, her face. Oh, dear Lord. How you romanticized her, darling. There were times when you had me believing that Elizabeth was a mirror image of my lovely daughter. But then we'd visit her in one of those institutions, the place where we had hidden her away from the world.
But what did she know of me?
She thought about you all the time, with both shame and fear. That locket you sent her, it terrified her because she knew it wasn't her face.
Irene, what did you mean before? You didn't really kill this poor creature.
You said she died of a fever.
Yes. I chose a clever weapon, didn't I?
What do you mean?
It began almost as soon as we brought Elizabeth home from the institution. The Montgomery home wouldn't keep patients over 21 years of age. So as a birthday present for your sister, we let her come home. We had to do it. At least until we could make other arrangements. And we gave her your room, Heather. It was there she became ill. Her fever was almost constant, and one night it rose dangerously. I knew she had to have medical attention. I knew she was suffering. I could hear the suffering in her voice as she called out to me. I knew my little girl would die without something to bring the fever down. But I just walked out of that bedroom, and I knew that I would do nothing. Elizabeth was dead by morning. Daniel didn't speak one word to me until the day of the funeral.
Oh, Mother, how awful for you. I know you loved her. I know you did. As did I.
But love is not enough.
Mrs. Collodi, are you all right?
Listen to me, my child. Love is not enough. The spirit of your dead sister is determined to have the other half of her death. You must not remain in this house.
Maybe she's right, Heather. If there's the slightest danger...
I'll tell you what the danger is. The whole bunch of you being locked up as lunatics. Oh, David, the whole thing is nonsense, and you know it.
It's not nonsense if people are scared to the point of a nervous breakdown.
What's that?
What? It's just the wind, darling. What do you think it is? Your ghost?
Heather, would you think of spending the night at our place?
No, I couldn't leave my mother.
Well, no, she can come too.
There is no place you can go. No place. where the spirit of your twin cannot reach you.
Look, I think that's just about enough, Mrs. Collodi.
There is no place I have to go. This is my home. It was her home, too.
Listen, I thought I heard something.
You heard the wind, Irene.
Oh, no, more than that. A voice. A voice in the wind, Martin.
It's too easy to hear voices in the wind.
There. I heard it. I know I heard it.
I didn't hear anything.
Maybe you can't hear it the way I do.
Heather was calling your name. I hear it.
Good Lord, you people are making me hear it now.
Yes, it's Elizabeth. She's outside.
No. Take it easy.
She wants me out there, David. Don't you see?
Yes, she wants you. She wants you to come to her.
Then I'm going.
Oh, Heather.
I'm not afraid, Mother.
Heather, come back.
I'm not afraid if I...
Mrs. Weston, stop her. Don't let her go out there.
I'm here, Elizabeth.
Heather! Come. Heather, where are you? Heather!
Come to me. Oh. Make us one again. No, Elizabeth. No, that cannot be. We cannot be one. No, I'm alive, Elizabeth. Can't you see?
My sister. Heather, don't touch it. For God's sake, Elizabeth, let her alone. Elizabeth, it's me. It's your mother. I'm sorry for what I did, Elizabeth. I'm sorry. I'm part of you, too, Elizabeth. Don't.
It's strange, isn't it? When I first arrived back home, I kept telling myself that I should go to the cemetery.
Not my favorite place, personally.
I just thought that I should do it, that I should visit the graves of my father and my sister. But I couldn't do it.
I'm not so sure you should be here today, Heather. Not the way you've been feeling.
But I have to be here, David. This time, I have 3 graves to visit.
Three graves. A family reunion for the Westons. Except that young Heather Weston still has a long and happy life ahead of her. Oh, yes, we can tell you what happened to her. Heather married David Henley. They were very happy. And very recently, they were the proud parents of a set of lovely twins. I'll be back shortly. We don't know whether our little story has made you believe in ghosts, but then how can you not believe, since you have a disembodied voice in your own home this minute? It's my voice, the voice of E.G. Marshall, who hopes to be haunting you again very soon. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Vicky Vola, Russell Horton, William Redfield, and Ann Petoniak. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Now, what did the cable say? Not that I do not know already.
Dig again under cherry tree. New information about golden cups.
Information? We have had no information about the gold cups, nor will we ever have any.
The girl bringing the daffodils, calling them golden chalices. The dream she had about the man saying first, kiss me, and then, you are a pest, which adds up to kiss pest, where our gold cups were buried beneath a cherry tree. Then your Miss Ross shows up here with a cherry tree branch.
You call that information? Making wild deductions from dreams and pieces of words and chance gifts?
Hans, the girl knows something. Or she doesn't know that she knows, heaven. She was not even born when we buried the gold cups beneath the cherry tree in Keith's but she knows something.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Join us at 8:07 tomorrow night for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater on KVOR, Colorado Springs, CBS for the Pikes Peak region.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. I have an unusual story for you about a crack in a cellar wall that resists all efforts to repair it. Despite all the learning through the ages, despite the world's great progress in physics, chemistry, biology, there are certain matters which cannot be explained by our computers or our wise men. Matters which may never have a logical explanation. Our mystery drama, The Crack in the Wall, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Celeste Holm. It was a cold, rainy, windy day when Paul and Nora Santfort laid their child to rest in Green Tree Cemetery. Despite all the soothing words of friends and relatives, Nora's despair was inconsolable. She felt that nothing could ease the pain in her heart caused by the loss of her only child.
Our Father, which art in heaven,
my darling.
hallowed be thy name.
My baby. Why did you have to die?
Nora, darling, please. Our religion teaches us that God, in his infinite wisdom,
Don't
decides...
speak these empty words to me. I accepted that because it never touched me before. I never thought of it. But our daughter, our beautiful, innocent child, just 16. Why?
One does not question these matters, Nora.
I do question. For the first time in my life, I question. I would do anything. Anything to bring my Ruth back to this world.
Nora, please. Now, you know that's impossible.
Why?
Why? Because our little girl Ruth is dead. Burnt to death. Nothing you can do or say or hope can change that. Yes, Nora.
Are you busy with something?
No. I'm just reading the newspaper. First chance I've had to take a look at it today.
The minister was here today, Dr. Fowler.
Oh?
Said he wanted to see our new house.
New? This house is over 100 years old.
Well, new for us, he meant. It was just an excuse to come here, actually. He wanted to know why I hadn't been to church in the last several months.
What did you tell him?
Oh, I don't know. It was awkward. I said I'd be back next Sunday. Made some excuse about not having felt well lately.
Well, I'm glad.
About my going back to church?
Yes. But more important than that, it means that you're getting over this depression, getting out into the world again, beginning to forget.
No, you're wrong, Paul. I'll never get over wanting my little girl back with me. I'll never forget.
Please believe me, Nora. I loved Ruth, too. But I accept the fact that she's gone from us forever.
I'll never accept that. Oh, by the way, now I remember what I wanted to remind you about.
What?
It's about that crack in the cellar wall, right in front of the washer and dryer. There's a terrible draft that comes from it.
There's no crack there, Nora.
No crack? I thought I'd get rheumatism from the cold draft when I did the washing today. It hit you right in the back.
I had that repaired. I paid for it. It's on the general bill for the repairs we had to make on the old house before we could move in.
Well, then they cheated you. Charged you and never did the job.
You sure? Seems to me that I remember.
Never been done. Those contractors will try. You know, it's Mr. Carroll, isn't it? His number's on the telephone stand. Why don't you call him?
Oh, it's 7:30, Nora. Well, come to think of it,
The only time I could possibly reach him would be at night. He'd be busy all day out on the job. Hello, Miss Carroll? Paul Sanford. I'm sorry to bother you, but one of the items on your bill to me for repairs on my house, item 28, repair crack in cellar wall, north side interior, $45.60. You never closed up that crack. You what? Hold on a minute. Nora, he says he supervised that item himself, mixed the cement for it.
Well, just tell him that he's got it wrong.
Mr. Carroll, my wife says the crack is still there. It hasn't been repaired. Okay, sometime tomorrow morning? Right, thank you. It's kind of funny. He said he's willing to bet $100 that he completed the work.
Mrs. Sanford, I'm finished with the job, and I want your okay.
I'll put on the pot and give you a cup of coffee.
Thanks, I'd appreciate that. Come right down. I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Won't be a minute. I'm coming, Mr. Carroll.
Mrs. Sanford, the strangest thing.
What did you say, Mr. Carroll?
Look at that wall.
Oh, dear. Another crack?
No, it's not another crack.
What?
It's the same crack. I just filled it with cement.
You couldn't have. It looks old and dry.
Look at my hands. They're still covered with cement. Here are my tools, my trowel, my hammer and chisel. I could swear it was closed up not 5 minutes ago.
And that cold draught flowing from it.
Like from a tomb. Like from a tomb.
Oh, Mr. Sanford. Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler.
We'll come into the study. We won't be disturbed there. Right this way. You sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Please forgive me for interrupting you at this hour. I don't quite know how to begin. As you know, we've been through a horrible experience.
Yes. Losing your daughter in that fire.
It's our only child. Just 16.
Mr. Sanford, you must get hold of yourself.
Yes. You see, I've been holding my emotions back for months. I had to be strong for Nora's sake.
She's taken this very hard, yes, I know.
Yes, she hasn't gotten over it. It shook her to the very foundation of her belief.
I gather that it's been only recently that you both came back into the church.
She's definitely twisted mentally. Her preoccupation is with a crack in the cellar wall, which she says cannot be repaired.
What?
Well, there's a long, jagged crack in the cellar wall. It's been there since we bought the house earlier this year, after our other house burned down.
Have you tried to have this crack filled with cement?
Oh, yes, we tried.
The way you say that is very strange.
Well, I paid Carroll, the builder, for repairs on the house. He was certain that he'd repaired the wall. However, he came back and patched up the crack again when he asked for my wife's okay on the job after he'd finished. They went down to the cellar and looked. The crack was open again.
I don't understand.
Neither do I. Carroll said that he'd not left the cellar, that he'd called my wife to look at it.
What's your explanation?
I have none, Dr. Fowler, none.
Is that you down in the cellar, Paul?
Yes, Nora. I'm filling up the crack in the wall with cement.
Do you think that's wise, Paul?
Wise? Well, I thought you wanted the wall repaired. Carol won't come here anymore, so...
Well, that's what I mean. Paul, there's some very good reason why that wall resists repair.
That's a strange way of putting it. Wall resist repair. So you thought the wall had... I don't quite know how to put this. As though the wall
had a will of its own?
Nora, that's ridiculous.
Is it? Mr. Carroll tried twice to fill that crack. He gave up.
I know. I just received a check from him for $45.60, refunding the money I paid him for the job. Come on, let's go upstairs. This old cellar gives me the creeps.
Paul! Look!
My God. It's disappearing. The cement I just put into the cracks dissolving into thin air. Mr. Edmund, I'm calling about this house you sold us. No, it's a good, solid old house. It's just that my wife isn't happy here. We're all alone, as you know. It just isn't right for us. Yes, I know. I'll have to take a loss if I change now, but I'm prepared for that. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, around 5. Okay? Good. Goodbye, Mr. Edmonds.
Paul, who was that on the phone?
Oh, Nora, I called Mr. Edmonds.
The real estate man?
That's right.
You're thinking of selling?
Well, I thought you'd want to get out of here, too, Nora.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Now, that's a very strange attitude.
Don't you know what this all means?
No, I don't understand it. Frankly, it scares me.
Ruth is trying to reach us.
What are you talking about?
It was just 2 days ago. I was lying in bed. You were sound asleep. I heard the clock chime 3. I felt something urging me to leave the bedroom and go down into the cellar.
Nora, I've got to take you to a doctor.
Paul, I'm not out of my mind. I tell you, our daughter is calling to me. She's trying to get to
Darling, me. Nora, listen to me. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Our child is dead, Nora. Burned to death.
I spoke to her. I spoke to her through the crack in the cellar wall.
You what?
I spoke to our Ruth, and she spoke to me. Paul, wake up.
Huh?
Wake up!
Nora, what time is it?
Quiet. Now, do you hear?
Hear what?
She's calling to me. Our little girl. She wants us. She needs us.
Nora, listen to me. You don't hear anything. You just think you hear because you want to hear.
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
There it is again. It's very faint, but you can hear it. If you try hard enough.
Please, darling, try to rest. I've made an appointment for you with Dr. Cool.
I don't need a doctor. Who's calling me?
Yes. Sounds like it's coming from...
The cellar. I must go to her.
No, don't. You mustn't.
My little girl is calling. I must go to her.
Was Ruth calling to her mother, or was Paul Sandfort falling into the clouded supernatural obsession that controlled Nora's life? He thought he heard the voice of his dead child calling to her mother. He couldn't be sure, but Nora's certainty was so strong that he was almost convinced that he heard it too. Everything that Paul and Ruth Sandfort believed in is being drained away. They are living in a nightmare of twisted emotions, pulled farther and farther from the normal life they had known into a tangled, dreamlike world in which they hear the voice of their dead child calling to them.
You're not going down into that cellar, Nora.
It was Ruth's voice calling. Are you coming with me, Paul, or shall I go down alone?
Nora, please. Now, we're dreaming this. It isn't happening.
I heard her voice. You said you heard it. She was calling to me for help. Are you coming with me, or shall I go alone?
I'll come with you, dear. Just to prove to you that there's nothing there. Nothing. How could there be?
I know there is something there. Come.
Now, wait. Don't try to go down those steep cellar stairs in the dark. Turn on the light.
It's out. It's not working.
Here, let me try. Oh, I'm not going down there in the dark.
There's some candles in the cupboard just outside the door. Get them.
Well, candles won't do any good.
Get them.
I just remembered. I've got a flashlight in the kitchen table drawer.
Hurry!
Here we are. Now stay right behind me. I'll go first.
Flash the light around.
No, there's nothing. Nothing but that crack in the wall. Let's go back upstairs, Nora.
Good evening.
What?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry if I frightened you.
What? Who are you? What are you doing in our house?
Doing? I am inspecting the wall. The wall that needs repair.
And who are you?
Why, I'm the helper.
What are you talking about, helper? Whom are you helping?
You.
I don't like this, Paul. Please make him go away.
If you want me to, I'll go. But I thought you needed me.
Now, I want you out of here.
I see you have a hammer in your hand. You're afraid of me. Well, believe me, I came to help you.
Who sent you?
My, employer.
Who?
Your friend. Your friend who knows of your sorrows. He sent me to seal up the crack in the wall.
Well, I've tried. Several people have tried to do that. It won't stay closed.
I can close it for you if you want me to. I repeat, if you want me to. You may not want it.
Why?
You will not hear the voice of your daughter ever again.
No. Don't seal it. Please.
Nora. Now, maybe it would be better.
No.
No, this is insanity. Nora, our daughter is dead. Dead and buried.
And you think that is the end?
Of course. It's the end of mortal life.
And do you share your husband's beliefs, Nora?
No. Ruth was calling to me. I want her back. I want to hold her in my arms.
Am I dreaming? This can't be happening. What are we doing standing here talking to this...
Paul, please, don't. There's no one here.
He was here? Where is he? He couldn't get past us up the stairs. Nora, where did he go?
Who? Oh.
Nora, darling. What's happened to you? Speak to me, dear. Speak.
Paul. What are we doing here in the cellar? How did we get here?
And you say, Mr. Sanford, that you think you saw this creature in the cellar of your house?
No, it wasn't what you say. No, not a creature. It was a man. Small, dwarf-like. He said he'd come to repair the wall.
At 3 o'clock in the morning? You saw this man too, Mrs. Sanford?
No. I don't know what Paul's talking about. I didn't see anything. I was fast asleep. Paul woke me and told the story.
I see. Your daughter's death was a terrible shock to you both. It's preying on your thoughts. Your grief pushed the normal day-to-day living from your minds. You began to
I heard
imagine...
her voice, Doctor. I heard Ruth's voice calling to me.
Of course you did. But try to think rationally, Mrs. Sanford. You know it's impossible for you to have actually heard the voice of your dead daughter. Seriously, you can't believe you did, can you? Seriously, can you believe that?
I don't know.
It's all so simple if you will recognize the true authority.
Who are you?
I am merely a conveyor of ideas, a messenger.
Then you are sent by the devil?
Perhaps I'm your friend. Call me the helper.
Can you help me? Can you bring my daughter back to me?
Under certain conditions, but you might find the cost too high.
What? Tell me. Nothing is too costly, too terrible. I'll agree to anything.
Even if it meant that you would lose everything? Everything you've been taught about life and death since you were a child?
Oh, yes, I agree to anything just to help me save my child. Help me.
Nora, wake up, Nora. You're having a bad dream, darling.
I'll agree to anything.
Darling, Nora.
Paul.
You were crying out in your sleep. I woke you.
Oh, he came to see me and told me that
Who, darling?
That ugly little creature. I'd seen him before, but I can't remember where.
The helper. That's what he calls himself.
I heard Ruth calling to me. Then he appeared.
I don't know what it is. I don't want to know. We're getting out of this house and we're not coming back.
Oh, you go, Paul, but I can't.
But don't you see what's happening to us here? Something evil is pursuing us, either to destroy us or drive us insane.
No, I can have my daughter back. He'll help me.
You can't believe that.
I believe it.
What does he expect in exchange?
I can't tell you, Paul. I just can't tell you.
Oh, Dr. Fowler, right on time.
Is Mrs. Sanford home?
No. No, I called her sister and got her to make a date with Nora so she wouldn't be here. My work is suffering. We're not sleeping well. Nora's had terrible dreams, nightmares.
You told your physician, Dr. Coombs?
If anyone can help us, it's God. Dr. Fowler, we have seen the evil one.
What?
We have seen him. We have spoken with him. It's either the devil or one of his emissaries. He calls himself the helper.
My good man, in this enlightened age, when we speak of Satan, it is usually, what I mean to say is we think of the devil as the embodiment of all evil, but not as an actual being.
I see. Well, Dr. Fowler, if you can't help us, we may have to go to someone who can. There are groups where they believe in the devil.
Mr. Sanford, Paul, please understand. I cannot believe in the devil as being other than an abstract name for evil.
If I can show him to you, will you believe me then? I saw him. I have seen the devil and the devil's work, and I'm frightened to death.
Sorry to bother you, Dr. Coombs, but something very disturbing has happened.
Yes?
You know the two people I referred to you, the Sanfords?
Yes?
In your opinion, Dr. Coombs, would you say that they were insane?
Well, I don't know, Dr. Fowler. The word insane is a legal one, not a medical one.
Well, deranged and mentally ill.
Well, I would say from a very cursory examination that they were both suffering from severe emotional stresses brought on by the untimely death of their only child.
Well, would that explain their hallucinations?
Hallucination?
To put it bluntly, Doctor, they think they have been speaking with the devil. Have seen him, in fact.
Not exactly a common delusion in this day and age. If they need medical help, they must come to me. I can't solicit...
Yes, I realize that, Dr. Coombs. Perhaps a sanitarium would be the best place for them. They could be taken care of and have a change of scene to get over the grief that they feel.
An excellent idea, Fowler, but who's going to commit them? Can you get them to commit themselves voluntarily?
I don't
you come to any decision?
I've been thinking about it.
I've heard you say you would do anything to have your daughter back. You had made up your mind.
Yes. Oh, yes, but
still, you hesitate.
What you've asked of me is almost... Well, I'm almost afraid to think of it. It's been in my mind, awake and asleep. I can't tell the difference anymore.
You hesitate. Thinking of yourself while your daughter suffers.
Oh, no.
I will leave you now, perhaps never to return. This is your last chance.
Nora.
Nora,
darling, listen to me. You're having bad dreams.
I'll do anything.
Wake up, please. Nora, it's me, Paul.
What?
Open your eyes.
No.
You're all right.
No.
You're safe with me. Darling, it's me, Paul.
Yes. It's all right now. Paul, I've made my decision.
What decision?
About Ruth. I am going to bring her back.
Bring her back? What are you saying?
I'm going to bring her back no matter what the cost, no matter what the consequences are.
Nora and Paul have come far along a tortuous, a frightening path. Now Nora is determined to see the matter to the end, despite the consequences. Forces are tearing at the sanity of Paul and Nora Santfort. Nora's sleeping and waking worlds are so much the same that she can no longer differentiate between them. In her thoughts, in her ears, are the words of her dead daughter calling to her for help. Paul thinks he has heard the child, too, but is uncertain. He is not sure whether or not it is the driving influence of his wife's obsession or what he has actually heard and seen himself.
I don't know, Doctor. I don't know anymore. Everything is so confused.
I want you to sign commitment papers for your wife.
You mean put her
in a good sanitarium, in a place where she'll be safe and receive the proper treatment for her problems.
I don't know. I don't think she's crazy.
You're not in any condition to judge her mental health, Mr. Sanford.
What do you mean?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm asking you to make a difficult decision. I'm also asking you to commit yourself.
No, I won't think of it. Send him away. Send the doctor away. Paul, how can you do this to me? You know I'm not insane. You heard her. That night, we both went down into the cellar, and that little man, you remember? The helper? You saw him, too. You know I'm not crazy. I won't go. I won't. You can't make me.
She's gone into the bedroom, Dr. Coombs.
Is there a lock on the door?
No.
Well, suppose I go in. Perhaps a sedative to quiet her.
No, please, Doctor, let me speak to her first. She'll listen to me.
Very well. I'll wait out in the car if you want me.
Yes, please go. I think she'll listen to me if you're not here. Nora? Nora? May I come in?
Is that doctor still here?
No, he's outside in his car.
Paul, how could you do this to me? Deceive me, try to put me away.
But I explained everything to you.
I will never consent.
I'm going with you, dear. I'm going in, too.
What? Why? Paul, why do you want to do such a thing?
Because I'm frightened. I've never been afraid in my life before, but this is all beyond me, beyond any rational explanation.
And you think you'll be away from your fear in that place? Oh, Paul, I'm not out of my mind, and neither are you.
How much longer can we stand this?
Listen to me.
What?
I can tell you. Only you.
What?
I've made a pact with the helper.
Oh, Nora.
He has given me the power to bring Ruth back.
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do.
That's impossible. Now, don't be foolish. Don't tell anyone else what you've told me.
Now, you think I'm insane, too, don't you?
Well, I don't know what to think.
He has given me 2 wishes.
2 wishes?
Yes. He said that I would need 2. Actually, all I need is 1. To bring my dear child back.
Yes. Yes, Nora, of course. Now, I want you to do something for me.
What?
Don't fight me now. Go along with me for a little while. Perhaps this nightmare will stop. We'll be able to get out when we want to. I have the doctor's promise.
Can you trust him?
Yes, darling. Since we're committing ourselves, we can get ourselves released merely by asking to be released.
And our poor tortured child? Who will be here to hear her call? Who will be here to comfort her, Paul? We're running away. Deserting her.
Darling Nora, our Ruth will be with us always, no matter where we are. The phone. Oh. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Sanford?
Yes, Dr. Coombs?
I'm calling from the sanitarium.
Is there anything wrong?
Yes, your wife has disappeared.
You mean walked out?
Nobody saw her leave. As a matter of fact, it's a bit of a mystery. Her room was locked.
Perhaps one of the attendants or nurses unlocked the door for her.
No, we've questioned the entire staff. At 1 o'clock, the nurse assigned to that section entered her room to administer a mild sedative. Your wife had complained she was worried because you weren't there.
Well, I was just cleaning up a few urgent matters here. I was coming to commit myself tomorrow morning.
I told her that, but it didn't seem to have any effect.
When was Nora last seen?
Not more than 10 minutes before 1 a.m. Another nurse on the floor answered her ring. She told the nurse about her anxiety and her inability to sleep. She hasn't returned home, has she?
No. What do you want me to do, Doctor?
Stay where you are. She may come home. It's very likely that she will come there.
Emily, I'm sorry to be calling you at this hour, but Nora has disappeared. She walked out of the hospital. The fire, Ruth's death, it's been preying on our minds, and I thought that... Wait, Emily, that's my doorbell. I'll call you back. I just wanted to know if Nora was with you. I'll call you back. Let me know if Nora shows up. Bye. Oh, Dr. Fowler. Come in.
Oh, thank you. I got a call from Dr. Coombs about 20 minutes ago.
Yes?
He asked me to see you. He said you might need me. I came right over. Is there anything I can do to help?
Nothing. Unless you can find Nora. She's been missing since about 1:30 a.m. About 3 hours.
Where would she go? Where could she go?
I don't know.
What was that?
I heard it, too.
Do you have a cat, Paul?
No.
Sounded like a cat.
It was Ruth. She's calling Nora.
Ruth?
My daughter.
Oh, yes, your daughter. But she's
dead.
You hear your dead child's voice calling?
You heard it, too.
No, it can't be. That's superstitious nonsense.
That's what I thought. But I don't anymore. Ruth is calling to us from the grave.
I hear it. Paul, pray with me. Pray to God to make her go back.
No. Nora will be here. She will come here and answer to her child's cries. Her mother's love is so strong that Ruth's outstretched hand will reach across the void of death and touch the hand of her mother.
ever going to report back to me?
I've just been through the most shattering experience of my life.
You saw Mrs. Sanford?
No. I'm not a superstitious man, Dr. Coombs, but I heard the voice of Ruth Sanford calling to her mother from the grave.
Oh, Dr. Coombs. I thought it was Nora.
She hasn't returned yet, huh? I was talking with your minister, Dr. Fowler. He seemed quite upset.
Any word from the police?
Nothing. They've gotten several false telephone tips from cranks. Only one man identified himself by name, a Mr. Helper. Helper? You know him?
Yes, I know him.
The police asked him for his address. He gave them one, but it proved to be a phony. Do you know where to find him?
You won't believe this, Doctor. But the last place I saw him was in my cellar.
What?
I don't know how he got there. I didn't see him leave, although I was standing talking to him at the moment. He vanished.
Vanished?
Disappeared.
I see. Disappeared right before your eyes. Oh, yes, I remember you telling me about that incident when you both came to my office.
Hello, who's there?
Paul? I've come home. What is he doing here? I won't go back to that place. He can't make me go back.
Nora, dear.
Send him away, Paul. Paul, make him leave. We don't need him.
Mrs. Sanford, as your doctor...
You're not my doctor anymore. Please go. Leave us alone.
Please, Dr. Coombs, your being here will just make her worse.
Very well, if you think you can manage.
Yes, I can manage.
I'm sorry you feel this way about me. Good morning.
He was trying to do what he thought best for you, for us.
He has no way of knowing what is best for us. He was just interfering, keeping us from Ruth.
Nora, please give up that mad notion.
Give it up? Oh, no. Paul, I will not give it up. Tonight, this morning, before dawn, we will bring our child back to us.
Nora, think what you're saying.
I've thought, and I've made up my mind. Before daylight, he said. What time is it now?
It's 20 after 4.
It won't be light before 6. We must do it now. Come. We'll go together.
Go where?
To the place I first heard her voice, calling to me, the cellar, the crack in the wall.
Are you sure you want to go through with this? I think, Nora.
I've come too far to turn back now. I don't care what happens to me. It's Ruth we must think of.
All right, Nora, I'll go along. I'd better get my flashlight. The light's still out in the cellar.
No, Paul. What I must do must be done in darkness. No lights. Now, let's go down the stairs. Now, Paul, don't say anything. I must ask for her life from the Master. Oh, Master, listen to my plea. I have paid dearly for this doing. Heed my request and grant it to me in payment. I fear your presence, Master, but I implore you, grant my wish. I wish my daughter were alive and with me now. My daughter, please give me back my daughter. Ruth, where are you? Come to me.
That's Ruth's voice. I see. Oh, my God. Oh, no. No, Nora, stop this. Make her go back. Oh, Nora, she's a bird. Her face is... Nora, please, just stop. Nora, send her back. Send her back. She's mutilated. She's mutilated. Disfigured. Nora, you can't bring her back into the world. You must send her back to her grave.
Child, it would be too cruel to bring her back. Too terrible. How can I do it?
He gave you 2 wishes. He said that you'd need the second. Now I know what he means. Send her back, Nora.
Yes. I wish my dear daughter were dead and back in her grave.
Nora. It's over. It's all over. Our child is gone. Forever.
Oh, Paul.
May our dear child rest in eternal peace.
And so Paul and Nora were left to pick up the fragments of their lives and go on. Strangely enough, the crack in the cellar wall was finally closed, and no human hand had a part in its repair. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Wes Addy, Robert Maxwell, Robert Dryden, and Ann Costello. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. This is WOR New York and RKO General Station. At the WOR time signal, exactly 8 o'clock, here's John Scott with the news.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A triptych is defined in Webster's Unabridged Dictionary as a picture or carving in 3 parts, side by side, especially an altarpiece consisting of a central panel and 2 flanking panels that fold over it. Thus, by definition, it represents a sacred figure, and usually 3 aspects of that figure. This story concerns a triptych that represents a wholly profane and baleful figure in all its different aspects. Our mystery drama, Triptych for a Witch, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Margaret Hamilton. It is sponsored in part by Listerine Lozenges and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. In many cultures, the aged had a function and were treated with reverence and respect. Less and less this is true of the Occidental cultures. I enter no discussion of whether this is right or wrong. Frequently, the elderly would prefer to be left alone to pursue their own destinies. And yet, when the moment comes and some very ancient relative is left alone, particularly a woman, some atavistic instinct, or is it just plain guilt, drives many of us to open at least our homes, if not wholly our hearts, to them. This is the story of 2 such people. But may heaven protect you from the strange and awful experience they unwittingly laid themselves open to.
Well, Joan, as the governor of North Carolina said to that other guy, this is just about it.
Did I know my great-grandfather was going to get married again just before he died?
And here I thought I was marrying an orphan. Now I find out you tricked me.
Oh, I just forgot about Charlie. He's 60 years older than me. I didn't even know he was still alive. Oh, but she wrote such a sweet letter. There isn't anyone else who's family. So the least I can do is help out poor old Charlie's widow till she finds out what she's going to do.
Okay, no sweat. How old is old Charlie's widow anyway?
Search me. Just before our wedding, when Mother died, she mentioned out of the blue that my great-grandfather had suddenly married at the age of 82. Then you came into my life, and every other thought I ever had went out the window.
Well, that's why I'm so jealous of anyone horning in.
Old Charlie had a real eye for the ladies. The first 3 times he married, only one of them wasn't young enough to be his daughter. This one might turn out to be young enough to be his granddaughter.
Well, I guess we're about to find out. Like you said, this is it, for better or for worse. The times you look back and would like to have bitten your tongue for some crazy thing you blurt out. Not that I knew right away. Matter of fact, when we first spotted her, the old gal didn't look so bad. Oh, she was no spring chicken. She was old, all right. With a little round face like a withered apple that still had red cheeks, and sharp blue eyes that glittered like agates, and didn't miss a trick darting out from the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat with a conical crown. It looked a little like it might have been left over from Halloween. But for all her age, she was spry, skipping along like a sandpiper with a pet carrier in one hand and a carpet bag in the other.
Joan, I'm her. Your great-grandfather's Hester. And this must be Walter.
Oh, hello, dear. How did you know us?
Know you anywhere. Spitting image of Charlie, only prettier.
Here, let me take those heavy things from you.
Oh, then, sakes, no problem. You can have the bag. I'll hang on to Smokey. He likes to stay real close.
Smokey?
My cat.
Oh.
You're almost home again. Just want to get Captain Jack out of my pocket before he stirs up a real... Some of the words.
Yes, and damnation.
It talks.
Of course he talks. He's a parrot. Well, a kind of parrot. Half moon, they're called. You don't mind about smoking, Captain Jack. There won't be any trouble.
Oh, of course we don't mind. We're just a little surprised, that's all.
Doesn't that bird need a cage?
Can't abide them. He sits on my shoulder. Or a perch I have for him in the carpet bag.
He won't fly away.
Can't. Flight feathers are clipped. Not that he would anyways.
You mean you brought that bird all the way from Minnesota in your coat pocket?
Of course. He sleeps there. Oh, I take him out when we change planes. He was complaining. He doesn't really like to fly.
Oh, that's a switch. Well, shall we get this show on the road? It's all kind of comical to begin with. I mean, here I was, 23, a rookie cop, just off probation after a hitch in the Navy, and already I was married, had a kid. And now I just inherited an aged great-grandmother, plus a cat and a talking parrot. Who needs it? I started off easy, play it cool, just like Joan and me agreed. No ties, except for getting married. But outside of that, just hang loose, enjoy being young, keep all the options open. And before you know it, we're trapped. Or are we?
Will you climb off the ceiling, honey?
What do you want of me? It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy.
Oh, wow.
Aunt Hester, a cat that bites, and I'm not giving you any line, but I think that half-baked parrot is on something.
You know, that's funny. You know, you really object to her being here, don't you?
Oh, what about our vacation on the Cape? Oh, we're going to have to lug her there?
Not on a bet. It's just us alone. Thanks to your sister Rosie, who's going to take our child and heir off our hands for 2 weeks. You see? Relatives can be of some use.
In time of dire distress.
Well, if anything happened to Rosie, Aunt Hester could probably... Well, we decided that was the best name for her. Everything else was sort of clumsy. Anyway, as I was saying, Aunt Hester could always fill in as babysitter.
Now, I wouldn't leave Kip alone here in the apartment with an old witch like that.
Don't call her a witch. She's a sweet old lady. Oh, you have something special against Aunt Hester?
Oh, no, baby. Now, what could I have against... Well, like you said, a nice, sweet old lady. But for once, and I guess the first time, I wasn't telling the wife I loved the truth. On the surface, everything was nice about Aunt Hester, even that spiteful cat and the cockamamie bird. But the vibes were wrong somewhere. Maybe it's the reason I became a cop. I got this special thing about people. All I got to do is meet someone. Within a minute, some buzzer goes off. Wrong guy, right guy. It's never failed me yet.
course, Rosie, I understand. No, we couldn't take a chance at Kit's age. Oh, please don't worry. We'll work it out.
Is there something wrong, Joan, dear?
Oh, well, nothing earth-shaking, I guess. It's just that our vacation's messed up.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, Rosie's oldest child has just come down with measles.
That changes all our plans, doesn't it?
Oh, not yours. We'll see you off back to Duluth the end of the week.
I'd be happy to put things off and stay here until you've had your vacation.
Oh, I couldn't do that. Kip would be too much for you. Unless what? Oh, unless you wanted to come along with us to the Cape. It's lovely there, and then Walt and I could have our cake and eat it, too.
If you're sure Walt wouldn't mind, I'd be happy to.
How could I object or complain? It seemed the perfect solution. Then why was I ridden with doubts and fears that I concealed from Joan? They only began to take shape when we finally did go to the Cape. The cabin was right on the beach, up on a sand dune facing the Atlantic. Joan and I had lots of time to swim and surf, while Aunt Hester kept an eye on Kip. But every so often, Joan would have mother's guilt feelings and decide that this particular morning would be just for Kip and her. And on one of these mornings, I had gone beachcombing, and on the way back had stopped for a rest, half covered by sea grapes, and had fallen asleep. Of a sudden, some inner time clock woke me, and I was looking towards the beach where I saw Smokey the cat, prowling and pawing in the receding tide as if he were harvesting. Got to my feet. My eyes, even after sleep, were still partially sun-blinded, and headed down to the water. As I came near him, that cat looked around and, seeing me, suddenly billowed out to Aunt Hester's plumpness. Barefoot and bare-legged, her skirts kiked up to her knees. Aunt Hester!
Why, hello, Walt.
What on earth are you doing here?
Me? Oh, just gathering some seaweed. Why?
Prettiest thing. From a distance, well, it seems silly to say it, but you look like Smokey.
My cat? For land's sake. How would a cat go near seawater? You look pretty sunburned. Maybe you got a little too much sun. You feel all right?
Yes, I guess so. What do you want the seaweed for?
One my little secret. Maybe we better get on back up to the house and let you and your pretty Joan go picnicking while you got the chance.
The chance?
You know what I mean. Summer is growing short. Not much time left.
An innocent enough remark, surely. It was growing short, and soon we'd have to get back to the city. But why did it have some sort of eerie significance to me? Why did I feel a long run of cold fingers down my back? The uneasy-queasy feeling a cop gets every time he has to draw a gun to protect himself. Sorry the weather turned sour on us, Joan. We'll be back to shore before the squall.
Oh, I don't care about the weather. We've gotten duck before and thought it lots of fun.
Don't you want to get home?
Me? Sure. How about you?
Oh, yeah, well, where else?
Well, I don't know. You don't seem to like your home much since my Aunt Hester came around.
Okay. You want to lay the cards on the table? I don't.
And why not?
I don't know how to tell you. I used to read books about the hackles rising on someone's neck. I never knew exactly what it meant. I do now.
Well, how could you? You have to have feathers like a bird or hair like an animal.
I feel as if I do. Like Smokey or Captain Jack. The unholy three. And now when she puts that hat on, she looks just like a witch.
Oh, wow. How can you say something like that about somebody as sweet and helpful as Aunt Hester?
I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. Except like this afternoon, the cat. I mean, well, what would Aunt Hester be doing gathering seaweed?
That. Well, maybe you haven't noticed, but the impossible has happened. In spite of vitamins, health pills, everything we take, I've been catching a cold. Aunt Hester says she has an old-fashioned remedy for it. Homeopathic. A tea made from seaweed.
Joan?
What?
I want you to promise me something.
What?
Don't take any of that tea.
Oh, but darling.
I want to promise. On your love for me, don't touch that tea.
All right. Don't blow your cool. I'm with you. You're the man that caused the turn.
If Joan was puzzled at me, so was I at myself. What was it? This subconscious fear that slowly was invading me. What was I afraid of? A little old lady and a cat and a bird she tended as carefully as our child. But some wild alarm bell was ringing deep in the pit of my stomach, and my police training reacted instinctively. That night, through the precinct station, I put some queries on the wires, and I picked up a sample of the seaweed and airmailed it to the police lab. Duluth police confirmed Charles Harrod Higby died when his house burned down on date named. Also killed in fire was his wife of less than 12 months, Hester Combs Higby, May Channing. Both buried Sunnyside Garden Cemetery. No known relatives. Funeral expenses covered by estate. No residue. My ESP working again. This time when I least wanted it. If Joan's Aunt Hester was dead, who was this stranger in our home? What did she want? And then the clincher. Hello?
Walt, it's Jake.
Hi, Jake. What you got?
On this junk you mailed me for analysis.
Yeah, the seaweed.
Well, that's what it is, all right. Seaweed. Nothing but a simple fungus.
Is it poisonous?
Absolutely not. Wouldn't harm a fly, and unless, of course...
unless what, of course?
It's kind of nutty, you know, but it's a special fungus in a way.
Oh, now, come on, Jake. Let me have it.
I feel kind of silly, Walt. I mean, it's only because ever since Maud died, I'm kind of like Dickens, an old antiquarian, and I read up on offbeat subjects.
Like what?
Well, this particular seaweed. In the Middle Ages and all like that, it was like, you know, frog's eyes and bat's fur and all the junk that got boiled up in a cauldron when someone wanted to mess around with black magic. I mean, kind of crazy even to mention it, but since it worries you so much, there's no chance you got a witch somewhere in your house, is there?
The first side panel of the triptych. Hester Higby, from Walt's point of view. A hazy picture, not yet formed, but an icy fear gripping at his vitals. Truth or fancy? That will have to wait Joan's evaluation, at least, and events beyond that. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Of course, nobody believes in witches anymore. And yet, it's a little like superstitions. Nobody believes in them. And yet, do many of us like to have a black cat cross our path? If you're like most people, do you try to avoid walking under a ladder, except for sheer bravado? On the other hand, there are people who are so healthy in mind and body, so open-hearted and so generous, and who, without being Pollyanna, do look by habit on the best side of everything. People like Joan Madden.
I should have known not to give in to my old-fashioned sentimentality. Ever since I could walk, I've been a sucker for every stray dog and lost kitten. It wasn't fair to Walt. I knew he didn't want to take on any extra burden. And it was stupid not to remember that he was just really only getting his nerves back in shape after that freaked-out war he got stuck in. But Great-Grandpa's letter was so sweet and so sad. I just didn't have the heart to refuse his dying request. So I had to tell Aunt Hester to come and stay with us. I just never figured that Walt would get hurt.
Just give me a straight answer, Joan. Have you laid off that seaweed gunk she's been trying to feed you?
Of course I have. Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't eat anything without researching it first. You know, you talk as though she might try to poison me.
I don't know what she's up to.
Well, why should she be up to anything?
Because she isn't who she's supposed to be.
We don't know that.
Joan, Bill Cox got on the telex to the Duluth Police Department and sent me a copy of the teletype he got in reply. Your great-grandfather's wife got incinerated with him when his house burned down.
No, she didn't.
Joan, let's not kid around. I got this through police channels.
Well, so even the police can make a mistake, just like you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I mean, you haven't given Aunt Hester a chance to tell her side of the story.
Okay. Let's do that little thing right now. Now, let me get this straight, Aunt Hester, or whoever you are. You weren't in the house when it burned down?
Land's sakes, Walter, of course not. How could I be here if I hadn't been? Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I think I dropped a stitch. Let me see now.
Now, look, if you weren't in the house, where were you?
I don't think I want to say.
Why not? It's sort of important.
I suppose it could be made to be. Dear me. He was such a good man and kind, but weak and terribly careless. Oh, it's beginning to get dark, isn't it?
I'll turn on some lights.
Oh, no. First the windows, the drapes, and the shutters.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. There, you see? You like that better?
Ever so much. The night must always be shut out, especially here. You can put the lights on now if you want.
I'm still waiting for an answer.
From me? Oh, yes. About the house burning down. Oh, dear. I hoped I wouldn't have to go into this, but... Now, Walter, don't look so grim. It's all perfectly logical, if terribly unpleasant. I'm afraid when Charlie wrote that note about me, he wasn't quite telling the truth. He did say he had lupus erythematosus disseminatus, didn't he?
Yes. We didn't know what it was.
That's the bad kind, terminal. Only it wasn't true. He was just trying to cover up.
Cover up what?
Well, that even though I loved him, I'd had to take Smokey and Captain Jack and leave him.
Why?
Oh, my. I guess I can't pull any punches. You see, Charlie was a chaser.
A chaser?
He was woman crazy. It had gotten so bad I'd had to move out. Little did I realize how lucky I'd had. Or I would have been burned up in that house.
Are you trying to tell me that a man of 82 was still... was still messing around with other women?
You better believe it, son.
And he had another woman with him when the house burned down?
I'm sorry to blacken his name for you, Joni, but that's about the size of it. Oh, the times I used to warn him about smoking those cigars in bed.
Wait a minute. You don't actually expect me to believe all this stuff.
Why not, when it's the truth?
Because it doesn't hold water. I mean, what about this other woman? She must have friends or relatives or something. You can't just leave them wondering what's happened to her.
Well, what good would it do them to know that she'd been burned to a crisp? Besides, Darlene was a drifter and a deadbeat. She was also a professional. Nobody will miss her.
Well, but, Aunt Hester, what about the estate and...
Well, there wasn't any estate. What money we had was mine.
Yes, but the house, the insurance...
I didn't own it. Charlie had no insurance.
Yes, but you've thrown away your identity. You can't even get Social Security or...
I won't be needing any of it. You see, I'm the one who hasn't much longer to live. The pains have begun already. I'll be all right, though. The doctor said it would be quick. If you'll just keep a roof over my head till the dark angel comes to fold me in his wings.
Poor. His face was a study. I felt almost as sorry for him as I did for poor Aunt Hester. But I managed to get him out of the room and out of the house for a long walk on the beach. And just as well. Because we had what amounted to our first quarrel. And the way he carried on really scared me.
And I'm telling you, she's a fake. She's lying through her teeth, and I want her out of this house.
Darling, please calm down. I can't just throw my poor old aunt who's sick.
Don't you listen to what I'm trying to tell you. She's not your poor old aunt.
All right, dear, all right. Don't get yourself so upset. And even if she isn't, she's a sweet old lady with nowhere to go.
I know where she can go as far as I'm concerned. And as far as I'm concerned, it's right where she belongs, the old witch.
What a silly. There's no such thing as a witch.
Yes, there is. I'm going to tell you something about that sweet old lady of yours. I think she burned the house down.
Wow.
And by me, the only reason she took a plane here was to make things look good. She could just as easily have made it on a broomstick.
Darling, please. Now, look, I want you to try and relax. It's just like it was after you came back from overseas. Maybe we ought to call Dr. Paul Damon.
I don't need Dr. Damon. All I need is the evidence of mine own eyes and ears and my police instincts.
What do you mean, evidence of your eyes and ears?
I told you. Right down about there, on those rocks. That's where I saw the cat pawing about in the water. And then all of a sudden, the cat changed into Aunt Hester.
Wow, you've been asleep. That was just a hallucination.
I don't hallucinate. Well, not anymore, anyways. And it isn't only that, but she talks to that bird, Captain Jack, all the time. And sometimes there's a third voice, like the cat. And he talks back. I hear them. Don't you?
No.
So now you think I'm hearing things, too?
Oh, darling, Captain Jack says a few little words. But how could a cat talk?
Because they're not just a cat and a bird. Any more than she's your Aunt Hester or even human. I tell you, she's a witch. And the other two are her familiars.
Her what?
I went to the library and read up on it. There were two kinds of minor spirits that witches had, or have, called familiars. One was a divining familiar, and the other was a domestic one.
Well, honey, look at me. Now, you can't honestly believe all this bilge.
Suppose I do.
Then I think you're sick, and you ought to see a doctor.
Listen, I just want that woman out of the house and out of our lives.
Don't ask me to do that to the poor old thing. Look, what could she want from me? How could she hurt me?
I don't know.
You can see from the way she treats Kip how harmless and well-meaning she is.
Kip? Oh, good Lord. Maybe that's what she's after. The baby, and we left her alone with him.
Oh, you lights are scared me to death. The two of you, running like that and bursting into the house. I thought you'd wake up poor little Kip. Look at him, having a little afternoon nap with Smokey in his arms and Captain Jack perched on the edge of the crib, keeping...
4,000 all's clear.
Oh, dear. When the sun goes down, my old bones have an ache. And I look at you, Joan, darling, and think to myself, what a wonderful thing it is to have a young, healthy body at one's command. How much you make me long to be just as you are now.
But where are you going, Walt?
I'm going into town to nail this thing down once and for all.
How?
I can use the police teletype, and I'm going to get a court order from the Duluth Police Department to exhume the remains of whoever died in that fire. Once and for all, I mean to find out just who and what it is we have living in our house. And, darling, I want a promise from you.
What?
Don't you leave Kip alone for 1 minute while I'm gone.
Oh, Walt, you're not really serious about this.
I was never more serious in my life. Because if that woman represents a threat to you or our future, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment to wipe her off the face of the earth.
And that's the reason, just as soon as Walt was gone, I called Dr. Damon. Because the way I saw it, what was wrong around our house was my poor husband. He was back in a tailspin just like after the war. He was round the bend. Somehow I had to find a way to bring him back.
The second panel of the triptych. Is Joan right? Has she reason to be worried about Walt? Or is she perhaps worrying about the wrong person, shutting her eyes to the real danger? Is Aunt Hester what she seems to Joan, or what Walt is convinced she is? And if, wild as it seems, she were a witch, what is it she's after? I'll return shortly with Act 3. And now, at last, for the central panel. The sum and substance of the two side portraits we have examined. The real truth about Hester Madden. But first, a harried phone call from Joan to Dr. Damon, monitored, unaware by either of the principals, by that sweet old lady Hester, on a convenient extension.
I'm sorry to bother you, Doctor, but I am frantic.
I don't blame you. I had hoped that Walt had found himself. Can you get him back to town to see me?
Oh, I doubt it.
Well, I have a free weekend. I might take advantage of this opportunity to run down to the cave.
I don't know if we can put you up.
No need. I have a little summer cabin in Orleans. I could just drop in on you casually and check out Walt.
Oh, if you only could. Oh, you know me, Paul. I don't flip easily, but this whole thing has got me really strung out.
Okay. I'll be there. Count on me. Just give me directions.
May you roast in hell forever, Dr. Damon, if you try to cross my path. psychiatrist.
Roast him in hell. Roast him in hell.
Quiet. How much time do I still have?
Not much. The moon is full this weekend.
And your houses will be in conjunction. Time to make the change to her.
Now, can I, Smokey? If she's not prepared.
Give me the dried seaweed. I'll make sure it's dropped in the salad she mixes for dinner.
I'd better handle that.
No good. He wouldn't let you near her, even if she would.
Damn and double damn him. May the torch of Hecate singe his eyes. Her spear ripped through his vitals, and her hounds run him down and tear him to pieces. If it weren't for him, it all would have been so easy. Maybe it would be better to move as soon as possible, even right now while he isn't here.
Well, that would be taking too much of a chance for all of us.
She's right. We exist only as long as you do.
Why should I care about you? You're only projections of me that I can snuff out like a candle if I wanted to.
And be all alone without your familiars to understand and serve you. And if you did send us to eternal nothingness, our voices would still carry to tell them the truth.
But you did not die, as you want them to think.
He would come back to reclaim you for his own.
No! You wouldn't do that to me.
As long as you don't do anything to us.
My true name is Nergeist, and I am the oldest order of witches, the witches of the sea. I was born before the world began, and my span of allotted years was 7,007. But when at last my time came to return and mingle as a nameless droplet among the uncounted of the great oceans, I could not bring myself to obey the law, to escape my avenging sisters of the sea. I had to find an earthly body to house my spirit. I called on all the ancient arts, magic, divination, astrology, enchantment to find a young girl whose sign was my sign, whose birth date reflected the conjunction of our houses, the ascendancy of whose planets and stars matched my own. Every 2 generations, as the body I had possessed begins to disintegrate with age, I have found countless times a new one to possess. The alternative is too hideous to contemplate. I need the body of Joan Madden, and nothing shall stop me from invading it and making it my own.
Nothing shall stop you, me darling.
Don't call me by that name.
Forgive me, Esther.
How can I afford to wait? Divine me now, Alebka. What is the man Walter Madden doing?
He is arranging for an order to exhume the bodies, to examine the one of the woman who died in the fire. He'll want me to see any further?
As far as you can.
The skull was not destroyed. They will find where you struck her and killed her. And by the teeth, they will know her as someone other than you. They will look further and find the fire was set by someone, and they will start to look for you.
I knew it. Margaret, what is the girl doing now?
I'm guarding her child because her husband told her to. He is most afraid you mean the boy harm him.
Does she still trust me?
She is not even thinking of you. She worries about her husband, that he is losing control of his mind as he did once before.
She does not think that I am a witch.
She doesn't believe such things exist.
So much the better. Let us do everything to make her think he has gone mad.
Who is it?
It's Aunt Hester, dear.
Oh, just a minute. Is anything wrong?
Why, no, dear. That's what I was going to ask you.
Kip's asleep.
Oh. Everything all right?
Of course. Why shouldn't it be?
Oh, no reason. Except it isn't like you to shut yourself away. I thought maybe you or Kip might not be feeling well.
No. It's just this cold. I guess I'm just not used to feeling out of sorts.
And if you have a cold, you shouldn't be sitting locked up in the same room with a boy. You'll give it to him.
Oh, I never thought of that.
I've just made a nice cup of tea. Why don't you come and join me? Following her downstairs, I could feel the saliva thicken in my mouth with envy. I was never more conscious of arthritic joints, the sagging flesh, the muscles that barely had vitality enough to respond to the message of the brain. There in front of me was that shining hair with a natural curl, the lithe muscles rippling just under the skin, the easy, jaunty step that had no fear of the treachery of steps to the old and feeble. Just as we reached the bottom of the stairs, the front door was thrown open hurriedly, and Walt came in.
Joan, you all right?
Of course. Aunt Hester and I were just about to have a cup of tea. Will you join us?
Where's Kip?
I left him upstairs. He's asleep. Maybe since it won't be too long till dinner, you'd rather have a drink, huh?
No, I want to talk to you.
Why don't you let me attend to dinner, dear?
Why don't you just go in the back, Aunt Hester, and stay in your room?
Walt.
Just let me handle things.
Of course. I'll go right now. I wouldn't want to be in the way. All right, Smokey, you'll get your dinner. But we're all going to have to wait. Walter just isn't feeling himself tonight.
Put him in Section 8. Put him in Section 8.
What was he saying? What's Section 8?
Service lingo for the nut house, the loony bin. You still think I'm a candidate?
Walt, don't talk like that.
Just leave me alone. By this weekend, we should know the truth about who that woman is. If she is your sweet old great-grandmother, I'll apologize. But if she's what I think she is, if she means any harm to you or Kip, so help me, I'll murder her.
What time is it now?
9 on to 8 now. Midnight and high tide.
Then we must act before then. How to get Joan alone. How to subdue her so I can have the power to take possession.
Someone's at the door.
Wait. Walter is answering, and Joan is in the kitchen alone. This may be our chance. Shh. I want to hear what they're saying.
Walt Damon, what are you doing? Well, come in. Come out of that terrible weather. Come in the living room. Joan's in the kitchen. She'll be right out. What brings you here? Did Joan send for you? Never mind that now. Come on. Don't try to sidestep. I suppose she thinks I'm blacking out again.
If you'd shut up for a moment. No matter what brought me here, the weather is all that matters now. I've been listening to the radio driving up. Blackwater Dunes here is headed for the highest tide in history. There's more danger to you and your family from the elements outside than any foreign element you fear may be loose inside.
Shh, watch it. Let me close the door before we talk any further.
They're in the living room.
And your place in the kitchen. It's now. Never.
Come.
Yes, Aunt Hester? What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?
In the name of the bornless one that discreate the night and the day, in the name of Iabash, in the name of Ptah and Kem, I abjure thee not to move.
Oh, my God, protect me. What was right?
That's it.
I blinded her with my wings.
My eyes. No, my eyes. I cut her feet away until she fell, dear guys. Now, while she is stunned and helpless, make her yours.
Children, the sea is coming for me.
What's going on here? And Esther, what are you doing? Grab her, quickly. Don't let her lips touch Jones. Leave her alone. Don't touch my wife. Lord, what is it? She... And Esther... Just came up top of my hand. Look. Father, 6 of her. Let's skip and run before the sea swamps us all. that. Came in like a giant hand and swept everything away. You all right, Joe?
Oh, I think so. Oh, thank the Lord you came in time, Paul.
Even if it was for the wrong reason? What does that mean? Joan thought you needed psychiatric help. I can't blame her. Anyone who wanders the labyrinths of the mind has to be familiar with ghosts and witches and everything that haunts our dreams, waking and sleeping. There is a phenomenon I know from all my reading that never ceases to haunt me. Even me, who has to deal with the fragmentation of personality so much. Fragmentation? You mean what happened when I tried to grab Hester or whatever she was? I'll never forget that sight. A little black, rusty woman who broke up into countless numbers of other little rusty women in black dresses, all mirror images, running in every direction at once. Projection of image, the magic secret of only one kind of witch, the sea witch, old as her Celtic heritage and beyond, perhaps as old as time. That's what Joan was saved from, becoming another of those faceless bodies she possessed and used up. You mean it was Joan she wanted? Then that she's still in danger? Not anymore. What do you mean? Look at where your house used to stand. Wiped out by a cataclysmic tide that reached from the sea like a monstrous god hand. You and Joan are safe now. The sea has reclaimed its own.
It was the great German poet Goethe who wrote of a mystic goddess who came from the sea, Meergeist, which means simply sea ghost. The sea ebbs and surges, timeless and inexorable. But what it sucks away in the undertow does not always return with the succeeding wave. Eventually, it swallows up what it wills. And no hand, natural or supernatural, can stay it. In the end, the sea always wins. I'll be back shortly. It was Malcolm in Macbeth who said of the end of the Thane of Cawdor, "I saw him die. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it." The context of the remark, of course, was somewhat different. He meant it as a tribute. Hester, or Meergeist's death, was a long-delayed blessing for Joan Madden and all the world. No young girl listening to this story, born under the sign of Virgo, can help but sleep easier tonight and other nights. Our cast included Margaret Hamilton, Christopher Tabori, Evie Juster, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. I'm E.G. Marshall. And at midnight, according to the old chronicles, there would be a convocation of sorcerers, devils, demons, goblins, and ghouls, and they would thereupon proceed to hold an orgy in a manner and fashion too sinful even to contemplate. And woe to the unfortunate mortal who would be compelled to participate in these hellish rituals that were profanely called a witch's Sabbath. A witch's Sabbath. You say it's superstition, an old wives' tale, a throwback to a more innocent era. Don't be too sure the era you live in today isn't the most innocent era in all history.
What is this? Where am I?
where you always wanted to be, baby.
You're at a party, Tiger.
What a party.
Look, beautiful women.
All for you.
And fabulous food.
That fountain, it's champagne. All yours, baby.
It's what you always dreamed of, Tiger.
Oh, I'm dreaming again.
Not this time. It's real. Now it's real.
But why? Why are you doing this for me?
Because we love you.
Oh, how we love you.
We would even die for you, baby.
Just as you might even die for us.
Our mystery drama, Witches' Sabbath, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. A kind of amused contempt for the superstitions of our ancestors. We civilized people, we know everything, except perhaps that civilization is only skin deep. For a highly reliable estimate of the human condition, we refer you now to Francis Aloysius O'Boyle, whose knowledge of mankind was acquired during 35 years of faithful service behind a bar.
In a place like this, you get all kinds, and you hear everything. The rich man has his psychiatrist, the religious man has his priest, and the drinking man has his publican. All them words. Is it a coincidence they all begin with a P? Here I spent my whole life thinking I was just a bartender, but this professor comes in here one night. There's another smart word that begins with a P, huh? And he calls me publican. Oh, that's the traditional English word for saloon keeper. I think it sounds kind of dignified, don't you? Well, anyway, like I started to tell you, you get all kinds. It's a pretty good evening. All the regulars are here. And just about midnight, this guy comes through the door. His clothes, not too expensive, not too cheap, just middle. You know what I mean? The only thing is, he's got a very scared look on his face. So I say to him, what do you have? And he answers, what do you got? Me? I got everything, pal. Name it.
Well, I want a drink.
Sure. What kind of drink?
Now, please, I didn't come in here for an inquisition. I want a drink. Just pour you one, if you don't mind.
So I reached for the nearest bottle and poured him a glass. He made a very, very sour face as he dragged it down. You could tell he didn't like it. Yet for a guy who didn't like it, he kept putting it away. So I said, don't you think you had enough?
No.
Well, he still seemed perfectly sober. It was just that he appeared to be more scared than ever. Now, in my business, you make it a rule, never start up with a customer. But this guy was so frightened that I felt I just had to break that rule, just this once. And I did. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The reason I'm asking, you don't look too good.
You know something? You should mind your own business.
You know something? I think you're right. Well, I forgot all about it until about 1:45 when I give everybody in the place the usual warning. All right, last call.
Last call for what?
I don't need a comedian in a joint this hour of the night. It's the last call for what do you think?
Well, I'm not sure. You see, I don't frequent places like this as a rule.
Well, what are you doing tonight? Slumming?
No, please, I didn't mean it to sound that way.
You decided you want to rub shoulders with the peasants?
No,
Where you been pouring down that juice? Where do you usually go first?
Well, you see, I'm not really a drinker.
How's that a fact?
No, the reason I came in here is because I'm so upset and I'm so frightened, you see, and it's so light in here and it seems so safe.
Like I said, last call. If you want to have another drink, one more is all you can buy.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, 1 o'clock. I close the joint and go home.
Close? Oh, no, you can't close. You can't do that. You have to stay open.
As it is, I stay open 16 hours a day. It's enough.
Just tonight, please. Stay open a little longer.
Now, look, we got a state law that says lock the joint at 1.
But I don't want to leave here.
I do.
No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to be out in the street.
So call a cab.
No, that won't help.
Call a cop.
It's no use. They'll find me.
Who's going to find you?
They will.
Well, that's what we're trying to establish. Who is they?
The witches.
Oh, the witches.
Yeah.
I see. The witches. You're the kind of guy who gets his load on, then he sees witches.
No. I saw them. I saw them even before I had my first drink. I've been drinking to see if I could get rid of them.
Oh, that's a switch.
Oh, please, don't humor me.
I wouldn't think of it.
You don't believe me?
Sure, I believe you.
Don't tell me the customer is always right either. You've got to listen to what happened to me tonight.
If you can tell it before 1 o'clock, you got 10 minutes.
All right, look. Every word I'll tell you is true. My name is Perry Harnischbecker. I'm a computer engineer. I design computers.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So tell me something. Why do them computers always keep fouling up?
Oh, they don't. They can't. It's the people who use them.
Yeah? So how come I keep getting bills?
Forget about it.
No, forget about it. These clowns want to take me to court because I didn't pay them for a piano. I never even bought it. And you say forget about it?
Look, the reason I told you I was a computer engineer was to impress you.
That don't impress me.
With the fact that I'm a reasonable, sane, and practical man.
If I'd known who you was, I'd have thrown you out of the joint.
No, a man like me. I should be the last person in the world to be upset by my primitive superstition. So you must hear me out.
Well, I warn you. Better not take more than 9 minutes.
Okay. You see, I had left my office at the usual hour of 5 p.m. I was walking to the bus stop. I commute, you see, from Blairville. We own a house there. It's a split level, and we were able to buy it very...
Is the house important to this story? I'm saying this for your own good because all you got left is 8.5 minutes.
Is it important to the story? I don't know.
I listen to thousands of these stories. Stick to the point.
Okay. I left the office. I was walking to the bus stop.
We already established the bus stop.
Please.
You only got 8 minutes.
I stopped to wait for the light to change, and suddenly I heard a voice say...
Hiya, baby. You want to have a little fun?
Oh, I see where this is going.
No, you don't. You don't. Believe me, you don't. Well, I looked, and there at the curb was a brand new sports car, imported. It was an Aracata.
Uh-huh.
And in it were two of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen in my whole life.
That never happens to me.
One was blonde, and one was brunette. And each had creamy white skin and sparkling red lips. And the blonde had sea green eyes. The brunette, her eyes were a flashing black. You know the kind?
I know the kind. How are they built?
Oh, like the goddesses of ancient Greece, but much more slender.
That's a promising start. All right, now get to the action. You got 7 minutes.
Okay. It was the blonde who had asked if I wanted to have some fun.
And what do you say?
No.
You've done the right thing. You could have gone along with him. And there'd been a guy waiting with a gun. And he lifts your bankroll. The old Murphy game. You've done the right thing. You always got to think of that.
No, I was thinking of the fact that I had taken a solemn vow to be faithful to my wife.
And you should get a gold star for that.
Yeah, but then the brunette said...
Come on, Tiger. We're going to a party.
So what did you say?
I said... I said...
Well, come on. You got 6 minutes.
No, believe me. You must believe me. There was a confusion of signals between my brain and my voice.
Yeah.
Now consider the mind as a computer.
You say that word one more time and you'll be barred from this joint for life.
No, but it's true. The answer that my brain fed to my voice was no thanks. But the answer that came out was
yeah?
Hey, honey, what are we waiting for? And before I knew it, I was in the sports car.
Well, you are a sly one, Mr. Harney.
Where those words came from, I'll never know. Why I said them, I'll never know. I didn't want to get into the car with those women.
No, of course not.
No, and anyway, the brunette turned to the blonde and asked...
Will he do?
And the blonde winked at me and said...
How about it, baby?
And you said?
I said... I wanted to say, please let me out of here. I'm a most happily married man. I wanted to say that. But the words that came out said, let's go, girls.
Well, why didn't you just open the car door and jump out?
Because I couldn't.
I'm with you, pal. I couldn't either. So, look, you got 4 minutes. And you ain't even got to the good part yet.
Well, we were going down Main Street.
And the blonde placed her arms around me, and she kissed me.
Now we're getting there.
And I think I must have passed out.
That must have been some kiss.
Oh, yeah, it was. There was fire in it, and ice, and champagne bubbles, and I just don't know how to describe it.
Oh, you don't have to describe it.
And then everything sort of disappeared, you see, or I might have passed out.
It was like that, huh?
I don't know how long it lasted, but when I woke, I was in a kind of a room, and there was a kind of music, and there was a fire burning in the middle of the room, and I thought that was kind of strange because there was no fireplace, and I shouted, "Fire! Fire!"
Don't get excited, baby. Nothing to be scared of yet, Tiger.
And they were there in the room, this crazy-looking room with wild kind of pictures on the walls, the blonde and the brunette, and each was wearing a long robe. And I looked at myself, and I was wearing a long robe, too. Hey, where am I? What's the meaning of this?
Well, we asked you to come to a party, baby. Oh, yes, indeed, Tiger. A party.
But my clothes, what happened to my clothes?
Well, it's a formal party. Now you're dressed right for it.
Now, what party are you talking about?
The kind of party you've been dreaming about all your life. Wild, crazy, the most beautiful women in the world. And here we are, with a fountain of champagne. Look, baby, there it is.
What? The fire. What did you do to the fire? How did the fire turn into a fountain of champagne?
Well, would you rather it was a fire?
Well, I...
All your life you wanted to swim in a champagne fountain.
Who are you talking about?
You, Perry Harnisfeger, Jr. Haven't you always dreamed about it?
I never told anyone.
Beautiful women, a champagne fountain, music.
Wait.
You're a king, Tiger. A king. It's what you always wanted, baby.
No, it's not what I always wanted.
Who are you kidding? Your secret dream. His Majesty, King Perry Harnisfeger. Hail His Majesty, King Perry Harnisfeger. Hail, King Perry! Tiger, your loyal subjects await your command.
Look, please, tell me what this is. How did I get here?
Oh, we invited you to a party. This is a party.
But this fire that turns into a champagne fountain, this table with the most fantastic food, and the people, all these people, who are they?
Well, they're your loyal subjects. You always wanted to be a king. Your secret desire. Every wish comes true tonight.
Yes, but...
But what?
My wife is expecting me home. She'll worry.
What do you care? Well, you want her to worry.
No, that isn't true. That isn't... What was that?
You made him angry.
He? Who is he?
But don't do it again.
Who did I make angry?
The prince.
The prince? Who is he?
The Prince of Darkness.
The Prince of Darkness?
Who spoke my name?
What? Where did he come from?
Who is this?
This is the Tiger Prince. Yeah, the guest of honor for the party.
He doesn't look like much to me.
That's true.
A meek little watery-blooded clerk, if you ask me.
Well, that's what he looks like. But he's a tiger inside. A lover. A killer. Ruthless. Reckless. Fit to be the guest of honor.
Then... let the party begin.
Let the party begin.
The lights. What's happening to the lights? It's getting dark in here.
Who shall speak the invocation?
That's you, baby. Recite the prayer, Tiger.
What prayer?
The Sabbath prayer. Let the Sabbath begin.
Sabbath? I thought this was a party.
Well, it is, baby. Say the Sabbath prayer.
What kind of Sabbath?
A witch's Sabbath. A witch's Sabbath.
A Sabbath for witches.
A witch's Sabbath. Well, you must admit, you don't get invited to one of those every day. And the question you might be asking yourself is, how did our rather prosaic Perry Harnisfeger get invited to this one in the first place? Well, by this time, you know perfectly well you don't get any of the answers in the first act. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party. Two very pretty ladies, one a blonde and one a brunette, were driving about in an expensive sports car looking for a gentleman to escort them to a party. And gallant Perry Harnischfeger volunteered. Well, when he arrived, he discovered that the party had a kind of indefinable religious tinge to it. It was a Sabbath of sorts. Or to be exact, a witch's Sabbath.
A witch's Sabbath? Oh, yes. These ladies are witches. Witches? But witches are what? Hideous-old crones. Why? I am the prince. These are my handmaidens. Why shouldn't they be beautiful?
Oh, please, where am I? What's happening to me?
This is a religious assembly.
I want to go home.
Why?
Why?
Well, answer the prince, baby. Answer the prince of darkness.
Why do you want to go home? You hate your home.
No, that's not true. What?
Oh, we told you not to do that. You mustn't lie to the prince of darkness.
You hate your home. You hate your wife.
No, that isn't...
Don't say true. You'll get him mad again. Relax, Tiger, relax. And let it happen.
What happened?
What you came here for. What you've been dreaming of.
Toll the bell. Once. Twice. Thrice.
Say 3, baby.
What for?
It's the magic number. Say 3, Tiger. 3.
3.
Weave a circle round him thrice.
3 times. 3 times tonight.
3 times. You will do it 3 times.
Do what?
He doesn't know what.
He doesn't know what.
Tell him 3 times. Kill.
Kill.
Kill? What do you mean, kill?
You know what we mean. You'll kill your boss.
Your wife, her lover.
No. Let me out of here. Do you understand? Let me out.
Go.
What are you waiting for? So long, Tiger.
Well, why don't you leave?
My clothes. I don't even know how I got into this robe. What did you do with my clothes?
You're wearing them.
What? How did you do that?
I can do anything. I'm the Prince of Darkness.
Look, please. I'm just a very quiet, ordinary type of person.
Don't talk like that to him, baby. You know what happens when you lie.
You're a machine. You make computers and you become one yourself. Your boss steals your ideas. Your best friend steals your wife.
They laugh at you. 3 people laugh at you, Tiger. Your boss, your best friend.
Your wife. Now kneel and pray with us.
Oh, but...
Kneel. Pray. Speak that same prayer.
What same prayer?
The prayer that was in your heart when you were walking to the bus station.
I wasn't praying.
Don't lie.
Well, I wasn't.
Look out there.
Where?
See, baby, that's the street. That's you, walking to the bus station. Listen to what you're saying to yourself. Listen, Tiger.
I'll kill that freaking baby. Who does he think he is?
That's you.
I designed the circus. I alone worked out every production problem. It's mine. He stole it from me. He made millions. I'll kill him. One day I'll kill him.
That's you, Tiger. Now you see us in the car. And we hear what you're saying. Loud and clear. It's a prayer.
But I didn't mean what I was saying.
You didn't?
No, it wasn't even true. A man says a lot of things he doesn't mean.
A man means every word he says.
But that's not why we picked you up. The streets are filled with human beings who want to kill once, but you wanted to kill 3 times.
No, that's not true.
Well, look at yourself walking down the street. Listen to yourself. Talking to yourself.
Who do they think I am? I'm not blind. I'm not stupid. I deal in facts. Facts. You feed facts into a computer, you get answers.
What answers were you getting, Betty?
How did you know what I was thinking?
I know everything. Why do you want to kill your wife?
Because I see now.
Yes? What do you see now?
My wife. I see now. She must have always had a roving eye. But why with Joe? Why with my best friend?
Well, you know why, baby. Because she was there, Tiger.
and you would.
The French, they have a saying.
The one who is absent is always in the wrong.
Listen to the French.
They know all about love.
Summon the demons. Summon the devils, the ghosts, the specters, the phantasmagoric spirits of murder and death. Summon the incubus of revenge, the evil genius of retribution. Come, all, pray. This is the witch's Sabbath. Repeat after me. Death and the fires of hell.
Death and the fires of hell.
To the unholy three.
To the unholy three.
Death to all three.
Toll the bell 3 times.
And now, Petty Harnish Vegas, do you shed blood tonight? Do you want to kill them? Your boss?
Your wife?
Her lover.
Do you want to kill them?
It's wrong.
That's not the answer. Do you want to kill them? Search your mind.
Search your heart.
Your soul.
Do you want to kill them? Answer. Rejoice, my children, rejoice! Now he is one of us. You will kill them.
Kill?
Yes, tonight. This is the night of the witch's Sabbath. The service needs one thing to be complete. Blood. My children, how wonderful are our prayers tonight. There will not be one victim, but 3.
But I can't kill. I don't know how.
I shall teach you.
I don't have the nerve.
I will steady your hand. I will harden your heart. You will kill, and then you will be free.
Free.
Free of the hate that poisons your mind.
But I'll be a murderer.
You will only murder those who murdered you. Haven't you been cheated and disgraced? Your life is empty. Your world is dead.
Oh, you have to kill, baby.
3 times, Tiger.
My son, I know the anguish of your soul. Oh, I have also been cast out. My rightful place is now held by others. My patrimony has been stolen. Here is the revolver.
No.
Would you rather use a knife?
The gun is quicker, Tiger. Surer. Better.
The gun is in your pocket. Now close your eyes. When you open them, you shall be in a room. The room where your boss sits in his palatial home. A comfortable room. There he counts his money. Your money. You will kill him.
Oh,
You must. It is a ritual that must be performed on the holiest of all nights. Now, when I say, open your eyes, you will be with your boss. Open your eyes.
I opened my eyes, and I was there, in the den of his home, my boss's home. He was listening to that hi-fi of his, which must have cost a small fortune. Listening to that classical music he pretends to love. I say pretends because all he loves is money.
Perry, I didn't hear anyone announce you. Do you like Mozart? Excellent recording it. But you don't go in for classical music, as I remember. But why did I send for you?
You didn't send for me.
No? Then what are you doing here?
But don't I have the right to visit you?
Perry, I see enough of you all day. Too much.
Well, you won't see me anymore.
Why? Are you quitting?
No, but you are. You're quitting this world, this life.
Oh, really? I hadn't given it much thought.
Yeah, I know, but I have. I came here to kill you.
You what? Oh, no. Not you. Not Perry Hornisfager.
With this?
Perry, you're a comedian. Put that cat pistol away.
Oh, you think I won't do it?
Why should you kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Who else would give you a job but me?
I could work anywhere. I'm top man in my field.
Sure, Perry, sure. But you haven't had a new idea in 5 years.
Now, by that you mean you haven't stolen one of my ideas in 5 years.
When did I ever steal one of your ideas?
Our new A-line computer. That wasn't mine. Go ahead, I dare you. Say it wasn't my circuits that made it possible.
The truth is, Perry, your circuits made it impossible. It's only after we threw them out.
You're lying.
Come on, Perry, have a drink. You'll feel better. Who else could you ever work for? Who else would put up with your tantrums, your delusions of grandeur? Sometimes I wonder why I do it myself.
You know why. Because you're waiting to steal my next design. That's why.
No. No, that's not why. It was for your mother's sake.
Don't you mention my mother's name.
I guess I must have been in love with your mother.
I said don't mention her name. She was a vicious, hateful woman.
She was the most beautiful woman I ever met, your mother.
I warned you.
Bernie! Bernie! What did you do?
Well, what has he done? He went from that witch's Sabbath, or whatever it was, straight to his boss's home, and very quickly, before we could even get to know that gentleman, Perry shot him dead. Now, you're probably saying, is this really happening to Perry, or is it a dream? Well, it could be one, it could be the other. Or it could be both. As usual, we need the third act, and I shall bring it to you in just a very few moments. Perry Harnischfeger is telling a story to a rather cynical bartender in a saloon. Perry is almost milquetoast in appearance, speech, and manner. But that's on the outside. Inside, he seethes and boils and seems to be a potential volcano. It's the old story about books, covers, and judgments. So, before you form yours, listen.
Now, what are you telling me? These two dames picked you up, took you to this hotel room.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it was a hotel room. It was more like a cavern.
And you had this dream of all this stuff, like the devils and witches.
No, it wasn't a dream.
They must have fed you one of them things like poison mushrooms or something. It gives you them wild nightmares.
It wasn't a dream.
You mean you actually killed your boss?
No. I had a vision of killing my boss.
Now, look. The only reason I'm listening to this is for those two dames, the blonde and the brunette. What happened with them? If they don't come back, then as far as I'm concerned, the story's over.
No, they never left me, you see. They were with me all the time, even when I had the vision of killing my boss.
Yeah? So what happened?
I stood there, looking at his body on the floor, in this vision that I had. And I was holding the revolver. And the blonde stepped forward and removed the gun from my hand.
I'll take that, baby. We have to reload it. The prince is very proud of you. The service can now continue. You brought us blood. Are you ready to go home?
No, I don't want to go home. I don't feel it's my home any longer.
It's because she shut you out of it. She stole your home. A man's home is his castle. What right does another man have to live in your castle, Tiger? What right? Get your home back. Kill them.
Oh, but...
Look at him. Now on the floor, the man who robbed you of your standing as a scientist, the man who used to be your boss, you killed him. So now, for those who robbed you of your standing as a man, kill them also. The pistol is in your pocket. Will you speak the word to him, Prince?
Close your eyes. When I say open your eyes, you will be in your own home. At least it's the place you pay for. But another man enjoys. When I say open your eyes, you will be home. Kill them both. Open your eyes.
So, Perry, I see you finally got home.
And I see you're here as usual, Joe.
Usual. I wish he'd come more often.
Oh, you do? Why?
Well, it beats being alone.
Hey, Joe, why don't you get yourself a wife of your own?
Why don't you mind your business, Perry?
Oh, but this is my business. It's very much my business. It could very well be that Joe feels he doesn't need a wife of his own as long as he has mine.
And just what is that supposed to mean?
Now, Perry, I don't
say
like...
anything, Joe. Don't even signify that kind of slander with a reply.
Do you think I'm blind?
Yes. You're also deaf and dumb.
I know what's going on here.
Well, then tell me.
Are you kidding?
Look, Perry, you have to work late at the
He
plant.
doesn't have to. He wants to.
Yes, that's right. And the next time I design a new circuit that's worth a fortune, I won't say a word about it. I'll just walk out and sell it.
When did you ever design... What's the use?
Are you saying I did not design the A-line computer?
Oh, Perry, please. You need help.
Yes, I know.
What did you say?
I said I know. I need help.
You never said that before. Hey, darling, don't you see? That's half the battle to face yourself squarely, to admit you need help. But don't you agree, Joe?
Yes, it's really true.
We'll find you the best psychiatrist.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
But you just said you need help.
I have the best help, the truest help, actually. The only real help there is. Religion.
Religion? Oh, sure, why not? If belief helps you, it's the most wonderful thing in the world.
Did you have a religious experience, Perry?
Yes.
I'm so happy for you. And you look so peaceful. What do you pray for?
Death.
What did you say?
Death.
No. You mustn't pray for your death.
I'm not praying for my death. I'm praying for yours.
For mine?
And his.
What are you doing, Perry? That's a gun.
Yeah. A .38 caliber Valentine Porter revolver, a highly accurate weapon.
Now, Perry, don't do anything foolish.
Oh, no. No, I intend to do something smart, very smart.
You don't want to kill me.
But I do, Joe, I do.
Why, Perry? Why?
You know why.
I don't.
The two of you.
Perry, we never did anything.
You never even thought of it. Go ahead, tell me that. I bet you never even thought of it. Well?
Yes, Perry, we thought of it.
Oh, now we're getting
Well,
somewhere.
we thought of it, but we decided we couldn't do it.
And that's a lie.
We're not made that way.
Perry, you don't love me anymore, and I don't believe in divorce, so all three of us will have to go on being miserable forever.
Oh, no, not all three of us. Not all three of us. Two of us will be dead.
No, Perry.
And the dead, as far as I know, are not miserable.
Perry, please, stop. Think.
And I won't be miserable.
But you will, Perry.
Oh, no, I've been commanded to do this.
Command? The only command there is for a thing like this is thou shalt not kill.
That's not my command.
Perry, you can't.
Oh, yes, I can. Because he has darkened my soul. He has hardened my heart.
No.
He has steadied my hand.
For the love of heaven, Perry.
Not heaven, Joe. They were on the floor. Dead. My wife and her lover, who had also been my best friend. I closed my eyes for a moment as if I couldn't believe what had happened. And when I opened them again, I was back. Back in that other place. And he was there, the one who was called the Prince of Darkness. And they were there, the two who called themselves witches.
You did it, baby. You're a terrific tiger.
You're my best-loved child, Perry.
I want to go home.
You're home now.
No.
You have a place here. You have two wives.
He means me. Oh, me, too.
Look at them. Aren't they beautiful?
No, please.
You have a job, too. Keeper of the flame.
Hey, baby, that's the best job there is. You light the fire for the witch's service.
Now let the service continue.
Now, let me out of here, please. Please. I'm frightened. I'm leaving.
Did you hear that? He's leaving.
I ran from that place, and from the sound of the laughter, that terrible laughter. And I ran through the dark and deserted streets of the city. I didn't stop running until I saw a light. It was safe. Here. With the bright lights and the soft music and the friendly faces. Here. I'm safe.
So? What happened? You mean you killed your wife and your friend in addition to your boss?
No, I didn't kill anybody. But the terrible thing is, I wanted to. And it dominated my mind, which is why they came after me. Don't you understand?
All I understand is I stayed open past 1 o'clock because I thought you were going to tell me about those 2 dames. What happened to them?
They're after me.
Yeah?
I'm one of them now. Don't you see? They'll be after me as long as I live.
Okay, mister, this is it. Closing time.
Oh, please. Please don't send me out to the street, please. They're looking for me.
The men in the white coats are looking for you.
They read your mind. They read your heart.
2 beautiful dames in a sports car. Why don't I run into things like that?
You will. You will if there's evil in your mind. If there's murder in your heart, they'll find you.
Oh, for crying out loud. Did I say guys in white coats are looking for you? 2 guys in blue coats are looking for me. On account of you, I broke the law. I'm open. Look, officers, my watch must have been wrong. I'm not serving.
Oh, Phil, you at the bar. Grab him, Jack. Don't try anything.
Hey, look, there's nothing going on here.
Now, careful, Jack. He's a killer. He's armed. Now, hand over the gun, mister. Easy. That's it. I'll cuff him, Jack. Your name's Perry Harnischfager?
Yes.
This is your gun. This 38 caliber Valentine Porter?
Yes.
Hey, wait a second. I'm not dreaming. This is for real. You mean he killed somebody?
3 people.
The unholy 3.
Let's go.
Officer, wait. Let me tell you why I did it.
Mister, you better tell that to a judge and a jury.
So, like I was saying, you stand here behind a bar, you get all kinds. The stories I hear. Anyhow, the reason I bring it up is because I was reading in the paper today, and you might have seen it on the late news on the TV. Perry Harnischfager was found guilty of murder, triple murder. His boss, his wife, his best friend. Yeah. He's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. What's that? Oh, the witch's Sabbath. Now, how could a thing like that be legit? I mean, this here is the 20th century, ain't it? Hey, where'd the time go? It's 1:45. Excuse me, friend. A couple of dames just walked in down the other end of the bar. Hey, not bad looking, huh? Yeah, I'll be right back. Well, ladies, you got time for one more before closing. What'll it be?
Hiya, baby. Hello, Tiger. You want to have a little fun?
I'm a married man.
That's why we asked. Why don't you close the place and we'll take you to a party?
Oh, well, look, I told you, I'm a married man.
Yeah, we know. That's what you have to say, baby. But what do you want to say, Tiger?
I want to say, what are we waiting for?
Well, what are you waiting for? More? The story's over, isn't it? Or is it? Isn't this a story that has been going since the beginning of the human race? The longest continued story in the world. And if you think about it, between all our characters, we have seen practically every one of the 10 Commandments violated. When we tell you a story about wrongdoing, we present wrongdoers wholesale. I'll be back shortly. The wish is father to the thought. Who said that? Shakespeare. Who else? To which we may add, the thought is father to the deed. Or if you think about doing something, it's because you really want to do it, no matter how strange or violent it may be. And if you think long enough and strong enough, who knows? You may wind up as a guest of honor at a witch's Sabbath. Of course, you can prevent that by listening to Mystery Theater and leave all thoughts of violence here with us. After all, we do it so much better and neater. And you pay nothing in the end. Our cast included Larry Haines, Leon Janney, Marion Haley, E.V. Juster, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. What do you think about witches? Not the bony hags and atrocious crones of Shakespeare and legend, or the poor unfortunates of Salem, but witches who are young, witches who are beautiful, witches who even fall in love.
Excuse me.
Who let you in here?
Well, I hope I'm not disturbing you.
I'm only trying to make a deadline.
Well, if you're in the news business, I've got something for you.
It better be good.
I'm going to have to kill my wife.
That won't be news till you do it.
I know. I want you to know why.
Okay. Why?
Because she's a witch.
Our mystery drama, I Warn You 3 Times, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Loring. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It's one of those miserable, stormy nights in the dead of winter. A thick, clinging, wet snow seems determined to smother the entire earth and everyone on it. You'd think that most people would choose the cheerful indoors, a warming fire, a relaxing drink, a comfortable bed. That's the problem with most people. You can't figure them. For instance, consider that line of cars crawling down Main Street, bumper to bumper, skidding, sliding. Where is everybody headed on a night like this? Have we become a race of lemmings? Do we follow some mysterious, unconscious drive? An interesting speculation, but we won't pursue it. We'd better consider the traffic, which has come to a complete standstill. A car seems to be stuck at the intersection.
Let's go, sister. That light's green.
Oh, officer.
Well, what are you waiting for, lady?
My husband.
Your husband?
The light was red, and he said he wanted to step out and clean off the rear window.
Hey, mister. You finished back there?
He just stepped out. It was a moment ago. Tom?
Well, maybe he slipped in the snow.
Tom, are you all right?
Lady, there ain't nobody around the back.
But he just went out
Yeah,
to
clean the rear window. That's what you said.
But what could have happened?
Just sit there a minute, lady. Hey, lay off of that horn. I know you got one.
What's wrong, officer?
Did you see a guy get out of that car up?
Did I see a guy get out of the car?
Did you? Huh?
Are the police after someone in escape
Oh,
car?
come on, Buster. Just tell me. Did you see a guy cleaning off the rear window of that car up front?
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't paying any attention. I was listening to the radio. Now, there could have been somebody, but then again, I couldn't say there was. It's not that I'm not trying to get involved, officer. I'm a citizen. I know my duty, but...
Well, thank you.
Officer, where is my husband? He was just there.
Lady, he disappeared.
How could he disappear?
I don't know. I do know he ain't here.
What am I going to do?
Well, you can't keep blocking traffic, lady. You got to move on.
Where?
Well, it beats me.
But you must find him.
Look, you got troubles with your husband, that's your problem. But when you hold up traffic, that's my problem. Will you feed her a little gas, please? Come on, let's go.
But I can't.
Lady, you got to go somewhere.
I can't go anywhere. I don't know how to drive.
Desk, Lieutenant Carroll. Yeah. Nobody wants this guy, you say? Well, technically, that isn't true. His wife wants him. Okay. Well, look who's here.
Lieutenant?
You won't win any Pulitzer Prizes around this joint tonight, Peterson.
I was hoping you might have a little bone to throw me.
Page 1.
I'll settle for 2 inches on the bottom of page 38.
If you promise to remember 2 R's and 1 L. First name Irvin, not Irving. Lieutenant Irvin Carroll. We may have something shaping up.
Ah.
I don't know where it can go. Everywhere or nowhere.
What have I got to lose?
Sitting over there on the first bench.
Ooh, that's nice.
And married.
Well, you win, you lose.
A very, very weird story.
Tell me about it.
No. Let her tell you about it. Why don't you ask her?
Excuse me.
Oh.
My name is Fred Peterson. I'm a reporter for the Union Messenger.
Oh, no, I don't want to talk to a reporter.
Why not?
Because
Because you're afraid? Why?
Could you put Tom's picture in the paper?
Well, that depends. Has Tom done anything?
He's disappeared.
Well, we'd need the how, the when, the where.
The when? About an hour ago. Where? On Route 986 at Main Street. How? I don't know. You see, we were driving south. It was snowing hard, and he said, I can't see out the rear window. The light was red. He stepped outside to wipe it off. He didn't come back.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Well, where could he go?
I don't know.
In that snow. And there's nothing around there? Could you give me a why?
I can't imagine. I don't know what to do. I sit here waiting. Look, my name is Hetty Parsons. Tom and I, we've been married 5 years. We don't have any problems. I mean, we're very happy. If you print his picture in the story, maybe someone will see it who can help us.
Excuse me a minute.
Well?
Yeah, I think I'll run with it.
I don't blame you. I was always partial to girls with honey-colored hair and baby blue eyes.
Ah, so you noticed, too. Have you run a check on her husband, Tom Parsons?
Well, he's not one of the known bad boys. No record at all.
And what did she say he did?
He's an accountant. He has his own business in the Barstow building.
You looked him up in the phone book?
Checks out.
They were headed south, huh?
That's what she says.
If it was a trip, there should have been bags.
There were.
His and hers?
His and hers.
How does it look?
What do you want from me? I don't solve crimes. I sit here behind the desk.
Come on, Lieutenant.
Now, this is one for you, Fred. How could a guy disappear just like that?
And in that storm. There's no place to go.
He could have had a car following in back of them. A friend was driving it, maybe?
Well, he had to go somewhere. But why?
Right now, we're treating it as missing persons. It's all we can do. He's not wanted for anything. He's a legitimate citizen, as far as we know. He hasn't even done anything to her. At worst, he left her in a car. He hasn't even deserted her. Yet.
Who was driving?
He was. She can't.
Well, that's abandoning her, isn't it?
No. At best, we'd have him for abandoning the car.
Yeah, excuse me a minute. Listen, Mrs. Parsons.
Yes?
Why don't you go home? I've got my car outside.
Oh, no. I want to be here in case they find Tom.
They'll let you know if they find him.
No, I don't want to be home alone tonight. I just want to stay here.
But it may be hours. It may be even days.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry.
I'm just so jumpy and so nervous. I can't believe what's happened to me.
Well, if you're going to sit here, you should have some coffee and a sandwich.
Oh, I couldn't think of food.
I'll be right back. Hey there, Officer Dennis.
Well, look who's here, the friendly reporter.
Yeah, listen, that girl.
Yeah, I was going to ask what girl, but I won't.
Yeah, I want to start at the beginning.
Oh, well, you know, Lieutenant Carroll's got 2 R's, but Patrolman Dennett's got 2 N's.
Yeah. What did happen?
Well, like she said, he went out to clean the rear window, and he was gone.
Anybody see him?
I checked the car and back, but who looks, who notices?
Where could he have gone to around here?
Well, on the south side, you got open fields. On this side, a couple of warehouse buildings locked up.
Night watchman?
Yeah, he's a retired cop. No sign of anybody trying to break in, to hide, or whatever he may have wanted to do.
Okay, so what could have happened to the guy?
Well, it's all very interesting, but in 15 minutes I go off duty, and I won't have to worry about it.
Oh, thanks. I didn't think I could touch a thing, but I must have been starving. Has there been any word?
Yeah, you'll hear the minute they know. Now, listen, Hetty, I can help you, but you have to help me.
I'll do whatever I can.
We have 2 basic roads to explore. 1, somebody was out to get your husband.
Oh, no. No. Tom is the mildest, sweetest, most obliging guy on earth. He has absolutely no enemy.
That you know about.
Tom and I have no secrets from each other.
Everybody has at least one enemy.
Tom is incapable of hurting anyone in any way.
He sounds too good to be true.
If he does have a problem, that's it.
All right. The second road to explore. He wasn't pushed, he jumped.
What does that mean?
It means he walked out on you.
Oh, it's inconceivable.
Why?
I've had a liberal education tonight, Mr. Peterson.
Call me Fred.
No, not yet, or maybe never. I've been introduced to a new world. I've been thrown in with people who basically don't believe in anyone, don't trust anyone, and perhaps they have good cause. Perhaps that's how life is in their world. Perhaps their world is the real world, but it isn't my world.
May I ask, do you come from another world?
It's entirely possible. I won't call you Fred unless and until we become friends. But that's just a little thing. The policeman who brought me here is a confirmed cynic. So is the lieutenant. And so are you.
I must plead guilty as charged.
All of you proposed two basic hypotheses. A, my husband was ambushed by enemies. B, my husband abandoned me. You can't conceive of people who... they simply don't make or have enemies. You can't conceive of people who are completely in love. I'm not a fool, Mr. Peterson. I read these attitudes.
What a wonderful world you live in, Mrs. Parsons. I hope you can stay there always.
We're so dependent on each other, Tom and I. We need each other. We're so complete together.
But we still have the basic fact of his disappearance.
Yes, but all you can see are two alternatives. There is a third, you know.
Really?
Perhaps he was taken ill suddenly and he just wandered off. Oh, maybe I should go back there.
I've already been back there. There's no place he could have wandered off to. Tell me, does he have a history of any sort of illness, amnesia, anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
Well, then, where are we? Nowhere.
Perhaps you are nowhere, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, tell me where you are.
I have faith. I believe Tom will be found, or he will find himself, and he will have an absolutely reasonable and rational explanation.
I hope so.
Hetty!
Oh!
Hetty!
Tom! Oh, Tom, darling. Tom, what happened to you? I was so scared. Oh, darling, you're all right?
Hetty, are you all right?
Yes.
I don't understand. I happened to tune in the news, and there it was. Tom Parsons, accountant, with offices in the Barstow building, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Tom, I was so worried.
Mr. Parsons was driving with his wife. He stepped out of the car to clean off the rear window, and... Hetty, what did you tell them? I wasn't in the car with you. I was at home.
Well, here we have the story of two people who love each other deeply, who trust each other completely. It sounds like the Garden of Eden. But we all know what happened back there in the traffic and the snow. We shall return shortly with Act Two. You've seen these couples, or rather heard of them. They dwell in a sea of perfect harmony, never a ripple of discord. But when they do have a disagreement, well, it's a beaut. Here we have Fred Peterson listening to Hetty and Tom Parsons having a fantastic difference of opinion.
Tom, how can you say that?
Hetty, darling, I was not in the car with you. I was home. Home.
You said, let's get out of this miserable cold and snow. Let's head south for a couple of weeks.
Hetty, when did I say that? How could I say that? You know I'm swamped with work at the office.
You came home this afternoon, Tom. You said, how would you like to leave for Florida tonight? And I said, give me an hour to pack.
Excuse me.
Who's he?
Oh, he's just...
I'm just Fred Peterson of the Union Messenger.
A reporter?
Oh, please, don't be alarmed. I assure you it's a thoroughly respectable profession.
Well, I see no point in emblazoning this all over the newspapers.
Is there anything to emblazon, as you put it?
This is a private affair.
Tom, tell me what happened. What happened to you after you left me?
Hetty, I told you I never left.
Tom.
How could I have left you? I wasn't with you.
Oh, no, Tom. This time I have witnesses. The police officer, he knows you went out to clear the rear window.
How does he know?
Because
you told him.
Mr. Parsons, now, obviously your wife seems distraught. I would suggest...
Keep your suggestions to yourself, Mr. Peterson. Don't you dare imply that I'm overwrought or nervous or hysterical. I am completely calm, extremely rational, and absolutely in command of myself. I know what happened this evening.
Mr. Peterson, this is obviously a private matter between my wife and me, and nobody's business but ours.
What did you mean, Mrs. Parsons, when you said that this time you had witnesses? Have there been other times when...
Hetty, it doesn't do us any good to air this in public.
All right, Tom. Take me home.
Let me talk to that officer at the desk there. Find out if there's anything we have to do.
Well?
Well, what?
Friend, husband, Tom. He didn't turn out to be quite as advertised.
And what is that supposed to mean?
He isn't quite the sweetest, mildest, most obliging guy on earth, is he?
He is to me.
I guess it's all a matter of how these words are defined, isn't it? And about this oh-so-complete understanding between the two of you. Won't you at least admit you're having a difference of opinion right now?
I don't have to admit anything.
Okay, don't shoot. I'll go quietly. Are you sure you really want me to go?
Please.
Regardless of what you say to me. You are in trouble. No, don't deny it.
Well, what if I am?
I'd like to help you.
Why?
Because...
Would you want to help me if I were middle-aged and fat and sloppy and ugly?
It isn't 10 minutes ago. You accused me of living in a world where no one trusted the next fellow or believed in him. You accused me of being a confirmed cynic. Is it possible you don't remember what you say from 1 minute to the next?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. There's a great deal to what you said.
You're kind, but no one can help me.
I could try.
And no one should try either.
Why not?
It's too dangerous.
That was the wrong thing to say to me.
I'm warning you.
You're only getting me in deeper.
Please,
For
Fred.
openers, my business is to take chances and get myself into... Hey, you know what happened?
What?
You called me Fred.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
But you did. And that means we're friends.
Look, I only want...
You're the one who set up the ground rules for this thing. First names are for friends only.
Please, forget what happened here tonight. I warn you.
You've already warned me twice. It won't work.
I can only warn you 3 times.
Do you mean you keep score?
Please don't joke, Fred.
You keep saying the wrong word, or I should say the wrong name. The wrong name is Fred. You can't call me Fred and expect me to forget everything.
I warn you. I warn you for the 3rd time. Forget all about tonight for your own sake, for your own safety.
And after saying all that, you still expect me to forget about it.
Tell my husband I'll wait for him outside in the car.
Wait a minute, Hetty.
I warned you, Fred. I warned you 3 times. Now, goodbye.
Where's my wife?
She said she'd meet you in the car.
Mr. Peterson, if I were you, I'd forget everything that happened tonight.
Is that a threat?
No. A warning.
That's all I've been getting around here, warnings.
Well, for your own good, take them seriously.
And if I don't?
You'll regret it for the rest of your life, which may not be a long one.
You still insist that you're not threatening me?
I'm only trying to help you.
Really? And why should you do that?
Why? I don't know why. Maybe it's because the last guy tried to help me.
What last guy?
I didn't listen to him.
The last guy? What do you mean?
Nothing. Forget it.
You know, with you and your wife, it seems, everything turns out to be nothing and forget
I don't think it matters now. I have an idea. It's already too late for you. I'm sorry. Good night, Mr. Peterson.
Hey, Fred. Fred?
Yeah, Lieutenant, I'm coming.
Well?
Well, what?
There's nothing there for us boys in blue. What's in it for the 4th Estate?
Looks like he's trying to drive her nuts.
It could also be the other way around.
I don't think so.
Because of that honey-colored blonde hair?
Lieutenant, you always know where the exposed nerve is.
Just stop and figure it. Couldn't this also be her way of trying to drive him nuts?
As a reporter, I would have to say yes.
But, as a man?
I don't know.
Well, you got a problem, Fred. How are you going to tackle it? As a reporter? Or as a man?
morning.
Oh, Fred, what are you doing here?
Won't you ask me to come in?
Well,
You could also offer me a cup of coffee. It's been a long drive on a cold morning.
Oh, well, I suppose you might as well come inside.
How gracious.
I'm sorry. I'm still upset, and you should know why. Come into the kitchen. I was just pouring myself a cup.
Thanks. Charming place you have here.
Thank you. I suppose Tom is generous enough when it comes to money and things.
The implication being that he is not generous when it comes to what?
Fred, if you insist on talking about Tom, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Okay, let's talk about you.
No. We can't talk about me either.
What can we talk about?
The weather, politics, sports. You'd be surprised I'm a very well-informed person. We could talk about art or literature.
I didn't come here to talk about those things.
I know why you came here.
Do you?
Fred, I'm a married woman.
But you're not a happily married woman.
I'm happy enough.
Okay. Let me tell you why I'm here. As a reporter, that is. It doesn't happen very often that you get a chance to be in on a story before it's a story. You follow me?
No.
Last night, all I could have gotten out of it might have been a squib on the back page, or maybe nothing. But something's happening here. Something's building. I don't know what it is. But one of you is lying. One of you is trying to destroy the other.
And you think you can stop it?
Oh, no, that's not my job. But there's going to be an explosion. And I want to be there when it blows. Because then I'll have a story.
And that's all this is. That's all I am to you. A story.
I was talking as a reporter. But as a man...
Yes?
As a man, I'd like to help you, Hetty.
Even if it meant losing your story?
Yes.
I'd like to believe that.
Why can't you?
I tried to warn you, Fred.
Look, we had all that last night.
I can't warn you anymore, but remember, I did warn you.
Yeah, sure.
Don't brush it aside, Fred.
Hetty, on the general subject of warnings, I've had a few in my day. From gangsters, from politicians. I mean from people who had clout.
But I did warn you.
Look, if you want me to, I'll sign a receipt. Let the record show that you warned me.
You were right. He is trying to destroy me.
Ah, finally. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go through the standards. Is he after your money?
I don't have any.
Another woman?
I don't think so.
Is he tired of you?
I don't know.
Well, none of this is very helpful.
I'm sorry.
What was this business you were giving me back in the station house about your perfect marriage, about your perfect husband?
Because he is. It's just... Well, now and then he imagines things like last night.
What's now and then?
Oh, every few months. One time he stranded me up in Maine. Another time we were supposed to go to Europe. He told me he would be delayed and to get on the plane he would make the next one. And there I was, all by myself in Paris. He denied everything.
Has he seen a doctor?
Yes.
And?
It hasn't done any good.
Is he overworked?
Oh, yes.
Well, maybe he needs a long vacation.
I'm sure of it.
It all sounds pretty simple to me, except for one little item. Why have you insisted on warning me?
Because it was the right thing to do.
I don't understand. First, you imply that everything is so simple. Then, when I start to believe it, you drop a little suggestion that throws me off balance. I can't seem to get anything definite out of you.
Oh, but you did.
What was that?
A warning.
Lieutenant Carroll?
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, how goes the Parson case?
How did you know I was going to ask you about the
That
part?
honey blonde hair.
Does it really show that much?
Pal, you are hooked.
You know something? That's true. And she may even be playing me like a fish.
So what can I do for you?
Well, no crime has been committed yet, but you can bet there's one on the way.
Well, till then, we're handcuffed around here.
Sure, but you got all the facts.
What fact?
I mean, you can get at them in a routine way. Work up both of them, some past histories.
That's spending the taxpayers' money.
You spend the taxpayers' money every day. Something's ready to blow up there. Just be ready for it. That's all I'm asking.
Actually, Fred, if you want the truth, we've already started.
And? Yeah?
They said you're in this office.
Well, look who's here. Tom the piper's son. Come on in, sit down.
Mr. Peterson, I've decided to tell you everything. Because I know you're in love with my wife.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now, there are all kinds of meaningless expressions. Wait a minute, see here, hold on, or a few. Let's dispense with them.
You can't accuse me.
I don't accuse you. I state a fact.
Well, then let's be fair. I only met your wife last night. I admit she's attractive. I don't even know her.
That's what I told him.
That's what you told who?
The last guy. The last guy she was married to. I wish I knew how to start this.
Well, start at the beginning.
Okay. I'm an accountant. You're a reporter. Both of us are men of the world. I mean this world. You live on facts. I live on figures. So how can I tell you? How can I expect you to believe me when I say that Hetty isn't a human being at all?
She isn't?
No. She's a witch.
A witch? Yes, that's what he said. A witch. But how can it be? Wasn't all that witch business over and done with more than 200 years ago? Well, that's what we intend to find out shortly when I return with Act 3. Tom Parsons and Fred Peterson sit in a newspaper office. Both are young, alert, stylishly dressed, every bit the modern, sophisticated men of today. And yet, the subject, the very serious subject under discussion is witchcraft, of all things.
Well, it isn't every day a man accuses his wife of being a witch.
It isn't every day a man finds out he's married to one.
I can only say it's incredible.
I know. That's what I said when he told me.
When who told you?
The last guy.
Tell me about the last guy.
I met Hetty on a cruise ship about 5 years ago. She said her husband had just somehow disappeared. She was distraught. You know, she does the distraught bit to perfection.
I know nothing of the kind. What happened? Had he fallen overboard?
Well, that's what she made everybody think. Till we got a radiogram from shore. He claimed he knew nothing about the trip.
Well, either he had boarded the boat or he hadn't.
Okay, let's get all of that cleared away. There was a ticket in his name. There were some people who claimed they had seen him. The trouble is, there was a pretty drunk bon voyage party. Most everyone was in no shape to remember anything. Oh, yes, the steward did claim to have seen him aboard, but...
What?
I'm convinced the steward was bribed. So I bought her story. I fell in love with her. Just as you did. And I helped her kill him. Just as you're going to help her kill me.
You know what I think?
I know what you think. You think I'm a nut. You could look it up. 5 years ago, Stacy's Mountainville Lodge in the Adirondacks. She called me. She was desperate. Come up here. He's going to kill me. I flew up. I found them. They were near a cliff. She was screaming for help. I started fighting him off. I guess he slipped. He fell over the side. He was killed. Look it up. Coroner's office. You'll see. An accident.
Let's assume I buy all this. How does it make her a witch?
Oh. She told me. She'll tell you afterwards. She's a witch. She falls in love with men, gets tired of them, and destroys them.
I think you must
I know. I'm here to warn you. But I'm going to kill her first.
Let me get you a cup of coffee.
You're a fool. I'm here to save your life.
Sure.
Okay. Look her up. I mean that. See if you can find a trace of her. See if you can find out where or when she was born, who her parents were. She has absolutely no background, I tell you.
Don't get excited.
Lord, this is all so familiar. All of this is what he said to me and what I said to him. Back there before I killed him.
Now, nobody's going to kill anybody.
I don't know you. But you look like a nice guy. Take my advice. Save yourself. Save yourself.
I'm not sure I should be here with you tonight, Fred.
Well, you wouldn't let me visit you at home.
Oh, it just wouldn't look right.
Yeah, but it's all on the level. I'm a newspaper man. It's business. I'm doing a story.
I had a very proper upbringing.
Where were you raised, Hetty?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Why?
Well, I told you it was proper, but it wasn't happy. I shouldn't say this, but there were times when I thought my parents were ogres. Fred, is something wrong?
No. Gee, I just hope I didn't spill anything on you.
No. I didn't have a happy childhood. I don't like to discuss it.
Here's something we should discuss. I spoke with Tom this morning.
I think I know what he told you.
So far out, I even hesitate to mention it, but obviously he believes it.
I insisted that he see a psychiatrist. In fact, we both went. And it's the doctor's opinion that Tom is riddled with guilt. You see, he thinks he murdered Larry.
Larry?
My first husband. But Larry was a brute. I was very young, and we're really too young to know anything about people. Larry was a drunk. I didn't know that either. And when he had a few, he would abuse me. Well, I shouldn't have done it, but I was terrified. I called Tom, and he came up and got into a fight with Larry, and, well, there was that accident.
But why should he get that far-out notion about you?
According to the doctor, it had to be something... Well, something he could live with, something that could justify what he did, and he really has a vivid imagination.
Strikes me as a very sober-minded person, aside
He was a lit major at college. He became an accountant because he had to make a living. I don't know what I'm going to do about him, Fred. I've had so much trouble in my life, and he's really a wonderful guy, and I love him. Why does he want to destroy us? Why should he have a guilty conscience about Larry? Whatever happened was in self-defense.
Well, look, everything will turn out all right.
Oh, you're only saying that because you have to say something.
No, I believe it.
Hello?
Tom?
Yes, it's Tom.
But you said you were working late.
Well, I am. I just took a break for dinner. Join you?
Please.
Fred, you obviously didn't hear a word I said this morning, did you?
I heard every word.
Heard them all and listened to none?
Tom, you're not well, and I think we...
Oh, I know what you think. You think we should go away for a rest and all that. Forget it. I know what I have to do, and I'm going to do it. Poor Fred. I feel sorry for you. You're in love with her.
To keep the record straight, I'm a reporter. There's a story here. I aim to get it.
Sure. That's what you tell yourself.
Let's go along with you, Tom. Suppose what you say is true. Suppose she's what you say she is. Why not walk out, get a divorce?
I can't.
Why?
I hope you never find out. You see, she destroys you. She takes away your capacity to love, your feelings, your mind. It's as if you're only just nourishment for her. And when everything you have to give is gone, she discards you for someone else.
Tom, for your own sake, I think you should be under a doctor's care in a hospital.
I suppose I should. But I want to save you. It'll make up for Larry.
I must apologize, Fred, for exposing you to all this. I shouldn't have come here.
But you wanted to expose him to all this. That's why you came here. You knew I always eat here when I work late.
Tom, I'll do anything you want. Just tell me.
Disappear. As a supernatural person, you can arrange that without any problem.
Please, Fred, go now. Leave us alone.
But I don't want to...
He's my problem. I have to live with it. And if you stay, well, an audience always excites him.
Now,
look who finally showed up. What happened to that Nobel Prize for journalism you were working on?
Lieutenant, there is no Nobel Prize for journalism.
Oh, well, what happened anyhow?
I got off it all. Couldn't make heads or tails.
Well, we're still on it. As a matter of fact, information keeps pouring in all the time.
On her?
On him. Funny duck. He was always interested in spirits, that kind of thing. He wrote his master's thesis on something called demonology.
Well, there's nothing there for me.
As a man or a reporter?
Both.
You know, I've been married 10 years, and I've never been tempted. But if I could be, she could do it. Oh, that dame is something.
I'm surprised at you, Lieutenant.
But there's hope for you. If what you say about the husband is true, he winds up in the loony bin, and after a respectable interval, she could be yours. That's what's in your mind, right?
You are the most cynical person I know.
Come off it. We're two of a kind. I'd even wait for her myself. Lieutenant Carroll.
Is Fred Peterson there, please?
Hold on, I'll see. It's the girl you love.
Cut it out.
Okay, the girl we love. You hear?
Yeah, I guess I'm here.
Take it.
Hello?
Fred, I'm scared.
What's the matter, Hetty?
Don't ask any questions. Just come to my place. Quickly. Come in, Fred. Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're here.
Hetty, why are you shaking like that?
I'm frightened. I'm so frightened.
Please, Hetty, calm down. I'm here. Everything is going to be all right.
I know it. I know. It's wrong for me to talk to you like this, to feel like this. But I can't help it.
No, we'll work it out. Somehow we'll work it out. Now. Why are you scared?
He asked me to take his suit to the cleaners this morning, and I found this in his pocket.
It's a receipt.
Read it.
From Carrington's, one double-action Danforth Wilson revolver, caliber 32.
He bought a gun. Don't you see? He bought a gun.
All right.
Why would he buy a gun if he didn't want to kill me?
Well, I think we have enough to interest the police now.
Are you sure about that?
Tom?
Well, answer the question, Fred. What do you expect from the police? I have a permit for this gun. I have every right to own it.
Look, Tom, I get very nervous when people point guns at me. Maybe it's unreasonable, but do you mind putting that thing away?
Well, I will. After I use it.
No, Tom.
Don't be a fool. You're not a killer.
I always thought that. Till just now.
Tom, listen. Let's say you're right. That she is a witch, okay? Don't you see? You couldn't kill her anyhow. You'd empty the gun at her. It wouldn't mean a thing.
Fine. Why don't we find out?
I won't let you.
Get away from me, Fred.
No.
Come on, step aside.
Behind me, Hetty, behind me.
Fred, give me that gun. If you move, I'll kill you.
Gun. Just lower it. Drop it.
Take it. I'm going to kill her.
No, drop it.
Tom! You did it. Again, Eddie. It did it. Again.
Call a doctor, Eddie.
What for? You poor sucker. You think she's not worth it. You think she's paradise? She is. She is. But it doesn't last. It doesn't last. And then she'll kill you. She'll kill you, too.
Tom.
He's dead.
Tom.
You saw there was nothing I could do.
I know.
Better call the police.
Lieutenant Carroll.
Lieutenant, it's Fred.
Hey, Fred, I got news for you. What I mean is I have absolutely no news for you.
Lieutenant, listen to me.
You know, we drew a complete blank on that dame. We traced her back to St. Louis City Hall, where she married a guy named Larry Bellows. She gave her home address as Charterville, Illinois. But there's no such place.
Listen, Lieutenant.
It's as if this dame just materialized out of thin air. No background at all.
Wait a minute.
Hetty. Who are you?
Hello? Oh, Fred. Fred, why did you call?
Who are you, Hetty?
Fred, what's on your mind?
Hetty.
I warned you 3 times, Fred. I warned you 3 times.
And how many warnings would you have needed? Or heeded? That's the trouble. When they have honey blonde hair, it's so hard to take them seriously. A mistake. You should always take every woman seriously. We'll be back shortly. Are there really witches? Everyone must keep his own counsel on the matter. However, if you should happen upon a damsel in distress, and she has honey blonde hair and baby blue eyes, remember, we warned you 3 times. Our cast included Joan Loring, Mason Adams, Tom Keena, Alan Manson, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And, as you may suspect, I have a tale to tell. A tale full of sound and terror and signifying... Well, I'll have to leave that to you. And I also ask your indulgence when I personalize this strange riddle, because this story was brought directly to me. Ever since I've been your host on this series, I have the feeling that you expect me to be an expert on the macabre. But I must confess to a sense of surprise when I was buttonholed by a young man the other day who said, "Excuse me, Mr. Marshall, but I have a coffin that I'm sure will interest you."
You cannot frighten me. I am not leaving this graveyard until I get to the bottom of this.
I warn you, your persistence will be your destruction.
I still trust in the Lord. Where's that music coming from?
From beyond the grave.
Is it Judgment Day?
No.
Then you talk nonsense. The dead will rise. The Lord will summon his elect to meet him in the clouds. But until that day, the dead remain buried.
Our mystery drama, A Coffin for the Devil, was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Keir DeLay. What do you do when a perfect stranger tells you he has a coffin which might interest you?
My first instinct was to tell the young man that I wasn't in the market for coffins. But he quickly explained that he wasn't a salesman, but an avid listener to our series, and that he had a macabre story of a strange coffin that had been in his family for generations. I was intrigued. So the next night, I found myself in his old suburban house, drinking coffee with his wife, Cora, and his friend, Professor Gerald Barker, and looking at a large wooden box, which appeared to me to be a case for a bass fiddle.
This box, although you may not believe it, Mr. Marshall, is a coffin. And this letter, which my wife, Cora, found in the attic, explains how it came in our family, and also how it happens that I'm not today a mortician. It was written by my great-grandfather, whose name was also William Spindles, and the letter begins, I, William Spindles, swear this to be a true and honest account of the strange happenings that befell me when I was employed by Edward Rogers, the undertaker, in the year 1851. The month was December, and Mr. Rogers and his good wife, paying pre-Christmas visits, had left me in charge of the shop. It was a cold night and blowing hard, but my good friend Richard Clay and I were snug enough with a big fire going in the stove.
Only for you, William Spindles, would I spend a stormy night like this sitting in an undertaker's parlor.
Ah, come on now, Dick. You've kept me company often enough to know that there's no harm in corpses.
Well, it's not the corpses that worry me. It's their spirits that may be around.
There's no such thing as spirits. Mr. Rogers says that there's no harm in the dead. The harm is in people's minds.
Oh, maybe. What's that?
Someone's at the door. Come in.
Oh, I don't like this.
I'll see who it is. Come in, sir. Come in. You'll catch your death of cold standing out there.
I'm sorry to disturb you on a night like this, but my need is urgent. I require a coffin.
Yes, sir. Did you have a particular type in mind?
Very particular. I know exactly what I need.
Well, we have a complete stock in the next room. Now, if you'll follow me...
No need. You won't have it in stock.
We carry the most complete line in the state.
That's why I have come here.
Well, thank you. Now, if you'll tell me who the coffin is for, I'll be able to help you better.
For me.
For you? You mean it's for your own personal use?
Exactly. I can see you're going to be busy, Bill, so I'll run along.
Oh, no need to leave, Dick. This gentleman will have to come back tomorrow and see Mr. Rogers, so
I cannot return.
Well, Mr. Rogers is the proprietor, and I honestly believe you'll be better served if you'll wait for him.
I can draw you the way the coffin must be. Here's $50. Will that cover it?
But
goodbye, Bill. I really must leave. Amy's expecting me. Is the $50 enough?
It's not the money I was thinking of. It's the special requirements you mentioned. I'm not sure I can handle them.
I said I'd draw it. Do you have paper?
I guess so. Here's a pencil.
I have my own. Now, the shape must be exactly like this. Just so.
But that doesn't look like a coffin at all. It's more like the case for a musical instrument.
I know my needs.
Oh, never in my life have I seen or heard of a coffin such as you ask for.
It must be exactly the way I've drawn it.
Very well.
Now, it must also have lids and hinges.
Hinges?
Right? Hinges. You see them? Here, on the drawing.
Yes, but you...
And a lock on the inside.
The inside?
And a good quality lock. Secure. Nothing shoddy, you understand?
I believe I do.
Good. Now, if you have a tape measure, I want you to measure me around.
But why? I mean, the drawing it's unusual. It's very clear.
I want to make sure that you leave enough room for my arms.
I really don't know how I'm going to explain this to Mr. Rogers.
Show him the drawing. Now, take my measurements.
Yes, sir. All right, now leave enough room for your arms.
Now, make sure that this is ready by Friday.
But that's the day after tomorrow.
I must have it. I'm sorry to be so particular, but I've been buried before. And this time, I want to have it my own way.
Bill! Are you in there?
Just a minute. I'm opening the door. Lucy, what are you doing here?
Are you all right? Is he still here?
What are you talking about?
Dick told me about that strange man who came here. Dick was really scared. He said the man wanted to order his own coffin.
That's right, but I'm sure it was some kind of practical joke.
Well, I don't care what it was. I want you to find another job. I hate the idea of your being an undertaker.
Lucy, we've been through this before, and this job is no different than any other except in people's minds.
I'm sorry, Bill. I'm sorry. I'm just so frightened. All the way over here, I was just worried about you and scared, but I came anyway, and now... Oh, Bill, I don't think it's going to work.
Oh, I'd like to punch Dick Clay right in the nose for frightening you like that.
Don't blame Dick. It's not his fault.
If he hadn't scared you, you wouldn't have...
Yes, I would. Maybe I wouldn't have come here tonight, but I hate what you're doing. I hate it.
I know, honey. What do you want me to do?
Quit.
And do what?
Oh, I don't care.
What will we live on?
Well, you'll find another job.
Nowhere near as much money.
I don't care about the money. Bill, can't you understand? I don't want hands touching me that have been touching death all day.
All right, Lucy. I'll speak to Mr. Rogers about leaving.
Good morning, Bill. Good morning. Now, what's all this about some excitement you had here last night?
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. I guess Dick Clay has been busy gossiping again.
I don't know whether it came from Dick or not, but I heard it from the barber. Some ridiculous claptrap about a walking cadaver ordering its own coffin.
Well, sir, what happened was unusual.
How so?
Take a look at this. This is a drawing made by the gentleman who ordered this coffin.
Remarkable. It looks something like a carrying case for the bass fiddle.
Yes, sir, it looks that way to me also. It must be ready tomorrow evening.
You're worried about something, aren't you, Bill?
Yes, sir.
Something to do with this special order?
I suppose so, in a way. Mr. Rogers, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm going to have to leave here.
What? You mean because of last night?
Only partially. It's really because of Lucy.
Oh, I suppose she's upset about the idea of marrying a mortician.
More than upset. She practically gave me a choice. Either this job or her.
I wouldn't worry about that if I were you, Bill.
You're not me, and you're not engaged to Lucy.
I'm sorry, Bill. It's just that I've been there before. I had the same problem with Mrs. Rogers before we got married.
Well, what did you do?
Before I answer that, how do you feel about the business? I mean, would you stay on if Lucy would marry you?
I think so.
Bill, you know I have no son. No one to carry on. I've never said it, but I think you know how I feel about you and what hopes I have that you might be the one to carry on. Until today, I thought you felt the same way.
I don't think I can change Lucy's mind.
Of course you can't.
But you just said that...
You can't, but Mrs. Rogers can. Now, ask Lucy to talk with her, woman to woman. That's your best bet. My wife knows all the problems, and she has all the answers.
I never thought of that. All the same, I wish you'd been here last night. It was... Well, the only word I can use to describe what happened is weird.
Because he ordered a coffin for himself?
That, plus the way he came in, and then the strange shape he insisted on. But most of all, because he appeared to be driven. Almost as if he were compelled to do what he was doing.
What he felt or didn't feel isn't important, Bill. What matters is whether you've changed the way you think about death.
I don't follow you.
You have to see dying for what it is, Bill. Life's ultimate destination. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's just an inescapable fact. In the course of my life, I've met a lot of people, and I'm good at judging them. And up until now, I've thought of you as a no-nonsense, feet-on-the-ground, level-headed young man.
But, sir, you didn't see this man. You didn't hear the terrible desperation he had in his voice.
I've seen and heard almost everything since I started some 18 years ago. This poor fellow who ordered his coffin from you last night was obviously deranged. No question about it. Deranged.
I hope you're right, sir.
Of course I'm right. What other conclusion can there be?
The one I can't get out of my head. He told me he'd been buried once before. And this time he means to have it his own way.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
You find that amusing?
Now I understand everything. That coffin he ordered is nothing but a big fiddle case. A double bass box. And he must be a musician. They're the very devil for playing practical jokes. Don't you see? This is nothing but a practical joke.
A joke on whom, sir?
How should I know? Some fellow musician.
No, I'm sorry, sir. I just can't believe that.
Why not?
Why wouldn't he have told me so? Why would he try to scare the daylights out of me and then pay $50? 50 whole dollars besides.
Ah, well. I expect we'll have the answer to that tomorrow evening when he comes to get his coffin. That is, if he comes at all.
Oh, he'll be here. I'm sure of that. I just pray that we won't be sorry when he comes.
When the reading stopped, I looked at the faces in that sane and sensible 20th century living room. Spindle's wife, Cora, was wide-eyed. Professor Barker's lips were pursed and his eyes were skeptical. My eyes were drawn automatically to the subject of the letter. The large, strangely shaped coffin that stood in the corner of the living room, and I could understand the fear that had gripped that 19th century William Spindles. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I suppose to the three inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, one could add the right of a man to order his own handmade coffin. Most of us, I believe, would find the thought distasteful, but the feeling that prevailed among us in the living room of William Spindles was one of curiosity. We were all anxious for him to continue reading the letter from his great-great-grandfather.
I must confess that my work suffered during that day. My thoughts were not on what I was doing, but on what the evening would bring, and what Mr. Rogers would make of the stranger when he came to call for his coffin. The day passed somehow.
Bill, when did this customer of yours say he'd be back?
Early in the evening.
We'll give him another half hour, and then we'll lock up.
That won't help if he wants to pick it up.
What does that mean, young man?
Someone tampered with the coffin, and we don't know who.
We only have Sam's word that the coffin was tampered with.
But he's our best workman.
Well, like everyone else around here, I'm sure he's been infected with the idea that there's something strange about this order for a coffin in the shape of a bass fiddle. At last, he's arrived.
Those raps didn't come from the door?
Nonsense. Of course they did. It's cold out there. He wants to come in.
I'll prove it to you. I'll open the door.
No need. He's letting himself in.
Sir? Sir, there's no one at the door.
Get hold of yourself, Bill. Must have been a draft that blew the door open. I'll close it myself.
Good evening, Mr. Rogers. Is my order ready?
Well, good evening, sir. Come in, come in. The box you ordered is ready.
Thank you.
My dear sir, you really should wear a greatcoat and a muffler in this bitter weather. You'll catch cold.
Where's my coffin? Ah, that's it, in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Satisfactory? Very satisfactory. Is there a good, secure lock on the inside?
You may open the lid and see for yourself. That way you can also test the hinges.
The make of the lock is unknown to me. Is it a good one?
We never have had a single complaint about any of our coffins.
So I'd heard.
Now then, where would you like it sent?
I'll take it with me.
My dear sir, it's much too heavy for one man to carry.
I'll manage.
Perhaps you have a horse and cart outside. We can help you get it on.
That won't be necessary.
May I have your name?
My name is of no importance.
Sir, I'm a reputable undertaker. I must keep my records in order.
Any name you choose will do.
Come now, sir. I see through your little joke, and I don't disapprove, but you must...
Joke? Mr. Rogers, if there's any joke being played here, it's on me. So, I'll take my coffin and be on my way.
But, sir, you can't just walk out of here with a...
Thanks to you for your efforts, and I wish you gentlemen good night's sleep.
Sir, come back.
Let him go. For the love of heaven, let him go, Mr. Rogers. He lifted that box as if it were as light as a feather.
Get your coat.
What for?
To follow him, Bill. Couldn't you see the man is ill?
We're the ones who are going to be ill if we follow him.
Stop babbling and get into your coat.
All right, I'll go with you. I don't want you following that spirit alone, but I tell you, he's not mortal.
He is, and he's sick, mentally ill. Hurry.
How far do we follow him?
As far as he goes.
No, sir, I won't, because I believe his destination is hell.
There he goes. Around the corner, down Green Tree Lane.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Where can he be heading? There are no houses after a block of Green Tree Lane.
But there's the cemetery.
Didn't I tell you he was deranged? The cemetery gate's locked.
Locks never bothered spirits.
Then he's no spirit. Didn't he ask for a lock on the coffin?
Oh, let him go, Mr. Rogers, please.
Hurry up before we lose him.
Mr. Rogers, if we do catch up to him, what in heaven's name do you want of him?
Find out who he is, where he lives, and get him safely home. Then I shall call a doctor to attend him.
There he goes, heading directly for the cemetery gate.
Confound it. What's happened to the moon?
A cloud just passed in front of it.
No matter. Even if we can't see him, we shall catch up when he finds the gate locked.
Oh, here comes the moonlight, and here's the gate. Where did he go?
Well, he must have gone in.
Gate's locked.
Well, I have my key.
You don't intend to go in, do you?
Of course. Come on.
No, sir.
There. Isn't that our man? Moving among the trees over there near the Addison Mausoleum?
Mr. Rogers, I've had enough of this. I'm going home.
And allow that poor soul to do himself some kind of mischief?
Sir, that poor soul, as you call him, is a person I want nothing to do with. I don't know whether he's man, ghost, or devil, but whatever he is, and whatever his business is in the cemetery, I want no part of it.
Bill, when a man's dead, he's dead. I've never seen a man or woman come to life again. I'm a God-fearing man, and I go by the Bible. Doesn't the good book say dust to dust?
The Bible says a lot of things, but I remember no mention of men who could lift a heavy coffin as if it were a pillow and pass through locked gates without leaving a sound, to say nothing of a man ordering his own coffin.
Very well, Bill. You can stay or leave. I'm going after him.
I beg of you.
Close the gate.
I beg you, Mr. Rogers, leave this be and come home with me.
Close the gate and make sure it's locked.
At this point, Bill Spindles stopped reading and put down the letter. My reaction was shared by his wife, Cora, who almost screamed at him.
Don't tell me the letter stops there, and we're not going to find out what happened.
The reason I stopped is because the story my great-grandfather was telling up to now was his. But it now changes. At this point, he is writing not what he saw, but what he heard, as he puts it in the letter. Perhaps I was a coward, but I allowed Mr. Rogers to go on into the graveyard alone while I hurried home. So I warn the reader of this letter. This portion of my tale is written here as it was told to me by Mr. Rogers.
The moon again had gone behind the clouds when young Spindles went hurrying off. But I thought I saw some light in or around the big Addison tomb. I started that way, and then I heard what seemed to be the voice of the man I was following, but it seemed to come from far off.
Too far. You have come too far on a useless journey, Edward Rogers. Turn back before it's too late.
Where are you, sir? Listen to me.
Thrice they tried, and thrice they died.
Where are you? What are you doing with your coffin?
Leave here, Edward Rogers. Your business with the dead is finished. You don't belong here.
And what do you do here?
I keep an age-old bargain.
With whom?
You must leave here. This place is dangerous for you.
But not for you?
Leave before it's too late.
The Lord will protect me. Now let me help you. Don't you understand? You're ill. You need help.
So be it, Edward Rogers. You want to join in a dance of death? The consequences will be on your head. Here, I show myself to you. Here I am. See if you can catch me.
It was then that I started after him. I could see him almost clearly. He seemed to be heading for the Addison tomb. He was carrying the coffin, and I was certain I could overtake him. But he kept dodging behind headstones. I turned and twisted after him. And then my foot caught. I lost my balance and fell, hitting my head against the tombstone.
Dick, wake up, man.
Well, Bill, what do you want?
Get dressed. You've got to come to the cemetery with me.
What? The cemetery? Are you out of your mind?
Mr. Rogers went in there after the man who ordered the coffin. He isn't home yet, and Mrs. Rogers is worried.
Then take her.
Come on, Dick. I'll be with you.
I wouldn't care if the whole town was with us. What time is it?
4:00. It will soon be light. Please, Dick, you must.
All right. I'll get dressed and I'll go with you, but we'll wait for the dawn.
But Mr. Rogers may be in trouble.
Bill, whatever has happened has happened. I'll go with you, but not until it's light.
Oh, my head. It hurts. Where am I?
Where you do not belong.
Oh. It's you. Where's your coffin?
Where it belongs.
Good. Come. I'll take you home.
You need more help than I do.
I'll be all right. I was fortunate. It was just a glancing blow.
I'll take you to the gate. See that you get there safely.
You've changed. Why are you now worried about me?
I admire your courage. You were concerned about me. Now I return the favor.
No. You tried to frighten me before.
For your own good. You're still in danger.
From whom?
From the damned.
Sir, I don't know who you are or where you're from, but I'll swear you're of this world. There are no such things as ghosts.
I know that's what you believe. I wish with all my heart that you were right.
What's that music? Do you hear it?
I do.
What is it? It doesn't belong here in a graveyard.
You're wrong. It's the only place it can be heard, and not by everyone. Come, the gate is this way.
No, I am not leaving until I get to the bottom of this.
I warn you, your persistence will be your destruction.
I still put my trust in the Lord. Where's that music coming from?
From beyond the grave.
Is it Judgment Day?
No.
Then you talk nonsense. The dead will rise. The Lord will summon his elect to meet him in the clouds. But until that day, the dead remain buried.
And quiet?
And quiet.
Oh, foolish man. I will not be able to protect you much longer. Go home now, while you can.
I will, if you'll first allow me to take you to your home.
Can't you understand? My home is here.
Tommy rot.
I must go. I have work to do. You've been warned. My conscience is clear.
As I turned my head to see where he went, I felt dizzy. The blow had evidently been more serious than I thought. When my head cleared, I could still hear the music, and I thought I saw a light. I walked toward the light. It seemed to come from the Addison tomb. As I approached, I could see that the door to the mausoleum was open. I was convinced that inside was the source of the music. It grew louder with every step I took. And then I found myself at the door to the tomb. And there, just inside, I saw the large coffin the stranger had ordered. The lid was wide open. But the moment I took one step inside, the lid slammed shut, and the music stopped. I thought the coffin had been empty, but I couldn't be sure. I walked over to it and bent down and listened. I heard the key turn in the lock, and I called out, "You mustn't lock yourself in. You mustn't. Please open the coffin." He wouldn't listen, so I determined to get the coffin open. When suddenly there was a flash of light and a loud explosion.
Bill, I can't see anyone in there. Mr. Rogers must have gone home.
I can't see the whole cemetery from outside. We'll have to go in.
The gate's locked.
I have a key.
Oh, look, do we really have to go on?
It's practically daylight. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, I hear you, but I'm still shivering.
That's the cold. Come on.
Hey, you seem to know where you're going.
Oh, I shouldn't have left him. If any harm has befallen him, I'll never forgive myself.
Well, he shouldn't have been here at all.
The last I saw of Mr. Rogers, he was heading for the Addison tomb. I have a feeling that if we find him at all, that's where he'll be. There's the tomb now.
Oh, the door's open. Should it be?
We'll find out.
Wait. Suppose there's something in that tomb that waited for Mr. Rogers, and now it's waiting for us.
If you don't want to come in, you can wait here, but I'm going into that tomb.
All right, I'll come with you. Good Lord, there he is, lying across that coffin, and so still. Is he dead?
I don't know. But there's only one way to find out.
I can offer no explanation, but I can tell you that the words of a letter written more than 100 years ago had cast a spell over all of us. A spell that had transported us back to a small 19th century graveyard. I'll be back in a moment with the strange end to this strange tale. Like many time-worn sayings, the old adage, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back, still contains more than a few grains of truth. Certainly all of us sitting in the William Spindle's living room that night were anxiously waiting for him to resume reading the letter from his great-great-grandfather. But he further whetted our curiosity by prefacing his reading with this explanation.
I think it's important to tell you that this next portion of the letter is an eyewitness account, not what was told to my ancestor, but what he experienced himself. So, if you're all ready, I'll continue. After Mr. Rogers told me what had happened to him that night in the cemetery, I was still undecided about leaving the undertaking business, although my dear Lucy was at me every day to give my notice. And then, one morning, Mr. Rogers called me to his office.
Sit down, Bill. I think we should have a talk.
Yes, Mr. Rogers?
My wife tells me that Lucy hasn't been to see her. Have you spoken again to Lucy about discussing your future here with Emily?
No, sir.
You still believe that our strange customer was a ghost?
Let's say I'm still undecided. What's that?
Probably someone who wants to see me. Come in.
Should I get the door?
Don't bother. I'll go.
Good morning, gentlemen.
It's you.
It is indeed I. And I'm not sure how long I'll be permitted to stay.
Long enough, I hope, to give me an explanation of your actions the other night.
That is why I'm here.
Good. Perhaps you'll start by telling me...
I come here, sir, at great personal risk. I ask you to believe me. I beg you to listen and keep an open mind.
I believe I'm a fair man.
Since you're a native of this town, you must know of the Addison family.
Of course. Old Thaddeus Addison owned the leather and dye plant.
He did. And do you remember a young man named Tom Addison, one of Thaddeus's 3 sons?
I never knew the young rascal. Everyone heard about him, of course. He was a ne'er-do-well who finally ran away.
That's what my father wanted everyone to believe.
Hold on. Are you trying to tell me you're Tom Addison?
My father wanted me to go into the factory. I couldn't abide the thought. In all modesty, I had a great talent for music, particularly the bass, a talent which my father felt was foolishness. All of our quarrels came because I wanted to practice my music, and my father thought it was a waste of time and money.
Then you are young Addison.
I am. And I am not. Not in the sense that you mean.
I suppose you can explain that.
The situation between my father and me became unbearable. He finally gave me an ultimatum. Either I'd go into the business, abandon my music, or he'd turn me out of the house. I really had no choice. I left.
Mm-hmm. And what brought you back?
The very same thing that took me away. Music. When my father disowned me, I wandered around the country trying to earn my living as a musician. It wasn't easy. One day, I found someone who valued my musicianship. I made a bargain with him.
Who was he?
He goes by many names. Take your choice. Satan, the devil, Beelzebub, or the Prince of Darkness.
Rubbish.
You believe in the Lord. Why do you find it so difficult to believe in the devil?
I'm a God-fearing man. The devil has no power over me.
Not unless you invade his realm, as you did the other night.
All I did the other night was my duty, as an undertaker and as a man.
How can I make you see the horrors that lie ahead of you if you will not listen? What will change your foolish obstinacy so that you can save yourself? Are you so insensible that if I tell you what I have suffered and am suffering, you'll still close your mind to what I say?
I promise to listen, and I will.
10 years ago, I was in Chicago, living in a cold and miserable garret, hungry, alone, and with no hope of employment. In order to get something to eat, I knew I'd have to pawn my fiddle. Just before venturing out, I wanted to play it one last time, when suddenly I thought I'd lost my mind, because not only was I hearing my own instrument, but it was joined by a full symphony. And he was there.
Satan?
And he offered me the fulfillment of a dream. I would never have to worry about money again, and I could concentrate on my music. dazzled me. The prospect of a life I'd always hoped for.
And what did he ask in return? Your soul?
Nothing so dramatic. What seemed a simple, harmless request. All he asked is that I play for him whenever and wherever he should ask. I hesitated, but only for a moment. How I wish I had thought longer on it, but I didn't. I agreed. And now I'm his forever. A member of his orchestra of the damned.
And the letter closes as follows. That was the day I left the undertaking establishment of Edward Rogers. I have no way of knowing whether Mr. Rogers believed the story told by the man who claimed to be Tom Addison. I never saw nor heard from the stranger again, nor do I know whether Mr. Rogers did. Signed, William Spindles. Now, what do you make of that? I'll take the ladies first. Cora, as my wife, what do you think?
There's one thing I know, darling. I'm glad you're not an undertaker, because if you were, I wouldn't be your wife.
Ah, you feel the same way as my ancestors, girl. Lucy.
Emphatically.
Jerry, you're the scientist here.
Well, history isn't a science, thank heaven, but I do have some questions. First, how did the coffin come into your possession?
Well, that's simple. When Mr. Rogers died at the ripe old age of 89, he left a sizable bequest in his will to my great-grandfather with the proviso that we keep the coffin as a memento.
Why would he do that?
Now, that, Cora, is an excellent question. If he insisted that the coffin remain in your family as part of his bequest, I think he must have had a reason.
In other words, you don't believe that the stranger was a ghost?
Let's say I'm dead set against the idea of ghosts playing symphonic music in a graveyard at night.
Well, I believe he was the ghost of Tom Addison.
Well, how do you explain Rogers leaving the coffin to the Spindles family?
Simple. Rogers was probably hurt by Bill's refusal to stay in the business, and he wanted the coffin to remind him.
Sorry, darling, that won't work. If he was hurt, why also leave my ancestor a bundle? And believe me, it was a considerable sum.
Well, then why did he, Bill?
I'm stumped. It's too much for me.
I still don't believe in ghosts, and I think I can prove to you that this man who ordered the coffin was flesh and blood.
How?
Well, I'm going to have to do a little research. When did you say all these things happened? The date, I mean.
December 1851. Why?
Well, give me 2 days, and I'll let you know. Right? I have solved the mystery of our peculiarly shaped coffin.
Good. How?
I kept asking myself, why did this man go to all the trouble of ordering a coffin, which, to say the least, was strange, and also behave as if he wanted everyone to believe he was a ghost?
But have you forgotten Mr. Rogers believed that he was crazy? I mean, wouldn't that account for all his behavior?
Yes, that would, but I preferred to think of this fellow as a con man. You see? A really great con man who successfully conned your grandfather but had more difficulty with the undertaker.
Why?
Precisely. Why? Now, that's where this newspaper article comes in. Here, I made a copy at the library. Let me read it to you. The headline, Wells Fargo payroll stolen. Aha! Then it goes on. Yesterday, the largest robbery in the history of the Wells Fargo Company was successfully perpetrated by 3 masked men who boarded the westbound Lackawanna Limited, entered the baggage car, and made off with more than $40,000 in $10, $20, and $50 bills. So, it goes into more detail, but there you have it.
There you have it. You've lost me.
Now, don't you see? The robbers needed a safe place to hide the money.
And you think that they decided to use a coffin as a hiding place?
Remember, our man insisted on a strong lock on the inside.
That's true, but...
That would be one way of making sure that no one opened this peculiar coffin by mistake and found a wad of 10s, 20s, and 50s that had been stolen from Wells Fargo.
But according to the letter, Mr. Rogers found the coffin in the cemetery, and it was open, and there was nothing in there.
That's right. Rogers followed the stranger right from the funeral parlor to the cemetery. He wouldn't have had time to stash the loot in there.
I think it's interesting, but rather far-fetched.
Is it? Look how everything fits. All that uproar in the cemetery. All the warnings to Rogers telling him to keep away. Why?
I'm sorry. You're so convinced your theory is right, you're not thinking straight. Once your man knows Rogers was going to interfere, he'd never have taken the chance of hiding anything there.
Well, he may have had no choice.
What do you mean?
The money may have already been there. Look, have you forgotten that your grandfather's letter said that the workmen believed the coffin had been tampered with?
Oh, Jerry, you're riding a hobby horse.
Oh.
You have a theory, and you're just going to see that everything fits. And you're not going to look at anything that doesn't.
Now, wait a minute. What have I left out?
Well, lots of things. Now, one, how in the world did our stranger lift this coffin and carry it off under his arm?
Perhaps he didn't.
You mean you think Bill's grandfather made that part up?
Well, let's leave that. Anything else?
Well, lots. What about everything that happened to Mr. Rogers in the cemetery? The music, the open coffin. What's your explanation for that?
Well, we know that Rogers fell down and hit his head.
Oh, come off it, Jerry. You're not going to try to tell us that he imagined those things as a result of hitting his head.
Well, it's possible.
Maybe,
I don't believe it. The other explanation, which you refuse even to think about, Jerry, is that he was a ghost and that Mr. Rogers reported everything faithfully. That's the one I believe.
Even if I prove to you that this strange-looking coffin has plenty of room for some kind of secret compartment and there may be money in it?
Why don't we stop talking and see if you can prove what you think?
All right, good idea. Come on.
How do we go about finding a secret compartment?
Well, we'll try tapping and listen for a hollow sound.
Okay. Who wants to do the tapping?
Me, let me.
All right, go right ahead.
It all sounds the same.
You're too impatient. If there's a secret compartment, he'd make it hard to find.
All right. Dear. It's a great theory, Jer. I'm afraid it's just a theory.
Why don't you try down at the bottom where it's widest?
Okay.
There. Right there. Doesn't that sound different?
I think so. Go back there again, Cora.
That's it. Let's turn it upside down. Here. You have to let us do that, Cora. That's got it now. Now what?
Well, I think we should have opened the lid first.
Okay, let's open it.
All right, now, put your hand down in there, Bill. Feel around carefully. Around the joint in the wood. Yes. Do you feel anything?
Nothing. I can't.
You got it. You got it. Jerry was right. It's a secret compartment. Well, is there anything in there?
This.
Money. A $20 bill. Well, there must be more.
No, just the one bill. But wait. Here's a note.
Well, what does it say?
Wait a second. It's hard to read. Dear Bill, or descendants of William Spindles, you having found this secret hiding place should know by now that I was right when I insisted that there were no such things as ghosts. I was also right when I told you, Bill, that there was a fortune to be made in the undertaking business, as is proven by my bequest. God bless you and your family. Signed, Edward Rogers.
What do you do when you discover that the fortune you expected turns out to be a single $20 bill? Well, if you're William Spindles, you advance the idea that Edward Rogers had indeed found the Wells Fargo loot in the coffin and taken all of it except the one bill. Is there another explanation? I think so, and I'll be back with it in just a moment. For what it is worth, I present you with this thought. There never was any Wells Fargo money in the coffin to begin with. Edward Rogers had obviously been a man of strong beliefs, and he took this way of proving to Bill Spindles or his children that there are no such things as ghosts, and that there was money to be made in the undertaking business. Did the Spindles accept my explanation? I really don't know. How about you? Our cast included Keir DeLay, Marion Seldes, William Redfield, Peter Collins, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
WCCO Radio, Las Vegas for 3 days and 3 nights.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. To the fear you can hear. For the 4 centuries before Christ, a remarkable combination of priests and monarchs established one of the most astonishing cultures in the world. The rulers were the pharaohs of Egypt, and they left an enduring series of monuments behind them. The Sphinx, the pyramids, the temples of Karnak and Luxor, and, most strange of all, their mummified remains, embalmed by a process lost to modern science. This is the story of one such mummy, and the eternal curse she left to be visited on any violator of her tomb. Our mystery drama, The Pharaoh's Curse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Kim Hunter. 1924, 50 years ago, belongs to another world. Certainly in the Middle East, almost midway through the period of the great archaeological excavations that make Egypt a mecca for tourists from all over the world. And in that era, no singer and entertainer reigned more supreme than Diane Elliott, the toast of 2 continents already, and now in the process of conquering a third, with an engagement at Shepherd's, world-famous hotel in Cairo.
You will sing again, Miss Elliott?
No, really. 5 encores is enough.
Never enough with you.
Asking for anyone is already too much.
Of course, you must be tired.
I know, but I don't want the audience to be. If you'll excuse me.
Would you excuse me first? There is an old friend of mine here tonight who would very much like to meet you. Could I presume to ask if you would join him as he asked for a drink at his table?
Who is this friend of yours?
Sir Geoffrey Lanscombe.
The famous archaeologist? He's still alive? I mean, well, he must
He's quite old, but most active.
Would you ask him to give me 10 minutes and then come back to my dressing room? Just a moment. Come in.
Miss Elliott.
Sir Geoffrey?
Guilty as charged.
Oh, dear. Did I sound forbidding or something?
No, not at all. It's just that I feel I'm intruding.
Oh, not at all. I hope you'll excuse me, though. I've started changing because tonight's the end of my engagement here, and I have to start packing.
Well, then you'll be leaving Cairo.
Well, no, not for a few days. I hope at least a week. I've wangled a little gap between engagements because I want to do some sightseeing.
Good, excellent. That makes it so much easier for me to ask what I want to ask. It's amazing.
What?
You, my dear. With your robe pulled tightly around you and your hair swept back so severely from your face. Yes. Absolutely amazing. Let me tell you why I'm here. Have you ever heard of the Princess Hasiba?
No.
Well, it's not too surprising. She was, you understand, a little before your time. Approximately 4,000 years. Hasiba, the gazelle-footed trailer of perfumed musk. Hasiba, the doe-eyed, radiant perfection of the 3 worlds.
I thought you were an archaeologist, not a poet.
Well, not I, my dear. That's Thotmes V, her husband, the pharaoh. And he was right. She was, until then at least, the most exquisite woman who ever lived. And when she died, at 19, the pharaoh was so crazed with grief that he stripped himself of all his wealth and turned it into jewels with which he filled her burial casket to the brim. She was buried with all the honors of a pharaoh, and the door to her mastaba sealed forever with an undying curse.
The, mastaba?
The burial chamber.
And the curse?
This chamber holds the jewels of my kingdom. Jewels beyond number and one beyond all price. Who breaks this seal forever seals his doom. He will walk no more among the living nor find his way among the dead.
You almost make me believe that.
And I almost believe it myself. Perhaps it's why I've taken the liberty of coming to you.
I don't understand.
Oh, why should you? Let me explain. 15 years ago, I discovered the small pyramid that covers the burial chamber. 3 times, on different expeditions, we have excavated with no success. This time, we have managed to isolate the mastaba itself, in spite of every kind of miserable luck. Cave-ins, men injured, crews deserting. But at last, within the next few days, I'm convinced the entrance will be found.
Oh, how exciting, how wonderful for you. And Hasiba, I hope she isn't a disappointment. Was she really so beautiful, do you think?
Incredibly. Her face shamed the shining sun, and the day was lit up by the light of her countenance.
You know, you sound as though you'd actually seen her.
I have.
You have?
Oh, yes, my dear. For every description fits you.
Well, Sir Geoffrey, I'll have to admit that's about the prettiest compliment I've ever been paid.
And the truth. Now, look.
What is it?
An ivory miniature of Hasiba, hand-carved.
How beautiful. Exquisite.
Isn't it? Perhaps now you can see, Miss Elliot, why I can easily believe in reincarnation. It's why I asked to meet you. I've devoted the best part of my life to unearthing this tomb. And I've come to be afraid of a curse and to believe profoundly in the power of good omens and luck. I need that luck. But I think I found it. I know you are my luck.
Well, how can I help you?
Come as my guest to the diggings for a few days. Open the chamber for me. I think your touch will ensure success.
Out of so many, that's the greatest compliment of all. How can I refuse? Just a moment. Oh, driver, good. Come in. Now, all I'm taking are these 2 bags, and you are not the driver I engaged this morning.
No, Miss Elliot.
Then why?
Allow me my credentials. Inspector Hasid of the Cairo Police.
Police?
If you doubt me, call Ahmed. He will vouch for me. Now, may I ask a few questions?
Well, of course.
You had never met Sir Geoffrey Lonscombe before the night before last.
Oh, that's correct.
But you are planning to visit the diggings?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because he invited me to.
Just as a guest?
Of course.
For a few days, correct?
Well, now, let's not make anything out of that, Inspector. He is about to open the tomb of some ancient Egyptian queen, and I am intrigued. I've never had the opportunity to meet a 4,000-year-old princess who's supposed to look like me. Now, what's wrong with that, and why should it interest the police?
This thing is difficult. First of all, let me warn you that there may be possible danger in your visit to the diggings.
What danger?
I do not know exactly. But if you are to go, will you let me go with you as your driver, incognito?
Why?
Partially to protect you.
And partially what else?
That is what I want to find out. Do you have any knowledge of firearms, Miss Elliot?
Well, as a matter of fact, I do. I used to do a lot of hunting with my father.
And small arms?
We had a pistol range. I'm a pretty good shot.
Oh, could you handle this if you had to? For protection only, I mean.
Webley, isn't it? 6-clip?
It would fit a woman's handbag.
Okay. Okay, but I'm not interested in running around playing with guns.
Last night, at the diggings, there was a fatal accident.
Not Sir Geoffrey.
No. One of the new digging crew. Now, for everyone's safety, I need an opportunity to investigate that accident quietly, without publicity. You could offer me that chance.
And put my own neck on the line?
No. There's little risk for you. But, of course, I cannot tell you there is absolutely none.
What is it you think's going on out there?
I am not sure. 4,000 years ago, if we are to believe the papyri, the written records, Thutmose buried with his wife uncounted millions of dollars in jewels.
But neither she nor the jewels have been exhumed yet.
We are told. And yet, a man is dead.
Where was this man found?
Near one of the many statues that ring the pyramid, far from the tomb itself.
Well, so what has that to do with... murdered?
Not by any human agency, apparently. The man was crushed, as if broken in the arms of something beyond the natural power of things. However, the police are less interested in the man himself than what was clutched in his hand.
What?
I have been selected to investigate this matter quietly and anonymously. Will you let me go with you?
You're kind of daring me, aren't you?
Pardon?
You don't want me to refuse.
I don't think you are in any real danger, Miss Elliot. And I need a cover.
Okay. Let's go adventure. Just tell me one thing first. What is there for the police to investigate? What was it the man had clutched in his hand?
A diamond of great beauty and great price.
What kind of diamond?
Now, there's just the whole point, Miss Elliot. A very special kind. For no diamond has been cut like this in the last 4,000 years.
A tomb sealed fast for 4,000 years, where a princess lies in a coffin filled to the brim with precious stones of incalculable value. Could this diamond be from a tomb as yet uncovered, or was it some random discovery? And if it were, what inhuman agency, with a power beyond all human scope, mangled and destroyed the unfortunate man who found the strangely cut diamond? I'll return in a few moments with Act 2. Southwest from Cairo, riding across the hot white desert sands in the jeep driven by Inspector Hasid, a tulle scarf bound across her mouth and nose against the stinging sand, Diana Elliott wonders what whim drove her to this strange adventure. And then, to herself, honestly, she admits what it is. She is tired of the never-relaxing discipline of her life, the touring, the center of applause, the sense of being trapped. Suddenly, she is a free soul, off on an uncharted adventure, ready for anything that comes her way, as long as it is new and different.
Miss Elliott.
Oh, you know me?
Yes, and you more than live up to what I've heard. Can I give you a hand down?
Oh, thank you. That's more than a hand. Both.
Brother, the old boy was right.
About what?
You. And our 4,000-year-old lady.
Perhaps. But I'm not 4,000 years old yet. And I can stand by myself, Mr.
Irving, John Irving. I'm Sir Jeff's assistant. He asked me to look out for you.
Great. Could we start by having you let go of my waist so I can breathe?
I'm sorry.
Where's Sir Geoffrey?
He had to go into Cairo with the English mail and in connection with an accident we had here.
Oh, yes, I know about that.
You do?
Yes, I read about it in the Cairo newspaper.
Oh. Well, let's get your bags and get you settled.
Do not worry, Sahib. I will take care of them.
Oh, fine, driver. Miss Elliott's go into the big tent with the canopy. You can bunk down with the crew over there. Any one of the 3 tents near the diggings.
Very good, Sahib.
You want to go freshen up, Miss Elliott?
Oh, no. Everything is too new and strange and exciting. I want to explore.
Okay. You want to walk over and have a closer look at the pyramid?
I'd love it. If I'm not keeping you...
No, you're not. I've been designated as the official reception committee for the afternoon.
Tell me, have you found the tomb yet?
Not quite, but we're close. We started to uncover what appears to be the entrance to the outer chamber this morning. The diggers are working on clearing that now. It's hard to believe. And we're almost there. 15 years ago, this entire pyramid was buried in sand. Sir Jeff uncovered it on the 2 former expeditions.
What a tremendous job. What are these statues that stand along the bottom row of stones?
Those are various Egyptian gods. Now, let's see. Starting at that end, Thoth, the recorder, Horus, god of truth, Mot, goddess of justice, and Osiris, the king father himself.
2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, you missed one. This one in the middle.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I did.
I can't blame you. He's so ugly. That brutal, snarling face. What does he represent?
That's Anubis, the jackal-faced god. Officially supposed, coincidentally enough, to be the greeter of the dead.
I don't think I'd care to be greeted by that, dead or alive. What do you mean, coincidentally?
Well, this is where an accident happened.
You mean where the man was killed?
You heard about that? Who told you, Sir Jeff?
No, it was, my driver.
Oh. Bad news travels fast in this country.
In any country. Ooh, what a cruel, bestial face he has. What does greeter of the dead mean?
He weighed the hearts of the dead before welcoming them to the great halls of Osiris, the judge and the sentencer. Oh, he's not quite as bad as he looks.
Do tell. I think I'll have that hand down now.
Oh, here you are.
Watch it! Quick! Behind the statue. Let me shield you.
You all right, Diane?
I'm all right, Mr. Irving.
Well, couldn't we make it John? I called you Diane.
So you did.
It just slipped out. Did it scare you?
If you mean the explosion, of course it did.
Dynamite.
What was the dynamite for, John?
That's just what Sir Jeff's going to want to know. He's going to be hopping mad when he gets back. Damn that Sargon.
Who is Sargon?
Our esteemed Egyptian colleague and so-called archaeologist who's been gumming up this expedition ever since it started.
Gumming it up?
Yeah, he resents all outsiders who come here on what he considers his territory.
Well, you can't blame him, I suppose. It's his country.
But just the same, the guy's pretty hard to take. For some reason, he wants that tomb to remain sealed. With that dynamite he set off, maybe he's just gotten his wish. Now, come on. I'll see you back to your tent so I can go find out just what damage has been done.
My dear Miss Elliott, I'm sorry I was responsible for making dinner so late.
Oh, it was worth waiting for, Sir Geoffrey. This Arabian coffee is delicious.
What was all the trouble with Sargon this afternoon?
Well, this morning he wanted to dynamite the entrance open. I said we should wait till you got back. I knew you wouldn't go for it. My God, if we had a cave-in, the whole tomb would have been reburied.
say nothing of the possible damage to inscriptions inside. So?
Well, he got so red-necked about it, I told him he could set the charges in case.
Oh, that was foolish.
I know, sir. But I never thought he'd be pig-headed enough to set them off on his own hook.
That is it, Oh, Sargon, my dear fellow. Come in. Join us in coffee.
I do not break bread among my enemies. Or with the infidel.
Now, wait a minute.
No, Sargon. I know you're upset, but there's no need to be rude. I don't believe you've met our guest. Miss Diane Elliott. Ali Atman Ben Sargon, one of our most noted Egyptologists.
How do you do?
Your servant, Anissa.
Now, about this thing this afternoon.
Mr. Irving said the orders came from you.
Why, you...
John.
If he denies that, he lies.
You think I'm going to sit still for that?
Sit down, sir. I will not have this bickering in front of a guest. It can be settled later. In the meantime, fortunately, there's been no damage of consequence, and the way into the tomb has been opened. No harm has been done.
A great deal of harm has been done. The crew has deserted.
What?
That is what I came to tell you. They have taken all our transport and left. I tried to stop them,
I
but...
bet you did. Now, look, Sir Jeff...
Just a moment, John. Oh, why, Sargon?
Perhaps they are wiser than we. A small hole was blown through to the inside, and out of it, they say, comes swirling a fearsome efreet that grew 10 times taller than a man, and belched a cold, freezing breath from his mouth that carried death in the air. They ran in terror from the ancient curse. They knew the stench of evil in the air.
Well, that's preposterous. As an archaeologist, you know the fetid odor of death is always present when a tomb is opened.
Bunch of simple-minded nitwits.
Perhaps. Except that as a simple-minded Egyptian, I agree with them.
Oh, you intend to leave
On the contrary, I intend to stay. I was referring to the stench of evil, and not from the graves of my ancestors, which I shall remain to protect.
Why, that son of a... You're going to let him get away with that?
John, I'm sure it was a misunderstanding. Bear with me, please. Tomorrow may be the end of a long, long dream. And let me go and pacify poor Sargon.
You intend to open the tomb tomorrow?
Well, the main breach has been made. I'm hopeful it can be managed.
Well, then we must have the press here. I'll go into Cairo tonight.
The men have taken the trucks.
Well, there's still Diane's Jeep. If I may borrow it?
Well, it's not really mine. It's my driver's.
Well, whatever you decide tomorrow will be an exciting day. I shall hope, Miss Elliott, to introduce you at last to your long-dead image. This must come to pass, for I still believe in you as my good luck. John, you'll see Miss Elliott to her tent?
Of course, sir.
Till tomorrow, then.
Good night, sir. I'd still like to have it out myself with that surly...
Look, let Sir Jeff handle it, John. I want to drink in this strange night.
The atmosphere? Or the general excitement?
Both. Everything. The air, the place, the time. That enormous red moon. What makes it like that?
Sand, suspended in the air, filters the spectrum.
Such a lot of sand.
It's a whole lot of moon.
So quiet.
The air is heavy. Sleepy?
No.
Don't go in. Stay with me.
That might be really dangerous.
Why don't we grab the Jeep and go into Cairo?
We can't use the Jeep.
Why not?
It belongs to an inspector of police. Look, please don't say I said anything, but he's here investigating the accident. Sub Rosa. You won't tell anyone.
Well, sure, if you ask me not to. But I still don't see why we can't...
Then ask Inspector Hasid if you can borrow the Jeep. But I won't go with you. I'm too tired and too excited looking forward to tomorrow. It's funny how heavy the air seems. I can imagine why those men felt a dark weight, almost like death in the air. I'll be glad to see tomorrow. Good night, John.
Good night, Diane. Diane? Diane?
What is it?
Are you dressed? Can I come into your tent?
Yes. I was just starting to go to bed. What is it?
Look, I don't want to alarm you, but the men were right. There is death in the air tonight.
Well, what now?
Oh, it's nothing to do with the legend. Totally atmospheric. A simoom is on its way. We must race it back to Cairo.
But the tomb...
The tomb can wait, as it has waited for centuries.
Oh, but there won't be room in the jeep for all of us.
Only you and I are going.
And the others?
Sir Jeff and Sargon won't leave the tomb. Inspector Hasid won't leave Sargon and remains to protect Sir Jeff.
What does that mean?
Sargon is not to be trusted. Sir Jeff and the inspector know that.
But if we have to run for safety, what about them?
Well, they'll be safe in the excavation. It's like a tornado cellar. That's just what this blow will be like anyways.
So why can't we hole up with them?
We could, if you think you can spare the time.
What's that mean?
A simoom. It could blow itself out in 6 or 7 hours or 6 or 7 days. Now, can you spare the time?
Oh, of course not. I'm due in Paris in 3 days. Give me 5 minutes and I'll get my suitcases ready and we'll be on our way. It's getting worse, isn't it? How far to Cairo?
We're not even nearly halfway.
Can you see?
What's to see but sand, sand, and more sand?
John, what's that ahead?
Damn, the twister itself. Double right around on us.
What are you doing?
Well, we can't hit into it. It would suck us right up into the land of Oz or the Arabian Nights. We've got to run for cover.
Where?
Back to the diggings, the only shelter. Just hold your seat and hope we can outrun it.
Supposing we can't.
Baby, this is one archaeologist who doesn't live in the past and is very interested in the future. Right here and now, we've got to hang on to the present.
Whatever the effectiveness of the ancient curse, it seems the fates conspire to bring Diane Elliott and John Irving back within its range. And if the 4,000-year sleep of the delectable Hasiba is to be disturbed at last, on whom will the curse fall for disturbing it? On the men who planned and made it possible? Or on another woman who dared to challenge her beauty? I'll return shortly with Act 3. In the outer chamber, shielded from the wild gust and the roar of the simoon raging outside, Sir Geoffrey and Sargon have isolated and almost cleared the door to the mastaba itself. They are engaged now in cleaning up the debris the explosion earlier in the day had caused.
That does it. The door is free. 15 years. And the moment is here at last. I am about to enter the tomb of Hasiba.
My countrymen have waited 4,000.
Come, Sargon. Let's for God's sake not at this minute.
What is it?
There's someone coming.
The dead are arisen.
But don't be silly. It's from the outside. Why, it's Miss Elliott.
The bad penny and companion. Turning up again.
Well, what happened?
Couldn't make it, sir. We just beat that old twister back here to safety. Turned around on us.
Just the two of you?
Yes.
What happened to your driver?
We understood he stayed with you.
We have not seen him. We thought he stayed with you.
Oh, he probably took off with the rest of the crew. Are you all right, Miss Elliott?
Yes,
Well, then let's forget the elements, the momentary inconveniences and everything but the incredible, the marvelous, the unbelievable moment that lies ahead of us. We're about to enter the tomb of Hasiba.
But the storm?
The storm will blow itself out. We are lighting candles to illuminate centuries of the past. Come, John, Sargon, help me push open the door.
I do not care to see the tomb opened.
I am not surprised.
Inspector Hasid.
Yes, Miss Elliot.
Inspector?
Yes, Ali Athman Ben Sargon. Inspector Hasid, with a very sore head where someone knocked me out. To deny me the sight of the tomb and its contents. By all means, let us open the door. I am not asking but commanding with this gun.
Let's go, Sargon.
There it is. Beyond that black aperture lies Hasiba, wrapped in her blanket of jewels. Who shall be first to enter?
The right is mine.
The right is Sir Geoffrey's. Don't make me use my gun.
This is a moment I dread as much as I desire. Who knows what lies in that dark cave? The tomb may have been rifled centuries ago. Its artifacts destroyed the very catafalque itself. Vandalized. The curse was never idle. And then suddenly I am too old and afraid to enter. Diane, I brought you here as my luck. Will you risk it and enter first?
If you wish me to.
I wish it with all my heart. John, take the torch and light her in.
Yes, sir. Careful, Diane. Easy.
But what is there to fear?
Who knows? The dead resent intruders.
Well, I only hope that... Oh!
What is it?
Some stone beneath my feet.
Look out,
What happened, John?
The door to the tomb swung shut.
Well, can we open it?
No. The counterweights locked it somehow.
Hold up the torch.
Why?
There's an inscription inside the door. What does it say?
But it would take time to decipher it.
Don't worry, I can guess. He who breaks this seal forever seals his doom. He will walk no more among the living or find his way among the dead.
It's just what I was afraid of. Hopeless. The door can't be budged.
What happened?
The stone you stepped on, designed to trip the counterbalancing rocks and lock them. To get the door open now, they'll have to blast.
So that was Tothman's ancient curse.
It's pretty effective.
Look, hold up the torch, John.
Is that better?
Yes. It's not a very large chamber.
No.
In the center there, is that...
Yeah. That's the catafalque. Hasiba.
Can we look?
Why not?
Poor little princess.
Poor little rich girl.
So young. Can we open the sarcophagus?
I don't know. Somewhere there should be... Well, let's see. Ah, here. It's too heavy. As far as I dare slide it.
Such a big coffin for such a little girl. But she is lovely.
The face is only a death mask.
Where are the jewels, John? The jewels that filled the casket to the brim.
That's right. Evidently, old Tothmas regretted his generous impulse and sneaked in later and pinched his fabulous fortune.
How?
I don't know.
What's the matter with the torch?
I'm afraid it's going out.
Well, can't we light it again?
No. Lack of oxygen. We've got to get out of here.
Haven't you any idea how?
The catafalque itself. Let's have a look.
But how? Where? It's just a simple box.
Except here, at the foot of it. Carved in bas-relief. Oh, wait. Let me hold the torch close.
Yeah, that's better.
What is it?
That face. The god you showed me outside the pyramid. With the jackal face. What's his name?
Anubis.
Greeter of the dead.
But he has another name. The opener of the ways. Diane, maybe this is it. Press it. Try it.
Yes. The opener of the ways.
Oh. Smell that, Diane. Fresh air. Look at the torch light up. And there are steps beneath. We're free.
I wonder, John. I wonder.
I can see it clearly now, Diane. Sargon, he's been plundering the tomb. That was the reason for all the delays he caused. He had to have time to get rid of the jewels. And now, unless we escape somehow, he's safe.
Inspector Hasid won't let him go.
We might as well have all the cards on the table. When I stumbled into you entering the chamber, it was because Sargon pushed the inspector against me and grabbed the gun. You can be sure Sir Geoffrey and Hasid are both dead by now. And Sargon is on his way to freedom with the jewels.
Well, then it's up to us to stop him.
How?
What's the matter?
The blank wall. This looks like the end of the road.
It does, at that.
How do we get out of this?
That's all up to you, John.
What does that mean?
It's not very difficult to figure out. You know just where to put your hand to move this rock. Don't you, John?
I? Why should I?
Because you've been here so often before.
You know?
I think so. And what I don't know, I can guess. You found this secret entrance some time ago. And you stole the jewels, didn't you? You've been the one that's been delaying things while you tried to figure out some way to get away with them. My Jeep with me as cover was the perfect way out, if it hadn't been for the sandstorm.
All right. I admit it. Which leaves you with two choices.
Which are?
Stay here or come with me. Diane, I am more than a little in love with you, and I promise you there's a fortune packed in your Jeep that could make us able to live like Thutmose and his queen Hasiba. In your luggage, it could easily be smuggled out of the country. Half of it, all of it's yours, if you share it with me.
And if I don't?
I'll have to take my chances alone, which includes, unfortunately, leaving you shut in here where you can't blow the whistle on me.
Two choices,
What else?
This.
What? Gun? Where did you get that?
From the inspector. And don't think I don't know how to use it. Are you ready to open the door now?
Suppose I just refused.
The torch is beginning to burn low again. That means we're running out of oxygen, doesn't it?
Okay. You win. Here, catch it. I hope I didn't hurt you. I had to get the gun.
What are you going to do?
Oh, nothing violent. That really isn't my nature. Just leave you here. With any luck, they'll break through in time and find you. Goodbye, Diane.
You can't.
No. Now, please don't move. I'll leave you the torch when I go. Damn Simone is still rangy.
You'll never get through it.
I'll have to take my chances. It's all I have left. I'll move back. I'm sorry. Sorry for everything except the jewels. If you could only see them. Well, here goes.
night.
You must rest, my dear. There's time later.
No, I want to finish telling you. He was leaving, and he had started the door or the statue base that closed the secret entrance, and then suddenly the wind was too strong, and he fell back and got caught in all those tons of stone, just like the other man.
I would spare little pity on him, Miss Elliot. The other man was my brother. Asaib Irving thought he had killed me just as successfully.
But I don't understand. Why did he start to come back?
His return was involuntary.
What do you mean, Mr. Sargon?
He underestimated the enduring power of an ancient curse. He was returned to his fate.
So the curse was a real one, after all.
He will walk no more among the living, nor find his way among the dead. But, thanks to you, Miss Elliot, the ancient gods are satisfied, and the lady of whom you are a reincarnation will also be reborn.
Hasiba, the gazelle-footed, trailer of perfumed musk. Hasiba, the doe-eyed, radiant perfection of the three worlds. Why shouldn't she be reborn? I'm in favor of it. What man wouldn't be? I'll be back shortly.
And we'll return.
It was Nathaniel Hawthorne, one of our American greats, who said it. A grave, wherever found, preaches a short and pithy sermon to the soul. Let my comment on this tale be as brief. Let the dead past bury its past, nor pause too much to think on today. The future is what leads us on. If we march to any banners, let it be to those. Our cast included Kim Hunter, George Petrie, Arnold Moss, Dan Ocko, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.